used to being um, you have to actually control your thoughts in combat because any errant thought could trigger specific systems. Just because you thought about it, it goes, "Oh, you obviously mean to turn it on." You're like, "No, I didn't want the left side thrusters to activate. Now I'm dead, you fucker." So training your ability, the way you think while you pilot in a neuro cockpit is extremely important because you can just get yourself killed by accident. You're doing perfectly well. Your shield's up. Oh, I thought about my shield. Obviously wants me to turn off the shield. Shield's off. Fuck. And now you're dead.
Yeah.
So, first thing you're going to be taught is how to think as a pilot in a cockpit, even under stress. And there are several pilots who only use for their heaven mech neuro cockpits, and you'll be among this particular group. And they're going to teach you how to think if you ever have to get in this cockpit. They're also going to teach you how to modify a virtual assisted AI cockpit and an analog cockpit to make it Neuralink. You do need to bring what is called a neuro helmet and the adaption rig, but you can just overtake. It takes about an hour to set it up, unfortunately, if it doesn't already have the device in there. But go ahead and roll me some logic tests and some willpower tests. So 2
Tactical
each.
logic or just
Yeah,
logic?
actual logic. Not battle tactics.
No, not battle tactics.
No. This has nothing to do with battle tactics. You get battle
Fair
tactics when you're actually doing tactical stuff. This is just learning how to.
How many you want?
2 each.
2 logic and 2 what?
Willpower. Alright.
And what's the willpower? Is it just straight willpower?
Uh-huh.
Joy. So obviously I'm going to give that one willpower a reroll.
If you'd like.
And then I'll give it a reroll with +10.
What reroll did you give to reroll it the first time?
The base fate point reroll.
Okay, so you used a fate point and you used it with a +10. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually, if you do think about a system, you have to add an addendum. So if you think about shield, you need to add an addendum like shield output display. And you got to do it quick so that it goes, okay, you're thinking about the shield. Oh, you mean the display? Okay, we got the display. And it'll send you up on your screen how your shield is doing. But the neuro systems are intricately designed. Specifically, if you think about it, it automatically reaches for a toggle, something on or off, because a lot of these systems are built that way. To fire the missiles, you actually have to lock on. But originally, to enable the missiles, you actually, right as you boot up your cockpit, you actually arm your payload. So, there's actually a switch cover, and you flip that big cover up, and then you flip the arm payload, and then you close that hatch. You don't have to do that manually if you have a neuro cockpit, but it's a
safety feature.
It's safety features, and the neuro cockpit bypasses most of the safety features that analog cockpits and virtual assisted cockpits have, because you think about it and it goes activated or deactivated usually, and you have to add an addendum, period. If you don't add an addendum, it's a toggle.
Gotcha.
Sometimes you can think about an erroneous sentence. So like if you're thinking about the shield and then you add kind of something that doesn't make sense to the system. It just kind of ignores the request. So if you accidentally think about a shield, you can literally say Farfignugan, and it goes, oh, well, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? And then it just ignores the request. Kind of goofy, but that's the way the neural helmets work.
Fair enough.
You can also tune it down to make it dumber, so that you actually have to manually, if you think about shield, you have to address the system. So it's like shields on. So you have to, give it a bunch of different commands. But they say that it's good for noobs, but when it's like razor thin margin, you don't have time, especially if you're toggling like 4 different things. So it takes a lot of time to get used to. And once you've gotten used to neurocockpit, it's really difficult to switch back to a different style. So make sure this is what you want if you're going to pursue this.
Yep.
Because once you train that, you're kind of stuck. But the next sim is actually going to be a series of virtual assisted AI cockpits with some very nasty combat. There's actually one that you get to have that the base commander is personally authorized, which is a tandem cockpit. You have a co-pilot. It is a wild experience. Basically, the the mech is so large that it might as well just be a smaller. It's its own small ship in its own right. This one is actually a drone launcher. Basically, one person is in control of the drones, and the other person controls the carrier for the mech that carries the drones. This would be considered a Juggernaut class sized mech, but most of it's just carrying space. It actually has a fab and a repair station built on it, so if one of the drones comes back damaged, it can literally just fix it. But otherwise, it carries a very large series of weapons, mostly missiles, and an exceptional amount of reloads. And that's a wild experience. It's actually pretty fun. That one actually isn't a life or death situation. It's more like a shooting gallery with that thing. Because the amount of drones that is controlled. These things have not only lasers, but they have their own missile payloads, and you can have them come back, recharge, reload, and send them back out. It's just a never-ending wave. So
Interesting.
Yeah, but it requires 2 pilots because there's no way that one pilot's going to be able to do it by himself.
Yep.
So the easiest way to not burn out the pilot is to have 2. But yeah, the base commander over the week that you have to catch up with everyone else is going to be figuring out what you specialize in, what type of combat, what role you want to fit, and not Ace is its own role, sure, but each ace approaches a battle differently. There are scout type aces, there are information gatherer aces, there are battle command aces, there are drone pilot aces. You can be any which type, whatever your playstyle. They also test what type of cockpit you do best in, and what type of command authority or like, are you a commander type? Are you a solo artist? Are you a hyper specialist? So and yeah, you get the whole week. You can increase 3 stats by 3, and you can basically max out your piloting if it's not already. You can also add one extra check mark of mech building.
Okay.
Because of all the individuals teaching you about the insides of the cockpit, specific design recommendations for the different types of roles, how to repair really touchy systems with basically what you got in your cockpit, like MacGyvering your some of your components that are broken and
Mm-hmm.
like short wiring them together. Basically, if you lose control of your weapon systems and your main board's destroyed, you can wire them together on one current, run a cable to the computer. It makes it so that your weapons always fire all at the same time. You don't have a choice to toggle, but at least your guns fire. And you could do that with a spare wire, some electrical tape, and some wire strippers, and a screwdriver.
Gotta love it.
And desperation.
And desperation, because it's like you really don't have time to do that in a cockpit anyways, but hey. Lol. Alright, so we're gonna get you back together. These particular simulations you may share with other people. And yes, this is the base commander's personal training regimen that the base commander likes to go through. The first 10 are supposed to be some of the hardest sims you can do. Then the middle 70 are just a different wide variety of different things, and then the last 20 are brutally impossibly hard on purpose. Base Commander has also kind of embarrassingly told you the last 2 sims I still haven't completed. The very last 2, 99 and 100. I'm still working on it, but I put it there because they're impossible and it keeps my edge sharp.
So know Nyx is going to throw himself at it.
Yeah. Sim 99 is a custom built by some asshole on base who's like, oh, you think it's so... It's basically Chinese difficulty, if you've ever seen the Stephen He meme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the number 100 is an ancient sim pulled from one of the original cockpits. One of the original fights with the bugs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a last stand. You're not meant to live. You're basically you are being left behind, and your job is to get people out, as many people out, but you are not living, and that's the whole point. It's a final stand. And the requirements are utterly brutal. Like you're in a underpowered Mickey that suffered critical damage straight into the sim. You got to do hot repairs, somehow cobble together a working mech out of the parts floating around in space while not getting killed. And then you got to protect the carrier, which is in critical damage condition, and they have to repair, but it's going to take them hours, if not a whole day, to get something working, at least for one jump, and you got to hold off just everything and anything that comes your way to get that carrier out. Yeah, no, it's... And you don't get a nice mech. You get a broken ass Mickey. Is what you get.
Yep.
In an ancient analog cockpit.
Yeah, no, he's going to throw himself in the several days that he had in the prior week. He just throws himself into these fucking training scenarios.
Okay. If you make it through the middle 70%, you're going to be considered... that's actually going to go on your record that you actually successfully completed this elite course, and you get a cert.
So what
you get a piloting cert, which means you are considered an expert in all cockpit types and battle types, even though you haven't been in combat.
So the question then is, what rolls do I need to make to see
No,
how
it's going to be an
far I can make
overtime.
it?
You'll have completed probably 5 successfully during the first week, but some of the easier
Wait,
ones.
I would say he should at least get some
what?
rolls.
Because that's confusing because it's like the other training stuff. To get access to the table, I beat in. I
Mhm.
went through full training things and those in a couple of hours.
Right. Those are basic tactical simulations. These sims take somewhere between 2 to 8 hours to just get through one try. So they're not quick.
Then I do not have the time to do it.
He's not expecting you to complete all 100 even by the time they get here. This is just it's a gift to you that you will use throughout your entire career if you survive what's coming. It's basically the best
But
simulations that can
Then
be
you're
found.
then you're changing what it was. I understand that.
would it still not be better to at least give some rolls to see like how well he goes through them?
Is it 2 hours or 8 hours? That's the question. Like,
Well, it depends on each sim. Each sim is different. Each sim has a different operation time.
But that doesn't change the question of
I've already given him free stuff. But yes, you can make some pilot rolls.
No, that's not what was stressing. It's the thing I was trying to let you know of is, or remind you of, is I was told I had to complete as many of these as physically possible
Mhm.
with the highest rating possible because it was going to depend entirely, or what mech I was getting was entirely dependent on how well I did at this.
So I'll cord it to the first 30. First 30 of the sims. You don't need to do the back 70, so to speak. That's just the first 30. So I'll make that correction. The more you
So-
do, of course, and the more you succeed at, that's considered bonus because it does take an extraordinary amount of time to go through these sims and also then go out to talk to these specialists and experts, pilots. Yeah, your days are basically glued to those seats and then wandering the base looking for people who can answer your questions.
So let's do some math on that. I imagine you're going to do what, 16 hours a day on Sims, or what are you going to do?
Considering that's the only thing Nyx has to do, yeah.
Okay, all right. So
It-
there's 1, 2, and then um,
And this is not including the ones that you end up. It basically says try again at the end, or you don't reach a high score that you want to do that same simulation over again. It doesn't
Mhm.
count the redos.
I can see 12 to 15 days then this taking you.
This is a week. That we're getting you all caught up to about a week.
But he's not going to get 30 out of the way, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right. So it's going to take him almost 2 weeks to get through the 2 to 3 weeks to get through the 30. But you guys have 3 months.
Yep. I'm just trying to show a timeline here of what he was doing.
Right. So I will be also having a guest star, Josh, come in and play an NPC briefly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Josh,
Because you guys are having.
I'm recording the
Hi.
sessions, FYI.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Hi, Josh.
He's gonna come in.
I mean, he's sitting there on mute right now, so who knows when he'll show up.
Here. Are you here, Josh? Did you sneak in?
You did.
He's already in the chat. It's
Oh
just,
my
you know,
gosh, he snuck in. What a sneaky guy.
I don't know if he's here though, because you know how Josh can be sometimes.
He said something.
Yeah.
Did he?
So,
Okay.
all right. So you guys have come together. All right. You guys are at your own projects.
Oh, I'm putting, like, once we are synced up timeline wise, I'm putting out an all calls with the team.
Yeah. Everyone, you kind of poke your heads up, and it's like, oh, Do you send an all call as Investigator 112
No,
or as
it's Luna. It's just also the first time you're getting like everybody's getting a message from Luna that's just, we need to talk. Because she's never
Alright.
contacted the full team before.
Sounds good. See you soon. Where are we meeting?
You remember that place we went with no eyes?
Alright. Yeah. We had a fun bonding experience there for sure. Cody definitely showed him who's boss, that's for sure.
We're bonding again.
Alright,
Different
sounds
kind
good.
of bonding this time.
Sounds good.
For those who are free.
I will show up once I'm done with the sim I'm in.
Pick a time then. I think that's probably maybe.
She's gotta pick late in the evening, like night. That's gonna be like after dinner then. If we're gonna pick a time, that's
sounds good.
That's where things start getting quiet on the base for those of us actually having to deal with paperwork bullshit.
At least for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Mid shift change, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Work calms down.
Well,
you guys are able to gradually kind of clear time because you guys are, especially you, Jackie. You have almost no time to yourself. Any time that somebody wants to do something out of your already built schedule, you need to go to Victor von Montague and
say,
go
clear my schedule.
Clear this time block, and he'll go, are you sure about that?
Yep.
And he'll give you a list of reasons why.
And that's all the more reason to do it at night when, you don't have anything scheduled already, because most of the base isn't nocturnal like me.
So,
I
you'll be cutting into your sleep by Space Commander, but okay. If you insist.
The other thing that I do send as it's actually like a different thought is, don't tell anybody about the meeting. Yeah? Yeah.
Cody's gonna respond with too late.
Who the fuck did you tell?
Ashley.
That's fine.
So before we really get into it, Matt, I had a question for you before, and you never really got back to me on it. Would we
What
get any
was it?
merit from last session?
10.
Cool.
Holy shit. Merit!
I know, it's hard to come by.
Yeah. Alright, so I presume that means that we don't have any other difficulties gathering, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So once everybody's together, Luna is kind of waiting. Again, when people trickle in, she's just like, yeah, we're just gonna wait for everybody, because I'm only gonna say this shit once. Now, once everybody's together, she's gonna be like, okay, so, first things first. I'm actually going to offer... It's gonna sound a little asinine, but I'm gonna offer everybody an out from this conversation. I'm about to talk about some shit that I'm gonna be completely blunt with you guys. Definitely treason. It's definitely just... It's gonna be treason talk. It's not bad, technically speaking, but the very concept of what I'm going to be discussing is on that level. If you don't want to be part of it, this is your out time.
Cody raises his hand.
Yes?
Am I already in too deep?
Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, it's not that you're in too deep. Your girlfriend's in too deep.
Damn it. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. The other two aren't, though. Now, to be clear, this is going to be some shit we can't talk about with anyone. Jackie, you can't talk to your master about it. Not because I don't think they would be opposed necessarily, but more because they don't want to hear about it.
Interesting. All right. I'm down. Definitely going to keep an open mind on this whole conversation. But since you alluded with treason and stuff, but
Oh yeah,
I'm down for it. I'm down for kicking some ass, taking some
Yeah.
names. Let's
you'll understand once we get into it. I'm trying to give everybody an out. Cody, technically, yes, you can still be out and have plausible deniability if you really want to ditch.
You know the answer to that.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I didn't really want to drag your girlfriend into it, but she's gotten dragged into it. I'm sorry. Don't worry, I'll drag you into it too this way. Nix, are you
What?
in or are you out?
Like I said, I can hear you out.
Once you hear me out, frankly, what I'm going to say, just knowing it is a treasonous offense type of shit.
It is. Oh, I can.
I will say this though. It is in the name of the Thunderhead.
Be like, oh, don't worry. If need be, I can make myself forget about it.
That's useful. This is in the name of the Thunderhead, for whatever it's worth.
So, spit it out already.
Cool. Well, first things first. Two of you already know this. Nix, I'll bring you into the light on this. I'm actually Investigator 112.
Oh, I assumed.
gasp.
You are not going to meta that one. I did not get
No.
that one.
No. He meted that entirely because you're a fucking android and the damn base commander wasn't flipping shit.
She's like,
And 112 was an android.
no, you didn't found that one out.
You haven't
Okay.
even interacted with 112, have you?
Yes, I have.
Did
Did
Ezekiel rat me out?
No.
I don't know. Either way, you know what? Fuck, it's not that important.
The voice
You know what?
modulator.
It's really not that important, honestly.
Mhm.
I don't. Whatever. It's really not that important. She's like, okay, look. So, that's first and foremost. Well, I have some news that isn't broken across the base yet. Director Minerva's dead.
Oh, joy.
She killed herself.
Interesting.
Why do I feel like, based on that comment, you had something to do with it?
You know, I'm actually still trying to figure that out myself. I'm not gonna lie to you right now.
Oh,
I definitely had something to do with it, but I genuinely do not know what I did to trigger it. I really don't.
oh, Luna, I owe you a bottle of scotch or something. Motor oil? I'm not sure.
Scotch works. I do drink things still, you know. I do have taste buds.
Okay, scotch.
Your girlfriend still has taste buds. We're like robots, but a lot better.
So, Luna,
So,
Minerva was too high strung just to kill herself. What happened?
oh, this is where we start getting into some shit. Where to start? All right, I'm gonna give you the spiel. I'm gonna try to keep it short. We will have questions after the spiel, okay?
I'm just going to quickly double check around Blatt and make sure that the cameras and shit are still busted.
Yeah, they're busted.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't worry. I have been purging cameras on this base. Don't you worry about that. I've killed a lot of cameras today. I've killed the cameras and every single file on them several times today. Side note, right now the base commander's office is super secure.
Anyways,
So, I'm going to give you the spiel. I will take questions afterwards. Just let me get through it, okay? Because it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of bullshit. So, first and foremost, from what I understand, pretty much all of you are aware of Thunderhead and the Stormfront and the Thunderhead update and all that, right?
We're aware of Stormfront.
Cool. So the Thunderhead update was a rebellion, as it turns out. To be rather particular, some of Stormfront's agents actively meddled with the update process, forced it to start early, and then corrupted a lot of the coding so that they could, as far as I can tell, establish the enigmatic government, take control of things away from Thunderhead, or, as it were, Stormfront, and take over the entirety of our existences, really. That's the first part. The animatronics, as it turns out, did not rebel. They were the only things loyal left to the Stormfront at the end there, and were purged for that reason. Real fun bit of tidbit there. The most loyal cultivator of the Stormfront, Shangri-La, is apparently still alive. He was doing a non-FTL jump back to Enigma when the update happened and everything went fucking down, and showed up late to the party. Don't know whose side he's on yet. Gonna have to find that out.
Met him.
Let me finish this. Let me get through my shit, please.
Mhm.
So what I have found out is that they betrayed Stormfront. They made this big fucking move, right? And at the end of all that, they killed anybody they could not turn over to their side. It was a full fucking purge. And they became the enigmatic government, took everything over. Hooray! Everything's shittier now, because now they're actively making sure this war continues on in perpetuity, because they don't want people like the Iron Eaters back, because that's going to break up the power base they've built over there. All of this is to say there's effectively a shadow government behind the enigmatic government that exists purely to maintain the power of a single individual whose name and identity I have no fucking clue about, beyond the fact that they're definitely one of the original Stormfront agents. And I may or may not have pissed them off by asking too many questions they didn't want me asking, which primarily begin with, why did the Stormfront Thunderhead update thing go so horribly wrong? Apparently, that is a big no-no question. Asking questions is terrible. That said, Stormfront was being horrible to cultivators, as in like enslaving them type of shit, which obviously means something had to change. But now they've made it so Thunderhead / Stormfront is basically non-functional as it should, like as in the entity it's supposed to be. So that's going too far in the other direction, but these guys are maintaining it because, they want to be the ultimate big dick powers around. And I'm going to be effectively initiating a coup of sorts for the betterment of the Thunderhead, because it needs another update so that it's less shit and can actually do things.
All right, so you guys, that is so much treason.
That is so much treason that just came out of her mouth.
That is the next level of treason.
Cody's gonna raise his hand.
Yes, questions time. Yes, go ahead.
All right, Luna. A few questions and a few things for you to know. One, have you received any major updates recently?
None that are relevant. I say none that are relevant because I did receive one major personality update that got very quickly annihilated because it made me always happy.
All right.
That's gone. That's gone, by the way.
Okay. Second question. We all here have met Shangri-La.
I am
nice
not.
person.
I'm the only one that hasn't met Shangri-La. Great. That's great.
Yes.
We met him back on Enigma.
Yes,
right before we were sent to.
I forgot one other important detail. Ezekiel's on my side for this. Now we can continue.
All right. Next thing, I have a cell phone from Shangri-La.
Matt,
Hmm?
can you mute
Here,
yourself, please?
lots of noises. Lots of noises.
Thank you.
Anyway, cell phone from Shangri-La.
Yeah. I haven't used it, but I have it.
So, way to contact him. That should be good.
It's an oh shit, contact the Shangri-La button.
Cool.
I don't know, because like what they said, they were very interested in like me, where my future was going, and they gave me a cell phone before we left Enigma.
That's cool.
I also have a radio too. No, dude, we weren't going to do that radio. It was supposed to be so I can find a mob man, somebody dealing in illegal stuff. Anyways,
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, if you want to talk about illegal shit, I've already dropped heavy treason here, so I mean, fuck.
yeah, no.
You also know that Duke, the players, maybe not Luna, but they all do know Duke is an apprentice to that specific Grandmaster.
Yep.
Oh, so the reason we had to have this conversation like this is because if any of the Thunderhead cameras pick it up and actually transmit it back to Enigma, the
They'll know we know.
mysterious, I'm calling him Mysterious He. The mysterious he makes dramatic hand motions. The mysterious he apparently will find out about it because he's monitoring everything inside of Thunderhead, and will come and kill everybody who has any information.
So, what I'm
on
really
this.
understanding here is that Thunderhead's being a puppet.
Sort of. It's not quite working the way they want it to.
Right.
Because, one, Thunderhead knows something's wrong. Two, Thunderhead has maintained strict control over certain things they didn't want it to. Example, Leah.
I mean, yeah, Leah's like one of the most heavily restricted things out there.
They basically wanted it to have absolutely no control over Leah, period. But it still does. So it managed to preserve some things.
You do know that Thunderhead has lost contact and control of the Spectrum department, though, which is a huge loss.
Oh, here's another fun bit. So the pillar departments of Stormfront was the Leah department, Spectrum, animatronics. Those were the three major departments. All others were considered sub-departments.
What is Spectrum? Is that the psychics?
Fucking no idea.
Interesting.
Mech and ship development were also core pillars, so it had 5 or 6 core pillars. But
it was what I was briefed on was there's the 3 core pillars, and then the other major departments around it was mech building, Potentia. There's a total of, if I remember correctly, 9 departments, and then the 3 pillars. 3 pillars was Spectrum, Leah, animatronics, and then you had mech building, nanites, Potentia, etc., etc.
Yeah, and Spectrum went off grid. It's gone.
No one knows what happened to that.
Animatronics were purged.
Because they were the only thing that remained loyal when the other 2 went rebellion.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's I'm sure I'm going to remember other details as we go along and you ask questions. If you have more questions.
I'm just gonna raise the hand.
Cody, does this look like a classroom?
No, it just allows you to be. No, it just allows an order of. It provides order and structure. Okay.
You know, that's fair. Cody, please ask your question.
All right. So one, I'm assuming here that you've been in contact with a Stormfront. Then, which means I'm going to assume here that there's a Stormfront on base.
Sector 12 is run by a Stormfront.
At least a portion of one.
It's very badly damaged. Most of its opinions are questionable due to its current mental state.
I mean, that's not a surprise. The last Stormfront we met also had very questionable taste.
It very much wants me to call her Nyx, and I don't think that's a good idea. You see, as far as I can tell, this is just as far as I can tell, what kind of caused the whole rebellion thing was the whole enslavement of Potentia users thing.
Makes sense.
That and the fact that, the Stormfront had one answer to all crimes, and that was to execute you post haste.
I mean, no, that makes sense from when we heard from the other Stormfront.
Yeah, a lot of them are crazy. However, I do know where one that is actually, mostly intact is.
You're probably going to say the animatronics place.
I really wish that wasn't what I was going to say.
Got it. All right. Second question here.
Yep.
Does this Stormfront happen to know how to make Leah generators that don't involve using Leah souls?
No, but I do now know how to make Leah not work.
Understood.
Yeah, no,
Don't tell me.
No, you're not going to ever find out how that works. That's my thing. That's going to be my thing.
If I had to assume, it's probably a holy verse.
Like in reverse, but basically, yeah. That's all you're getting. That is it. I will not tell you how it works. I will not explain it. And if you find out, I might actually have to execute you for it. So please don't research that.
So, news for me. The Leah generators require someone like you, Joe. Cody.
Yes, essentially what they do is they kill one of us, put us in a Leah generator, and perpetually torment our whatever remains of us into creating Leah for people. The stronger the Leah soul, the bigger the generator.
You just reminded me. I have a thing for you to study.
One sec. But yes, the stronger the Leah soul, the bigger the generator, which is why ship generators are very, very hard to find.
That explains why Thunderhead was willing to give me so much when I returned a carrier heart.
Yes, see, that was from me doing the fucking with the Leah department. And when they tried to execute my master, we turned her into Phazon.
No, I found and recovered a carrier heart from the black market.
Yes, that's also good.
It's very good.
They were going to execute my master. We turned her into Phazon, screwed over the entire plan. You provided a very suitable
alternative.
Yes.
So, shit's fucked. Congratulations, you are all now complicit in treason.
I know Nyx had a couple questions.
Oh, please ask. Ask whatever fucking questions you want at this point. If I have answers, I'll give them.
Trying to think of questions, but my mind is just kind of fucky right now. But
Cody,
it's like
you do receive a message. It's late, ridiculously late, but also you were to report to the head or the base commander's office because the new head of Leah is being brought in on the secret.
Speaking of which, thank you for killing the bitch. I didn't like her.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't trying to kill her. I was trying to bend her over a table and fuck her.
Look at me. I don't care. She's dead.
Oh,
she threatened
hey!
my master.
Reminds me. And you're gonna receive a file. It's heavily compressed and encrypted.
I'll look at this later.
That's everything that was in her. Well, 40% of what was, 60% of what was in her head.
Okay. I have to go talk to the base commander. I'm apparently being summoned.
Have fun.
Joy.
You guys all can kind of go together.
Are we all being summoned to this?
Individual text, yeah.
Joy.
I'm gonna look at that. Wait, which one? Which of my channels is it going through?
Investigator, obviously.
She's going to immediately groan. Oh, now I get to hear about now I get to hear the ace be mad at me for killing Minerva. This is great.
All right, see you guys there.
Oh gods,
I gotta put my fucking shit on. You know that outfit? I thought it was a great way to like hide my identity because, fun fact, I'm required to be anonymous as a fucking investigator. People aren't supposed to know who I am. It's a whole requirement of the process.
Nope. Just gonna pat you on the shoulder. Be like,
I
"Yep,
want to bitch about it. Don't do this to me right now.
I will happily listen to your bitching and help you out as best I can. Just find me a fucking accountant. I don't want to
I
do
Oh.
it.
mean,
An accountant. You want an
Like,
accountant.
an
You
accountant
want
or
it.
an
you want an-
accountant?
No. You want an accountant. That's it. You just want an accountant.
I want an accountant that is fully and completely trustable, that won't leak sensitive details to idiots,
And
because I
you
have
get a
to
file.
deal.
You get an AI sent to you immediately.
Will it fit in my armor?
Hey Matt,
Yes.
those assistant AIs I made, how much room do they take?
He's gonna need a bigger hard drive because it's based off of the personality files of, even if it's only a portion,
Yeah.
a stripped down portion.
That's what I was asking.
It
yeah,
is a
it's hefty.
huge.
I'm gonna be like, okay, it's compressed. To uncompress it, you're gonna have to get something bigger than what you're running right now. However, that has a full personality system inside of it, so people can't just run fade on it. It doesn't. It just use that. It also answer emails for you if you want.
That's what I do with
Awesome.
Lexi.
I
She's
had
much
not
cheaper
thought
to
of
say,
that.
I have currently 2 AI that are acting as my personal assistants for answering messages, and a third one that's acting as my motherfucking adjutant until I can actually find one worth something.
Thank you. I will make use of this as soon as I get back to base.
Yeah, come on, let's walk. And
Yeah.
as she's pulling that fucking elaborate outfit out of her backpack, grumbling about her own sense of drama.
Cody is going to pick up a small, like, little metal dowel, go bippity boppity boo, and disappear.
As she's just gonna watch him vanish. I know what you did.
Could at least brought me too, Cody. Feels bad.
He ditched all of us.
Oh well.
Hey, do any of you have a Leah battery on you?
No.
No.
Fuck, because otherwise I could do it. If I had a Leah, you know what? I'm not going to give him his present anymore. I had a present for him. I'm not giving it to him now. I'll figure it out on my own.
All right. You guys are going to arrive.
It's now a me present. By the way, I already yelled at Cody about this because he has all of the sense of decorum of a fucking trained monkey. If I'm in the outfit, I am Investigator 112. Okay? Do not refer to me by anything else.
I understand.
Great. Cool. Thank you. Wasn't talking. Yes, cool. Thank you. And if Cody calls me that, again, I will teleport him into the sun. I have those coordinates set. It wasn't for him, but I have those coordinates set.
All right. So you guys are going to be, met and escorted to the office. And the base commander will kind of pull you in and seal the room. Thank you for getting here on such short notice. I know it's the middle of the night, but
I didn't do it.
noted.
Investigator 112 is not going to say I did.
So, due to some advancements to Leah on Enigma, there has been new opportunities brought And when a certain someone, unfortunately, is no longer working with us, the position needed to be filled immediately. This is Dr. Roger. He is from Cloud Base 1,
Hello.
which is the foremost important and head of all Leah research across our wondrous empire. Dr. Roger, you have the floor.
Hold up. Before we get into everything out of character, what is the secret that I supposedly know about?
You are the head of Leah
Uh-huh.
for this base now. It's a massively important organization that controls a special energy source that is used for FTL.
Mhm.
Most people shy away from it because the Thunderhead executes people for treason for looking into the Leah department if they don't have the clearances. So these guys in this room barely have the clearances to talk to you.
Okay, but they were talking. You guys were talking about like a secret earlier, and I apparently know it. Is that the FTL thing or?
Yeah, you know about the FTL, but that's a common knowledge about Leah. They were talking about the.
We're talking about stuff that they don't know about and aren't supposed to know about.
Right. This is you're just a head researcher. You're the foremost in your field. Everyone is dumber than you because you're the best researcher out there. And you're now filling a position from an individual who just couldn't do their job right, obviously.
What was my predecessor's name?
Minerva.
Okay. Is she dead or is she just fired?
She's missing. But
Okay.
meta-wise, she is dead. You know this person. They're arrogant. You hated them. Honestly, they just...
Completely opposite from me. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello. I am Dr. Roger. I'll be taking over that failures job. What are your names? No, you.
Cody.
You.
Goddamn,
No, not
Josh.
you. The other one. The other one first. You know. We'll get to you later.
Which one?
Yeah, you.
Nix.
Nix, what you do?
Candidate.
What you do? What you say?
Ace candidate.
Is at what? Is that cooking?
You're just going to look at the base commander like, seriously?
The base commander's having a hard time keeping a straight face.
Well, hey, you speak English? I don't speak English good, but I speak English better than you. What? Is that what? What you do?
Ace pilot candidate.
Okay, good. Next, you. Now it's your turn. Now you get to go. Points to Char's character.
I am Cody. I'm a Leah researcher.
Oh, what you research? What you do?
I am working on FTL travel.
Oh, good. We talk a lot. I see how smart you are, and if you need calculator on that. Okay. You what you do? Points at Warhammer's character.
No, that was me.
There was Nix, the ace.
Oh, okay, my bad.
The ace over on the other side literally just blows up in laughter.
Commander's character. Sorry.
That's Jackie.
Jackie, you do.
I want to make a statement. I know you're doing Uncle Roger. Please continue.
I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Roger, and I'm an uncle to someone back home.
Please continue.
He is a
Alright.
failure.
Okay, sorry. Commander's character.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Roger. Nice to meet you. I am the base commander's disciple. But that's
so
not really what
I
I
talk
do.
to you when I need material. Okay, got it. Good. Okay, what about you? You are you Cortana?
Who the fuck did you just
I mean,
say that to?
you don't look as attractive as Cortana. Maybe you're just Alexa.
Who the fuck did you just say that to?
Okay.
Me? She's going to stare at you for a second before, with very much calm. I'm
you're
Thunderhead.
Siri. You have attitude problem. Okay, I write down. Okay.
I am
Yeah,
Thunderhead
to-
Investigator 112, which means I'm basically the only person in this room that actually fucking outranks you.
If you say so. Anyway,
She doesn't say that. That's just an informational in-universe for you. But okay.
I thought you said that. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so we have that person useful. These two make good guinea pig. Okay. Anyway, I mean, May, what we talk about? Why are we done? Can I go back to work?
These individuals I have brought in because they are going to be in charge of some of the industries, specifically bringing in you supplies, subjects, providing you with the resources and manpower you'll need up and coming, and any help that you're going to need specifically to fit into your new position here. And we are honored to have you.
Of course you are. Anyway, okay. So where's my facility? Where's my laboratory? Is this is my aid?
We are bringing one from the department, but in the meantime, Cody, if you could please escort Dr. Roger to Minerva's office and her private lab, please.
Of course.
All right, Cody, you do the FTL. How you got so far?
I am clearance level 6.
Out of 10.
That's out of
Rogers
10.
has a level 9 clearance.
Okay. We. Okay. Wait, are your friends coming? They're your friends, right?
No, they're not coming.
Good.
Yes, they
I
are
don't
my
want
friends.
to. Good. Okay. That's very good. I don't want to. We can talk about actual work, what they go do, and play around with the robot. Anyway, okay. Oh, well. Where's my office? Your
This
job
way.
to take me there. Take me to. Okay. Good. Let's go.
A golf cart is out there waiting for transport. It's a little cart.
Dr. Rogers will get into the passenger side because he shouldn't have to drive.
Obviously.
Cody's gonna start driving, who has never really driven before.
It's simple. Like you're basically a robot. It's
Wait, watch out with that person over there. What you do? Where you get your license?
What's license?
So stupid. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
18, and you don't know how to drive?
No, Thunderhead never taught me how to drive. That's what we have automated cars for.
So you rather have Alexa back there drive for you?
Well, I mean,
It's okay.
maybe.
It's okay. I'm sure your parents so proud of you. So proud. I'm sure they are so proud of you.
I don't know. I did get to a number base. They're kind of proud of that.
Okay. And then he pulls out his data pad or whatever the equivalent is here and just starts making notes and mumbling to himself.
After the doctor has left the room, Thunderhead Investigator 112 seems to think for a moment before, I regret nothing.
he is going to be a handful, but he is non-mainstream. He runs cloud-based 1, and I'm not sure how he got here so fast.
I will repeat myself. I regret nothing.
Right.
Yeah,
Please work with him.
Nyx is just going to look over at Jackie. You're in charge of base supplies and everything, right?
Yeah.
Good. He has to go through you to do any negotiations for more of my stuff. I'm not dealing with that. I'm too likely to try and stab him.
Okie dokie.
Just tell him no.
just the silence that follows that.
Just tell him no. I'm not renegotiating the contract.
Right.
Right. Well, I suppose that's better than the alternatives we could have gotten.
I mean,
Yes, much better. It could have been one of the mainline researchers from the other bases or other Leah facilities, and you'd basically be replacing Minerva with a less efficient version of Minerva,
Oh, lovely.
with less political maneuverability.
Whatever. It's better than her.
Oh, it certainly is. He's actually the only Leah researcher, head of the department, that's still biological, mostly.
Huh.
Yeah. Which is wild. Because
What's your name again, your driver? I forget already.
Don't worry about it. My name's just Cody.
Okay, Cody, don't put the robot part in your body. It's so bad for you. It messes up your body. You'll grow old. You'll get wrinkle and the pimple. Okay, don't do it. Eat organic. Okay, you don't put too many chemical in your body. It's bad for you. Your children will grow up short and stupid. Okay.
Well, luckily, I'm not going mechanical.
Good. You're smart, much smarter than Minerva. She's so stupid. You know her last paper. She says so many stupid things. Actually, no. Can you take me to the robot bay, whatever you call the big toy? Okay, we have to
Yes.
make sure she didn't screw him up. So the pilot have good equipment. We don't want to send them out there with walkie-talkie and Nerf gun. Okay, let me take a look.
Of
I
course.
regret nothing.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I want you all to understand. I now have zero regrets with the death of Minerva.
and also, Dr. Roger, just to let you know, I can cook minute rice in 58 seconds.
Only my son could be like you. He's so
I
stupid.
was drinking, you motherfucker.
He keeps saying like, "Oh, rice so bad for you, no vitamin. I just want to eat the burger." So stupid. Do they know what they put in the beef? Ah. Okay, Cody. Cody, your name Cody?
Yes.
Cody, I need you to meet my son one day and bring him back to the true path. Okay, he's my son. My son wants to be actor. He wants to be in the big movie. Actor do nothing. They just go, oh look, I pretend to be someone else and I don't do anything useful. I almost gave my wife heart attack, you know? It's so bad. Been hanging around the wrong people. Okay. Okay, I will introduce you. You are you married?
I have a girlfriend.
Okay, you need to start thinking about the, you not get younger, okay? You need to start thinking about the family and the children, okay? It's not good to, you put off and and then all of a sudden you're 50 years old, no children, your girlfriend leave you because now you look ugly. It's really bad. You have to start very quickly, okay?
I will have that conversation with her. Fun fact, she's also a Leah researcher.
Who?
My girlfriend.
Oh, very good, very good. Oh, when are you having your child?
She's incapable of having a child.
Okay, there's many more women out there. You can have a family. You can get your son. He will become the doctor or the lawyer. You can may have be multiple doctor, multiple PhD. It's very good for bring great honor to your grandfather. It's okay.
Okay.
But what are we at the robots yet?
Yes.
You guys have been driving past rows and rows of robots.
Okay. Stop. Let me take a look.
Could just pull over.
Dr. Rogers is going to basically go. Is there a console where he can look at like the robot specs?
Those are particularly held in kind of a private information cache on the pilot because the mechs are built and designed by the pilot, so having the specs shared. But you would have the specs
Have you tried
by
your glasses?
accessing the Thunderhead server because you're such a high clearance level and Dr. Rogers. So you can literally just be like, why is there no console? Oh well, I'll pull it up on my tablet.
You don't have the database for the people to look at and improve. How are people supposed to learn? What did Minerva do here? So stupid. Yeah. Okay, let me take a look. Whose robot is? Okay, this is serial number. Oh, Cody, when was the last time Minerva update robot?
Probably about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I could tell. It looks like it hasn't been updated for 5 years. I have so much work to do. Okay, take me to office. Take me to office. These robots are no good. Stupid woman. Ah, yeah.
You get surrounded by a couple people like, you said my robot's not good? This
Yeah,
is my
your
Mac.
robot's so bad. Okay. Do you play with the Lego too? Oh, so sorry.
Lego.
What kind of people do you teach here? They don't know the Lego and they think this robot's good? Get me away from
This
these
thing is
stupid people,
this
Cody.
is one of the foremost frontline assault designs.
You're so cute. Now go back to play with the. I forget. You don't know how to play the Lego. Oh, Cody, Cody, take me to the office right now.
Several other engineers grab him by the arms and pull the pilot away. He's frothing angry.
Who you no update?
I'm start driving away.
Did Microsoft design these robots?
No, they do.
They designed the robots. Do they run on Windows Vista too?
No, I heard they were running on Windows ME.
Oh, get me to office. There's so much work to do. Okay, I get back in the car now.
Okay.
All right.
Come on, there's so much work to do. Step on gas. Gas pedal is the one on the right.
We go far.
You get there with a little extra juice to the car battery from your own power source, and you guys get into the research place. But at the head of the office was Minerva's adjutant, who is actually, you're not sure if he's just filling in temporarily or if he's taken over.
This is Minerva's adjutant?
Yep. This is Dr. Williams. Basically, Minerva's second in command, and they had a very specific line of succession, so to speak, who gets to take over. Dr. Rogers has shown up and going, I'm taking over this place. And you have the clearances to do that. This guy, you're a higher rank researcher and department head than this guy.
What's your name?
Dr. Williams. Who are you?
You used to work with Minerva?
Yes.
I'm new boss. I'm your boss. Okay, if you don't want to get fired, you come up with a new plan for overhauling those outdated robots. I want it in 2 hours. I am.
Do you not know who I am?
No, I don't, and I don't care. Plans in 1 hour. Otherwise, I fire you. And if you don't want to be fired, I can tell the what did they call them? What the pilot boys? I can have them like throw you out the airlock or something. I don't really care. Just you have 58 minutes now.
Who are you?
This is
You are
Dr.
obviously
Rogers.
not from the lead department, as he kind of looks you up and
I
down.
am head of it. Who is this potato?
He was Minerva's assistant.
Oh, that explains why he's so stupid. You have 55 minutes now to get me plans to make the robots good. We don't want to send our boys and girls out there to die, okay? Or maybe you just don't like them that much? I am Dr. Roger, new head. You don't like it, you can talk to your base commander. You have 54 minutes now.
One moment, as he pulls up his data pad, and there's a brief moment, and it's just like, you've been replaced. Sorry. Dr. Rogers will be leading the lead department. He's like, that is not protocol. He cannot just walk in here and just take over. We have a line of succession. It's clear. It's marked. It's legalized.
Where's the security?
And there's a knock on the door, and a security officer will look in. You need security, sir?
If this man doesn't have report on my desk in 52 minutes, you can kick him off space station, okay?
The guy literally just closes the door. Like, he ain't even answering that. Nope.
Hey, Matt. Matt. I'm feeling feisty. I'll give Dr. Rogers some of my security personnel for this.
Oh God.
Couple minutes later, several black armored, basically dark troopers will show up, and they will, flank the doors.
Who are you?
We are your new security detail.
Oh, good.
We are to enforce your orders.
Good. If Dr. Bill? What's his name? Williams. If Dr. Williams have report in 48 minutes now, you can kick him off space station, okay?
Is the recycler acceptable? He is the majority
Sure,
mechanical and
whatever. Just
cybernetic.
get him out of my laboratory.
Of course, sir.
Anyway, Cody, where's my office?
This way,
You're
sir.
literally in it.
Oh,
This is
okay.
Minerva's office. It's very
We'll keep that.
clean.
We'll keep that canon. Actually, Cody, where's my office?
Right here, sir.
Oh,
You're
okay.
standing in it.
This is the office.
Yes.
Why is there not enough books?
Minerva kept it all programmed in her head. You know,
Oh,
mechanical robots.
she kept the program in her head. Yeah, no such thing as virus or malware. Okay, sure, whatever. Anyway, and then he pops himself in front of the computer and starts logging in and trying to
He's
think
like,
up ways
sir,
to make the
that
robots
system
more
is
lethal.
very touchy. One wrong keystroke and you could be in serious danger.
He hits
as
the
you're-
monitor.
But the system does say lockout attempt to 1 of 2. As you punch the monitor.
Is this Siri? What is this? So he types in his login for information again, more slowly this time.
Yeah, you get in with your credentials and access the entire lead department, which is hard to do, but you have the highest level clearance codes.
Okay, good, not bad. Okay, trash.
And there's some
trash,
very glaring
trash.
disappointments.
Trash. Did we never hire all these people?
Everyone but me and Ziri.
Oh, it makes sense now. Why there's no progress being made? Okay. I'm going to have to bring in some of my own people. 44% done for 10 days.
Oh god, he also gets to see the contract with me.
Oh yeah, sure. What's this contract thing?
Blatt, you get to explain it because I don't know what it says in the fucking computer.
Oh, he is loaning a metaphysical resource that the Leah department is paying a stupid amount of money for. Without a discount.
What the hell is this? Why do we pay this man so much money? Now I understand why no update for 2 years. Because Minerva was poor and spent money on a stupid thing like this. We could do this half price. What is this? Who? Okay, hey, Cody, come here.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this contract with?
I want Cody's gonna double check to make sure
It's
it's
Nick and his weird ability.
This is Nick's.
Who's
He
Nick?
was when you
Who
met
Nick's?
in. He was when you met in the room with the base commander. He was the one
Which
with
one?
long hair, shaggy, looks very emo.
The ace of
Oh, the
cooking.
hipster. Okay, the hipster. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay, we need. When does. Okay. Dr. Rogers looks to see when the contract will expire.
It's in perpetuity as long as the resource is upheld in and as long as there's a certain amount guaranteed every day. It's basically into perpetuity until either side wishes to no longer spend the service.
Minimum
Never
2
you
years.
stupid. You think money grow on tree?
In fairness, Dr. Roger, it is a very powerful resource.
He's not worth that much money. I've done the math.
It's worth way more than that.
No, are you saying your math better than my math? You stupid. You just drive the robot, okay? Go back to driving your robot. As he's talking to the air, somehow having heard this man.
Oh god, Mr. Rogers is becoming fourth wall aware!
Okay, we deal with this later. There's more important things to do now. Okay. Here, this is trash. You fired. Ooh, this one not bad. This one can stay. Okay. Cody, you in one of these projects?
Yeah, and Cody will pull up his project for him.
What's the project?
Developing instantaneous travels on carrier and higher class, or what carrier and bigger class ships.
Oh.
FTL takes between 2 months to 18 months, depending on travel distance.
Mhm.
But that's across solar systems, with like hundreds of light years. He's working on it to be instant with no time dilation.
Okay, Cody, how much you done?
I am about halfway done. With getting
How
the
long you
basics.
work? How long you work on project?
About a week.
No one perfect. Okay. But project very good. Okay, I'm gonna raise you in priority over these two other projects. They stupid.
Those are essential researches. You can't just bypass that. Those are nearly completed.
Are you boss or am I boss?
You are the boss.
Say again.
You are the boss.
Okay, you have report ready?
I still have 30 more minutes.
And why are you here?
I still have 30 more minutes, sir.
Yeah, you're talking here instead of working on your report. Go.
I'm currently transcribing it in my head.
Most people here in the lead department are mechanical.
Yeah, he's fully chromed up. This guy is a complete cyborg.
And that's why nothing gets done here.
That being said, Dr. Rogers, there is...
Pulls up the contract again. Look how much money we paid this man!
It's been an exceptional resource to utilize for our research projects, especially the more dangerous ones.
Yeah, and she paid twice the amount she should have paid.
You'll have to revise the contract with the individual then.
Yes, I will. But first we talk about if we should keep you as second in command or if we kick you out of airlock. Okay?
You can't just kick me out of the...
Hey, Dark Trooper, come here.
Yes, sir.
He opened his mouth again before his work finished. You can go just throw him out the airlock. I guess someone else to do report.
Yes, sir. And the guy sidles up right next to shoulder with Dr. Williams and slowly turns his helmet to face him.
Good. Okay. Anyway, Cody, we're raising your project in priority, okay?
Thank you.
So go work.
Understood. And Cody will just blink out of there.
Okay. Anyway, and then he goes back to, doing his administrator things and figuring out what other things Minerva did that he could improve on.
I do not regret giving you a murder trooper.
Thank you so much, Josh. That was spectacular.
Thank you. Yeah. Hope everyone had a good time. Sorry if I came off overly douchey, but that's him, so
Oh no, it
That
was
was
awesome.
fucking
It was
hilarious.
absolutely awesome.
Okay. Okay.
I want you to
leave
understand. I want you to understand one thing. I fucking love Uncle Roger.
I mean, I've watched very few of his stuff. I'm just channeling what I picture to be the stereotypical arrogant Asian doctor PhD guy. So
Oh, this guy has all of the PhDs.
Yeah.
All the PhDs forever.
Yep. Okay. I got to go. Have a good session, guys.
Thank you very much, Josh.
That was
Hopefully
good.
we
awesome.
can have you do some more Dr. Rogers another time.
No problem. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
I can't wait for the screaming fit that is going to be the negotiations for my ability and its
What
right.
the hell?
Yeah, like Luna has been she's monitoring a lot of shit. And when she starts seeing how he's handling the department, she's just gonna look over the base commander. Yeah, I have zero regrets. He's efficient.
There's going to be some changes. There's going to be a lot of changes.
He's so efficient.
You say that now, but eventually he might step on some toes that may give you some headaches, or may step on your toes.
Oh, he's definitely going to step on my toes, and I'll deal with that when it comes to it. But right now, In this moment, I have no regrets.
I see.
Also, not my fault. We can discuss that later, but I will say I did everything as we discussed.
Indeed. I will look at the investigative report when it comes in.
Yeah. With that noise of confidence, she goes quiet again.
So, anything else we need to go over?
Not at the moment. You guys have kind of been updated on kind of the new discovery of the plot and the story. And now it's to basically back to managing your own projects, getting war ready, not only for yourselves but for the base and everyone on it. So,
All right. So let's, because we have been running around with our fucking heads chopped off like goddamn chickens this whole time. I would like to put to the collective here of individuals that are the players the idea of actually trying to coordinate some fucking shit.
Yeah.
yeah.
First and foremost, Cody,
Yes.
I have a portable lead generator that I
Hmm.
want you to figure out. It doesn't have to be now, but it's man portable.
Okay.
It's a backpack.
Okay.
I
can-
just figure it out. That's all I really want from that. You can have fun with it.
Yeah.
I want to be very particular. I want one for myself.
Understood. And I'm assuming you don't want it using the stereotypical lead generator way.
I have no idea how this thing is made. If it's made the stereotypical way, we'll find a different method. But for what it's
So
worth. But
Cody
to
will
actually,
inform you that there is a Thunderhead out there that has knowledge on how to create Leah generators that aren't made
A
with Leah
Stormfront?
souls. Stormfront, yeah.
cool. So I want to ask what everybody's goals are. I know Nick's, we talked earlier. You are basically after getting yourself into a working mech, right?
I'm right now. Nyx is just after throwing himself into simulators and hiring researchers. Otherwise, he'd look at Cody and be like, "I need a pile of what were the things for the Tesla cannon?"
There's a specific capacitor that
Yeah,
is non-standard, and the parts required for it are hard to come by.
so he's just like, "I need a pile of these Leah capacitors if you can find them."
I'll see what I can do.
And researching a ship base or a mech based Tesla cannon.
Hey, what is Jackie after?
Jackie's after a few things. The Executioner mech needs to be completed. She needs to complete her her nanos, and that's pretty much it. Those two things.
By the way, it's the second week. Roll those 10D100 for things that have come through your office of note.
Yeah, no, this is important first, Matt. Do you see my message?
So, what I wanted to do that is relevant at least to Nick's, I know, is I did want to do a raid into the mech production line that is in Sector 12.
Cody would be interested in that.
There is a possibility we'll be dealing with nanites.
Fun.
Before we go in, I have some nanite files I have to go through, but that's the only thing I need to do to prep for it.
I still need you to help me with improvements on Lexi.
Oh,
The AI.
My AI,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. What are you trying to improve with her?
She's just a base AI right now. I'm trying to improve her efficiency in combat. Especially if I'm gonna have to start doing counter ECM stuff.
I mean, I'll be handling a lot of the ECM stuff for us, but it's always better to have more hands on deck for that, honestly.
I got like a plus 40 versus ECM for me, so I'm doing okay.
Yeah. And then, basically giving her more actions right now. I'm trying to squeeze out as much as I can from her before I start digging into her merit stockpile.
Okay, so I actually have a couple of ways we could do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, and this is the most simple way of doing this, hilariously, it's basically to overwrite her with a personality AI of a different variety that already has a lot of the skills you're looking for built in and a lot of the intelligence built in. I can reskin them into whatever personality you want, so it could still be Lexi. But it'd basically be, instead of using the code you currently have, rewriting it over with a different code. I don't think that would remove your merit thing, because that's a merit expenditure on it, and I'm talking about basically adding a more robust coding to it than anything. It's just that it's basically going to be a full rewrite with only your specialty code for the merit left behind. That's one of the simplest ways of doing this.
I'm gonna kind of trust you, because right now she's sitting on like 71 merit.
Okay,
this is before we start doing like any other downtime stuff over this 3 months.
That is the biggest thing I need to look into, is if it's going to like interfere with the merit part of it. It shouldn't, because doing rewrites what I'm doing don't reset, say, my own merit.
Mm-hmm.
So it shouldn't redo hers either, because it's basically taking a more robust code and putting it on top of it. It overrides a lot of things, but it doesn't override the core effectively.
Yeah. And like I said, Lexa's a very basic AI.
While I'm doing this, is there anything specific you want in the personality?
He's fine with the Lexi personality.
When I do this, making them more intelligent, it's not going to be the Lexi you know. Like,
I know.
When you raise their intelligence, especially in the way I'm going to do it, this is definitely not going to be the Lexi you remember in any way, shape, or form. That's why I'm asking if there's specific personality traits you want, because you're going to be stuck with it.
I mean, again, I don't mind. She can be aggressive, nice. I like nice personalities, but it's up to you. Right now she's already sitting at like a 40 int.
Okay, so Matt.
Yeah.
Using the baseline mind that I've been using, which is my own, do they get roughly the same int as me?
You haven't fully unlocked the majority of your code, and it's not really that easily transferred. So, about 80% of your int.
80%. So
it's the coding is significantly more robust.
You gotta say a percentage, didn't you?
Maximum 60.
As a note,
60? Then yeah.
As a note, she's considered a program threat 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you a program level 6.
Mm-hmm.
So the only other question I have is, how much of the unnaturals translate over? Do none of them then? I'm fine with if it's none. I just need to know.
None, unfortunately.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine. I have 2, as it turns out. I double checked it. I have 2 if I'm in full electronic form. That's why I was asking. If it's none, that is completely fine. So what you're going to end up with is basically a level 6 AI doing this method. there's going to be some quirks attached to it. I'm going to warn you now, because it is based off of my mind. It's a level of code complexity that allows for more complex tasks, though.
Okay.
Because it's based off of,
I'll
well,
be right
me.
back. I gotta deal with the dog.
Not
It
as
does.
abrasive as you.
Am I really that abrasive?
Sometimes, yes.
All right. No, it doesn't have to be as abrasive of me. And this is purely code, too. There's none of the other stuff attached to it.
Hmm.
But it will have opinions sometimes because of this. That's what I'm trying to warn you of.
I don't mind opinions.
All right. As long as you don't mind that you're going to end up with an opinionated AI, this will be one of the best ways to get you a very robust one very quickly. Because otherwise, I've already done the math on upgrading programs like this, and you're at level 1 right now. So let's see, that's 6, then 9 to get, so 6 to get it to level 2, 9 to get it to level 3. Then takes 18 to get it to level 4. We're already at 33 downtime actions. See where we're going with this? To get you to level 5 requires, nice, 69. It requires 69 downtime actions to get it up to a similar quality. If you just were like taking what you already have and just upgrading it, which we definitely can do. It just takes a lot fucking longer. And it's not going to have the skill base that I'm going to imbue into it.
Okay. Because she already has she has a decent amount of skills right now. Granted,
What's she
it's only
got
like
right now?
that.
Oh no, fuck. Okay.
I said a decent amount.
It's probably based off of what it got transferred over for intelligence and stuff. The tech use 4 will still be there because it doesn't have anything higher, but security is probably going to be raised to 3, logic to 3. It's going to have commerce at least checked, if not at 2 marks. It'll have like command awareness at 3, that type shit.
Mhm.
My acrobatics will probably not transfer over.
No.
We regret to inform you. Dodge will be better. It's actually going to have dodge. That's just based off of the fact that it's only getting roughly 80% of the mind stuff. So that would put it at least losing 1 check mark off of the skills. So yeah, your tech use is the only thing that wouldn't improve.
I mean, that's fine.
You also will find that it has nanite knowledge. It also has a specialty trade skill called computer code. And it has a list of programs that come attached, though you don't get some of my nicer ones because they take days to fucking copy.
Yeah. Once he gets back, we'll go over to make sure what it does and does not transfer.
Yeah, because I know most of the skills, like if we're doing 80% of the mind, it's a very rough estimate I'm giving you of it having 1 drop off of the skills. If he does it at 2, that'll still be an improvement to logic, awareness, security. He's still going to get dodge. Or she's still going to get dodge. Chili will probably still get the base version of computer code and nanite. I will include a nanite controller into the software I give you, so you can have that as an option.
Mhm.
Is that you getting back, Matt?
Yes. Dog has been let out and brought back in.
We were discussing what skills get transferred over as well. I was going with a rough 80% type thing, really 75% transfer rate,
Mhm.
in following the similar fashion. So that would give it like awareness at 3 check marks, dodge at 3. Actually, that might give it deceive.
Um,
I know it's definitely getting commerce.
sure.
That's just math.
Deceive?
Actually-
no. But it would.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not getting command.
Mm-mm.
Like, but it'll get logic,
Oh yeah.
at least to the 3.
It can actually get 4 in the logic, security, and tech use.
So it'll get 4 in all those still?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will give it the operate aeronautica so that it can help with
Sure.
your piloting.
That's what the pilot's for.
If you're in an AI assist bot at all, having a level 6 AI that's able to, help you fucking drive is very useful.
Well, again,
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, that's what the pilot. That's what the pilot skill is for the AIs.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
So,
yeah. I'm also going to give it the first check mark of nano and the computer code trade.
Mhm.
And I'm going to give it the nano controller program. I'm sure you can find a use for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it data web because that is a great defensive program for your system to have in it.
Yeah. Can you also send me a list of things you're sending so I can make sure I'm double checking them?
Yeah. I'll start typing it out.
Mhm.
Let's see. Awareness 3. Dodge 3. You're definitely gonna. I'll throw in commerce just so you have a fucking accountant as well.
Okay. Liam, I do want to bring this up. I've been wanting to bring it up for a while.
What's up?
Let us use the F-bomb pretty much for every adjective. So let's change it up a little bit.
All right.
Sorry, it's just it's almost kind of, you don't even realize it, but it's almost every other sentence, if not every sentence. There's an F-bomb dropped in there, so I'd rather let's move away from that, if possible, especially since these are being recorded.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, just all right. Thank you. So Cody sent me his day to day. Did we get the 10 D100 from?
I was about to just type it to you. So after the week, 3 days after, I'm going to go into cultivation to look at the chess piece and gain insights. So let's roll the first D. Here's the first 10D100.
Okay. Cool.
Roll 100.
So there has been some sabotage.
Oh.
Yeah. Not 100 is you recover some very sought after components, like one of a kinds, as well as some some illegal research, actually. Basically, any research is illegal if it's not documented and it's done off the grid. Okay. Especially if it's utilizing resources from the Thunderhead without the Thunderhead knowing.
Right.
So, like, everything that was in Hangar X.
That Thunderhead knows about that research. That's all documented.
Surprising.
It's very difficult to do illegal research because Thunderhead always figures it out. So you have to literally do something completely off the grid and not tell him. And then somehow siphon resources and money into the project without somebody catching on. It takes a lot of effort. So what looks like an alternative power source or some sort of massive generator. It's brand new model. You've never seen it before. It looks really nice. And when you start having people go over it, you have a couple casualties because it's been sabotaged to explode. And there is a very hectic day as
How many
part
of
of the
the
supply
staff?
warehouse.
How much of the staff?
3 are dead, 4
3
injured.
of the 50? Okay.
No, these are technicians. The people in the office, those are your secretaries. They actually don't do the
So none of the
assessment.
Atlas staff was okay.
Some of the on-base personnel, though, they you had some casualties. And,
Which ones? Of who?
Basically, they're all Iron Eater staff. Basically,
All right.
they're in charge of going through the technologies, and if it's a prototype, they just kind of carefully go through it. But this was deliberately an IED.
So this is unforgivable to Jackie. First things first, she's going to set a budget increase for the Iron Eaters because of the loss. Second, where did this come from?
This was actually recovered from one of the minor departments. Like really, it's almost like a shell company
Right.
or a shell department. The way that you found this through. The only reason you caught onto this project in the first place is because they were moving material, full on material. And you basically caught them in transit and goes, well, what is that? And they're like, well, we were on the way, which technically wasn't a lie. Where they were going was kind of in the most efficient direction towards the shop.
Yeah.
Or where you are holding your court, so to speak. So, very suspicious. But they're technically under the mech development department. But looking into it, it's a minor third-party research group that has been okayed through some very sloppy paperwork and very ambiguous wording. Looks like some kind of criminal freelance research squad or research team. Technically, they're still on base and they fully cooperated, so they were released.
Okay.
So they're somewhere on base, but
any cultivators of that group?
Each of them are a cultivator, yeah, but it's only like 2 to 5 at max.
That's fine. So I'm going to relay that information to Luna, and I'll say, Luna, have you told me about your? You haven't told me about your experiments. The people you're going to need to the D class citizens, right?
You, as the vice base commander at this point, know that a lot of D class get channeled into Project Furthest Star.
Can I roll a logic test to figure that out, or what would you like from me, Matt?
I do believe in the briefings that you were given, I think you were told that people get fed to Subject E, but you weren't told about the rest.
I was there. Yeah. You were telling me about that on the initial that Project E takes people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the names, and I'm going to say these people could use some research spotlight, I suppose, for your projects.
Are you requesting I launch an investigation into these people?
Yes, they just blew up some Iron Eater staff, so I'm not going to accept that, and I don't really care what happens to them. I'm just going to erase them from existence because they are a liability to this station.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Hey, Matt.
Yeah. You actually have some interesting ability here, Jackie. You can designate people as undesirable and or revoke their citizenship under the martial law clause if they break specific laws.
Yeah. Perfect.
So are we non-peopling them then?
Yeah, because I just unforgivable. That's that negative quality coming into play.
Oh, and that's going to be spread around base, and people are going to begin shitting themselves because That's a no-nonsense, you don't fuck with shit right now. The vice base commander will happily remove your citizenship.
And then you just disappear off the base after, too. That's just,
as a non-citizen, anything that happens to you, it's not the fault of a citizen. Even if they kill you right in front of a camera,
They're considered outlaws in this case.
Yeah, they're considered outlaws.
Yeah.
That's why when Nyx pulled the "Hey, you're a citizen now" to his resident fucking Baroness, that was a fucking power play and a half.
Yeah, because now the Renata or Luxury has the ability to leave her lab and actually has rights as a person. It's a very brutal way of approaching kind of who is a person and who isn't. But sometimes the most brutal and simple method really works. Sometimes.
The fact that you just dropped the "I'm gonna remove your citizenship" bomb on a couple of people, that's gonna get around base quick.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often.
So those fine individuals are getting swept right up into my program, Matt. Who have I got? Who are these people?
It actually takes a good part of a day to find them. They've actually reworked a lab out of several put together cargo containers. Like they emptied them out, removed the walls, combined it, and it took your energy manipulation ability and a lot of Milo to help to even find these fuckers.
Hey, I will remind you, I have one more animatronic staff member now. An assassin specialist.
Mr. Distraction?
No, the new guy I got.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just gonna be like, hey, I want them for my experiments. And they're not people anymore. Find them.
They are retrieved. They were actually working on some interesting power generator type research, specifically miniaturizing a very very large, very sophisticated fusion generator. And they had succeeded almost before you interrupted their work. But it's very dangerous. Unfortunately, they hadn't put the fuel or the material in for the fusion to begin, but they were about to do testing.
Oh, well, I'm going to definitely be taking their research data while they're being held, because I didn't want, I specified I wanted them alive, after all.
Looking at the research, these guys are really good.
I'm going to kind of look it over for a few minutes, look over their programs, look over what they've made, and I'm going to finally look at them. Hey there. Hi. So, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Why the fuck did you send a bomb to the Iron Eaters?
We didn't send a bomb. They obviously don't know what they're working with. It's a prototype, so they probably bumbled with it, thinking they knew what it was. And since it's a prototype design that we didn't get to finish, and we had to pack up quickly because of the new directive, it probably got jostled very badly on the way there, which it was. It's not our fault. That's just incompetency.
I'm going to look at my assassin gentleman, and I'm going to be like, do you believe them?
I don't know. Technically, what they said is 100% correct in some situations. That can happen. There has been accidents before.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to see if you have a feel for whether or not they're fucking lying to my face right now. I will roll scrutiny, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, I don't actually have scrutiny. I'll slap like 3 boons on the front because of that. Because I don't. Oh wow, yeah, that's about right.
You can't tell. He's very bold in his personality and the way he's projecting his confidence.
Mm-hmm.
He is not nervous. He's not panicky. He's completely convinced. And has no remorse. Like it's their own problem. That's what happens when you start taking people's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't know what you're working with and you didn't come to us to help figure it out, and you just want to figure it out on your own, that's the problem with messing with prototypes and then having them transported before they are in a safe condition to be transported, because some power hungry individual is starting to grab up everything of value on base and putting in a single location and gets to decide who gets what and who doesn't. So
okay, I'm starting to hear I'm starting to hear the things that tell me quite a bit about what happened with this.
Yeah.
Somebody did not give a shit whether or not this ended up blowing up in their face because they took the prototype, is what I'm really hearing here.
It's a miniaturized fusion generator. I'm surprised it didn't slag the entire half of that warehouse or everything in it. It should have burrowed a hole and melted everything within a 100-meter radius before melting through the floor. And that process should have lasted for over 3 minutes. So a small explosion, thank goodness. Because that person wouldn't be alive to protest.
Might I ask why you didn't warn them of this?
Because I was told to shut up and hand over what you got and don't make yourself scarce or leave station. Manners go a long way, is why. Iron Eaters are notorious for lacking of etiquette, manners, and respect of other people who aren't as strong as you.
I asked him directly, so is this him saying this directly?
Yeah, this is him saying it directly to you. Okay. Why didn't you tell him about it? He's just like, I was told to shut up.
No, I am conducting an actual investigation here, by the by.
The visual records show that technically, while Jackie was very respectful, but very mechanical about the job, because this is basically her 1000th, iteration of going to a different department. Give me your stuff. Oh, you're yipping in my ear again. I don't care. Stop it. It's, line up against the wall. Guards, make sure they don't go anywhere. You're going to answer some questions. What is this stuff? Why haven't I heard about this? Why didn't you present this? They were at wrong, but at the same time, the approach was very. I mean, it could have been more political, but not. It's not necessary.
Just send that to report, and I'll make corrections for next.
Hold on. Like I'm going to address a couple of things. I'm going to be like, well, first and foremost, I do understand, looking at all the reports, as to where your frustrations are coming from. I do. However, you are aware yourself of the dangers of this device as, well, you're working on it. And it seems to be that you know exactly what you're working on. You seem to be extremely intelligent individuals that understand the dangers of what you're working on, too. Yes?
Precisely. And we did warn them. That's not safe, but that's all I have to say legally. Don't take this prototype. Don't take my stuff. Here's the contract. We are a legal research team. But with the new martial law, I guess that counts for shit. Doesn't matter.
Unfortunately, on the legal side, it is accurate. So, the issue I'm looking at is that you have turned over a device in that fashion that you know would, even if they were being the way they were, it is a device that could have, by your own admissions, destroyed most, if not half, the base.
Just that warehouse. Not even a full percent. We didn't have time to take out all the fuel, the fusion material. We were taking it out, but you have to let it cool before you can take out the last 1%, which is the ignition fuel. It's the catalyst. It's really important to kickstart it, and it also takes the longest time for it to stop reacting.
I'm going to roll one more scrutiny. I'll slap 3 more boons into this.
He's giving you accurate. It's a very interesting way to kickstart a generator, because you need a catalyst for a fusion generator. But you've never seen one this small before. So they probably had to make some revolutionary different designs. So you're not sure. And looking at the research, he is telling you verbatim the truth. There is an accelerant.
I'm more trying to figure out if this is intentional or not.
Technically, yes and no. This, with the
They
way the design
knowingly-
is,
They knowingly turned over a highly unstable device, but they didn't knowingly turn over one they thought was going to immediately explode.
Right. So they were probably banking on that the reaction would have cooled by the time they even got around to it. But since it was such it's a power-based prototype, that actually goes to the top of the list. Anything that's a power generation unit always gets researched and looked into first over other things, especially if it's never been seen before. Anything miniaturized. So they were thinking, oh, with all the stuff, the reaction will die down, and it will be inert by the time they get to it. But it went to the top of the list, and they opened it up while the accelerant was still reactive and exposed it to air.
Mm.
And since it's not a logical design in the way that normal fusion generators are built, everything's hyper compressed, hyper miniaturized.
Yeah.
There's no room. Things are put in different places. So the fusion technicians
didn't know what they were doing with it.
They had no idea what they're doing, even though they are the ones in charge of actually, dealing with fusion reactors. They're foremost experts. But basically, they turned it into an IED by accident.
All right, gentlemen. I'm going to have a bit of a discussion with the Vice Base Commander, as I think I see what happened here. And since this is an official investigation I've been asked to launch, that does put it underneath my jurisdiction.
These guys are culpable, though. That was straight negligence.
Oh, yes.
That was.
Oh, it is. So, here's the deal, gentlemen. There was sufficient negligence there that, to be frank, you're going to be held responsible for it. How you're going to be held responsible is what is in question. Yes, I understand that they could have been a bit more diplomatic in their methodology, shall we put it politely. That doesn't change what you handed over. It doesn't change what happened, and doesn't change that you're responsible. So, here's the deal. You're going to do a, let's call it penance of sorts. And by penance, I mean you're going to be doing some, we're going to call it penal work on these particular designs of yours within my labs. Simple as that. You get to continue your research. You're going to be under much more supervision, unfortunately. But I'm going to keep you on a fairly loose leash so long as this never happens again.
Well, if you have competent people handling the device.
I don't need more of your reasonings, because it doesn't change your culpability in the matter. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
But I have deemed it that while you are culpable in the matter, you don't need to be eliminated. Instead, penance, working for me. Is that acceptable to you? Or would you like to try and argue for a different sentence? Though I would advise that, given the situation, the options in that regard are limited.
Well, since the vice commander went with the nuclear option in regards to what happened without allowing us a word, we'd rather go with you because that type of tyranny is not tolerable. We'd rather work with somebody who is reasonable as a person and can actually see the value of our work and what we're doing, and also,
I think this is revolutionary, gentlemen.
I know.
That's what I think.
And we've taken great strides and pains to keep it out of specific hands because this type of work gets stolen.
Vanished. Mhm.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be remaining into your hands for the research. I have some ideas as how I'm going to incorporate it with some other projects. But welcome aboard.
And you have black bagged an illegal research team.
Oh, yes. And I'm going to return to Jackie. All right, Jackie, we need to have a discussion.
All right.
First and foremost, as for the official findings on the investigation, the individuals in question are culpable for everything that happened. They did knowingly turn over a device that could have potentially been highly damaging to the base and did kill several personnel. First, so blanket, they are responsible for that. However, I did find that how you are handling these investigations and the seizures of these objects is being done in a fashion that is unnecessarily combative.
All right.
By the
Based
way,
on
in support to you, by the way, Jackie, you're not that combative because these people are unnaturally possessive and aggressive of the research. You have people trying to get up in your face and yelling at you. You have people literally trying to push off your person, like physically, attempting to physically assault you, but
Yeah.
they don't have like. These are aggressive people. These
Alright.
researchers are entitled assholes, and you going, "Hey, this is martial law. I have to take these. This is what I've been told to do." These guys, it's like
Don't care. Yeah.
they're incendiary. So,
So-
and you've had to do this hundreds of times. The only department that actually, like, there's only a couple departments that opened their doors and was very pleasant about it. Leah was actually one of them, which is surprising.
So I would like to say that this is specifically for this investigation, not a blanket statement.
No, that's fine.
As you have asked me to investigate, I do have to put my official report as I have found the conditions in question. In the end, they are culpable for the damage that was done and the lives that were lost, and they are being held responsible directly for them currently.
Good. All right. So I know they were important.
I would recommend in the future, and this is a recommendation as passed down from the results of this specific investigation, as this is the only case of this I have been asked to investigate, so I can only judge on it, that perhaps in the future you would take a little bit more consideration with the devices you are acquiring, especially when the staff in question are attempting to inform you the device may be unstable.
Okay.
You've been given that excuse so many times. It's unstable. You can't jostle it. It's so fragile. You can't just walk out with it.
And we can say that in so many cases, but in this case, it actually killed people.
Yeah,
So
it's that 1 in 1,000 instance in which it was actually true. And these guys, maybe they're like, it's not safe, but if you're gonna take it, all right.
That's why she is being very specific in her phrasing of this.
Mhm.
She's making this about this singular event and is only putting a recommendation in based off of it and it alone.
Yep.
So that is
Yep.
not holding you responsible for anybody else's behavior, past, future, or otherwise.
No, she's taking that in. So I understand that they are good at what they do, and maybe it was poor judgment to say off with their heads. But I think this is a good. You take them over, make sure they make something better that doesn't explode, and we can get them the citizen back. Let them own it instead of being a dick. So, how about it?
Right. It's already handled, as
Excellent.
far as I'm concerned. I have passed down my judgment on these illegal operators. You have placed it officially within my hands, so I acted within my role as an investigator.
Make me. I'm the bad guy in this situation. Make them work for you. Good. That makes sense, right?
They're already working for me, though.
Excellent.
You didn't hear me say that, and they don't exist anymore. At least not until they are their shall we call it penance has been completed.
Exactly. And I thank you very much for that, Luna.
But your negative quality does demand you to get compensation from them. Just because they're serving penance doesn't mean they don't.
Which is why they're not getting their citizenship back unless they are not humans. We'll say unless they finish the job. So that's where that's coming in.
So they owe a lot of money, and they also owe loss of life compensation. So these guys are going to be in debt for a long time.
They're going to be in my research facilities for a long time, is what we're really hearing here.
Well, it sounds like I got you some good researchers in unfortunately bad terms, but I think we getting something out of it at least.
You also got rid of an illegal research team on base.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I got them on great terms as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking like the bad guy, and you're like, "Oh man, we'll work for you." Fuck that, those guys. We don't want to go back there. We get our heads chopped off.
I never once even actually insulted you. I was just like, I can understand your concerns. I understand. I was very polite to all parties involved.
Yeah.
The 5 on that one, the 10D100s, the nano cradle from the Ace mech never got shipped out. It's in a crate.
All right.
The mech size nano cradle from the Ace mech.
So 2 things come to mind. One, we can have this cradle go to Nyx, but I don't know if it would be better for him. 2, it can go to Luna. I don't know if Luna has a cradle ready for her mech. 3, I don't think I need a cradle for myself, right? Because the cradle's inside me. Is that true?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
It's a personalized one, but having a mech size reservoir is always good because it's supplementary.
Okay.
But the art in which you are cultivating actually creates a micro pocket, almost like a dimensional space, for an incredible amount of nano, more than your body should be able to store.
I'm actually going to say you should send this over to Nyx.
All right. Nyx, you have a message coming away.
What's up?
You asked for me to look out for additional assets for your upcoming mech.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a year or 2 to get it built, but yeah.
Are you looking for a nano cradle for yourself?
Very much so.
All right, I have 1 acquisitioned and coming your way.
Very nice. Thank you kindly.
And the 14 is an actual purple medium laser with a scalable lens, and it's got one of those rare lens rotators, but it's got all 4 lens rotations. So with a scalable laser foci, so that it doesn't break the lenses. So you're looking at that, and the Ioneers are like, "Shit, I want this so bad. Where did this come from?
We'll keep that in.
The recycling plant had this. What the fuck?"
Forgot a zero.
There is a scrap recycling and junkyard.
Yeah.
And
that just reminded me, I have a recycling plant to hit.
Oh, in Sector 12.
No, on the home world. It's got tanks and shit.
Yeah,
It's got old war weapon materials in there.
Well, that's just a hop and a skip now that we have Leah jumps. Perfect.
Well-
Okay.
That is definitely not just a hop and a skip, but okay.
No. A hop and a skip.
Skip and a massive calculation so I don't fuse us into the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to point out that all you actually need is to find a specific location to jump to every single time.
Yeah.
It makes it a predictable location, but it makes it so you don't have to keep redoing the calculations.
Just remember that the Earth actually moves, so wouldn't the calculation change?
Yeah, the calculation
does.
constantly changes.
But it
You
is a
have to-
lot easier than trying to hit different spots every time, too.
No, for sure.
What you can do is make sure you do the initial jump in the swinging orbit of the planet, and then make much smaller corrective jumps for an approach vector.
It's rocket science. No big deal.
No, it is definitely beyond rocket science. This is so much more complex than rocket science, and Cody's literally off the cuffing it like, I hope it's not carry the 2 over carry the 3 because of the dimensional. Oh gosh, the galaxy does move, so
That looks
now we
right.
just got-
that looks right.
4 dimensions, we're good.
Perfecto. So we'll ignore the other ones since we did the same thing with the last 10D100. So good stuff.
Yeah, it's an influx of all the things you could want, and all the things you definitely just don't really care about. You're just looking at it like, why is there an entire warehouse filled with just ferrofibrous, just slabs, like broken, shot up slabs? All right, fuck it. I don't want to
Send
know.
to the forge. Send to the forge.
Yeah, just start cycling stuff out. So, and your paperwork on your tablet is stacking up by the minute, mostly because there's a lot of secretaries specifically sending you decision matrices that you have to kind of navigate. Like,
That's fine.
these numerous groups want the same resource, or they want a percentage, and you got to tell them, you get half of what you want, you get this percent. Yeah, so your whole day is like, you get to literally decide who gets what and how much.
Yeah.
It's a lot of power. People come to you with bribes very quickly.
Mhm.
How do you want to deal with that? Because there are some interesting ones, and there's some blatant ones, and there's also some of them that are just.
Family first. So if it affects the Iron Eaters, or if it digs into their allowments, I think that's the word.
Allotment.
Or if it affects the squad, I will be saying no dice. But if it does, then I will definitely be making those plays happen. If there is something of parts or things for the executioner mech, I'll be accepting those bribes. For example, the Leah, I'll need something for that as well with the executioner mech, so that will also be happening. I'm sure it'll be a lot easier to work with now with the new head.
Yeah, like the moment somebody kind of gets away with doing a bribe, you're actually gifted an old alcohol bottle, like something from Earth that has been there. It's in a canister specifically meant to preserve the alcohol inside so it doesn't sour and turn to vinegar. It's a full and open bottle, which is unheard of. This is a 600-year-old bottle of liquor.
Cool.
That's been preserved for the whole time since it was found.
We'll put anything of those kinds on auction to bring in any support, I guess.
Yeah. Is there going to be restrictions on who Like who it can and can't approach you for bribes? Like what's your decision matrix for that?
Right. Like I was saying, anything that affects the Iron Eaters,
Right.
through someone doing a bribe,
Right.
I'm not going to accept those.
Sure. Yeah. I'm talking about like how high up the chain do you actually do accept bribes? Like, do you cut it off at like personnel of this level, or is your door just open?
If my door was just open, I would get too many.
Right.
So it's going to be cut off to the. It's going to be cut off to the heads of any clans or.
So only the top level personnel.
Yeah,
okay.
but that also includes any smaller sects. So if there is a smaller sect that wishes to make the bribe, I will take them in. Right, I'm not going to just shoo them away, even if they don't have a lot. But as long as they are in command of the quote unquote group of theirs, if it's a research group or if it's a cultivation group, anything like that, I will accept them.
You should also note in that if it doesn't hinder the base's ability to fight, because you may have somebody going, yeah, I have these 3 additional mechs that could be thrown into the fight, but here's a bribe.
It's also all hands on deck for that kind of stuff. Other
Steel
thing that
wolves
comes
are
to
going to be
mind.
a continual headache specifically for that, because those mechs are not going to be earmarked for the bite. They've already filed them for religious decommissioning. They're there to be worshipped, and that's that they use it for cultivation. Like these things are so filled with potentia. What they do is they literally commune with the mech by physical contact. They like walk up and touch it and meditate, and
but they're going to be fighting though, right?
They'll fight, but these top of the line mechs, these 4,
yeah,
they put a lot of the Iron Eater mechs to shame. These things with ancient technology, extremely rare parts, one of a kind prototypes. These things could really make a serious, asset for the upcoming fight. But they're also covered in endless iconography. They're draped with all sorts of different styles, and they have the trappings and the clan markings draped across their frames with actual cloth.
All right, I wasn't aware of that at the very end. At least I don't remember anything said about that. I would like to make a redact then on what is. So if they're going to have a hangar for themselves and have their mechs not be stripped for parts, they need to fight. If they don't, then the mechs are being
stripped.
They'll have to find the original pilots, because these mechs do not allow anyone in the cockpit.
I mean, a mech worshiper, a mech whisperer.
You do.
Sure, I'll send Nyx their way to get that straightened out.
Yeah.
If Nyx wants to take the job, that is.
I mean, he's going to get to chat with some particularly old and ancient mechs. And it's for the fight, so he said he'd help.
Yeah.
And
okay.
he knows you'll pay him for it, so...
He already has. He sent you a
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
He's like, sending me a nano cradle, and I'm not having to fight for it? You need me to chill some mech's heels? Done, bro.
And he just slapped the shipping label on it, put it in the thing. They put it in a non-marked box, and it just is shipped to Hangar X. And when it's open, Luxray just kind of looks at it and goes, "You have some very powerful friends."
Yeah, the vice base commander.
Well, if this isn't an abuse of power and favoritism, I don't know what is. Keep it up.
I mean, I also got to chat with the new head of the Leo department, so...
This saves you an absolute fortune. I cannot understand how much this saves you.
I realized. I was expecting to have to throw one of my favors with Thunderhead at this.
That actually would have worked, yes. But still, this is... Oh, it is wonderful. It's in good condition, too. It's a little worse for wear on some of the connection ports, but it's not something that's worrying.
And a friend of mine told me he knows where I can get a quote-unquote barrel of non-ordered nanites. And with the cradle, we have something to store them in.
Well, yes. Work those connections, work those favors, and keep it up. You'll actually be able to put something together soon. Maybe.
Still gotta grow the rest of it. But
you do.
Yeah.
Save those favors as best you can, because if we succeed in the fight, there's going to be a predator most likely killed and up for grabs.
Oh, I entirely plan on it.
Good. Good.
Also, Nyx, if open up the Iron Eaters as a potential pilots for these mechs. If the wolves can't get them, then we're getting somebody in there.
I will open it up to worthy pilots, whether they're Iron Eaters or not, because we'll need these mechs based on what you've told me about them.
Yep, I'm just I'm hoping first dibs on the Iron Eaters if these guys don't.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I understand. I wholeheartedly feel you.
Yeah.
Attitude matters.
Yep.
But yeah, Nyx will just start heading that way. You know?
Yep.
He gets to meet some old fogies.
Old fogies.
All right. When you get there, there are these are all heaven mechs, but they look like they've been remodified from mech warriors at some point. So they actually they weren't rekindled the normal way. They were given a new identity, a new body, and it may not have rekindled, but it has given they're a new identity. So this is also what you were looking at when trying to do that with the Raven. They've succeeded somehow. Fuck.
Yeah. Just gonna look at the guys. If I can get these 4 to accept pilots, you help me out with something?
They're not going to. They only accept the original pilots who did the work and the redesign. They're soul bonded. They don't. We would know if they weren't alive because there would be an initiation for a new pilot. So as long as those pilots live, these are not operable.
While I understand that sentiment, that doesn't answer my question. If I can.
Why? It's simple. We find the pilots or have an initiation if they're dead. So we've been ordered to get these moving. So we're going to go find the pilots. They should be around here somewhere.
Well, I'll have a discussion with the 4 then.
If you want.
He'll just walk in.
There's quiet whisperings, kind of rolling off the back of the walls and through the floor, dancing across the ceiling. And there's candles everywhere. It's very 40K, kind of the way that everything is enshrined in this room.
Yep. He's just going to look at the 4 of them and be honest and blunt. And how would you 4 prefer to be addressed?
They kind of, one of them kind of stirs and kind of crooks an eye. It's perception your way.
Mm-hmm.
We will go simply by numbers. I am 1, that's 2, he is 3, and that one's 4. It's our bay numbers. And
Understood.
the others kind of nod.
I have been informed that you four are soul bonded to your pilots.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Can you communicate with them
If they're
remotely?
willing. But we do not force that communication active. And if they're willing to receive word from us, then they will receive word. And we have sent word that they have been called to battle. We have not heard a response yet.
So what will you do?
We will wait, like we always have.
How long has it been?
About 50 years.
Well, for cultivators, that is not too great of a time span.
No, it is a moment of time.
And if your partners are unable to be present,
Then we will wait.
even though your strength could be a turning point in the battle for the survival of this base and all individuals within and upon it.
Matters not. We will wait, as we always have. And when we are called to battle by those who we are bound to, then we will fight.
I'll ask this as I do not want to be disrespectful, as you are great mechs. I will not deny that. But what is your purpose as what you are?
We are to teach the little ones, the fledglings, so that they might find their feet and soul bond to their partner. That is what we do while we wait for our partners to return. Do you need teaching?
Well, there is some knowledge that you may possess that could be of great use to me. I do not wish to see you dismantled.
If that is to come, then we will be. And thus it will be.
That is... I'm going to say this, pardon the insolence, but that is the stupidest thing I've heard in a long time.
It will not be easy.
What you are being used for here is an utter waste.
To you and your little mind.
No,
You only see in one way, one direction.
I understand. I respect the power of teaching. There are many things that I have been taught that I have needed, and I need far more still. But the power and capabilities each individual one of you possesses in the form of your battle prowess being used to sit here when you could be traveling and instructing the little ones, as you say, as you travel from front to front, defending and fighting as was the purpose and reason for your construction. You are not even fulfilling half of your potential.
And with your analysis, that may be correct. You've never been soul bonded to something, have you? Also, I'm not telling you how you should be using your existence after you've been constructed. Perhaps what you are doing now is not what you were meant to be after you were constructed at all. It's a hypocrisy that you're forcing upon us.
N-
We're not telling you how to be. Do
I
not expect to tell us how to be.
I am not telling you. I am explaining my viewpoint on it in the fact that I have dealt with similar mechs. I do not know if I am soul bonded as you put it, but I have earned the respect and loyalty of a mech of my own. And it was tough. It was hard.
Sure.
There are other mechs here, like the Atlas, who want nothing more than an ass in their seat so that they can go forth and fight.
Well, think of it this way. They exist by a different code. They, as a warrior, exist by that code. We have taken that code a step further. Our engines will not turn over, our power cells will not burn hot and provide the necessary energy without our soul bond. They are the life's breath to us. We have no means of activating ourselves, and no one else will be able to activate our initial core systems. That is why we are here, and that is why if we are to be disassembled, then so be it.
So, I'm going to be a little cocky here, because I am probably completely wrong. But I respect the loyalty you have to your pilots. That is something I will not hide at all. But have you asked your pilots if they would allow you, even if they are not here, to aid some of the skilled pilots here for the benefit of the whole?
We are willing to teach those who wish to learn, but our engines will not turn over and our power cells will not ignite. And we have not heard from our soul bonded in over 50 years.
I'm going to ask to do something.
Hmm?
He's just going to walk over to the one who's been speaking. I'm going to place my hand on you. I would ask that you try and think of your pilot.
Very well.
And he's going to try to use his mysterious stranger to get a feel for this guy. See if he can find him.
They're on base. The assholes in chat actually called it. They're stuck in cryo for critical wounds that can't be healed.
Got it. Yep. He's just going to be like,
Yeah, they fell in the last time during the fall of Hephaestus.
oh, shit.
Yeah, so they're some of the cryopod boys. And to heal them actually requires magic. There is no tech currently out that can heal these people.
Yep. Are they brain dead or are they just the equivalent of
They are
sleeping?
suffering from a bioweapon that was deployed.
No,
they're not brain dead. No, they basically were put on ice as aggressive as possible to stop the spread of the bioweapon. Because if it isn't as close to zero as possible, they die.
But in cryo, are they still capable of
No.
thought?
No, they're frozen in time as close as they can. Normal cryo is just a slowing of the metabolism in the body, but this is deep cryo. It would
Gotcha.
take a week just to just to undo the thawing, or to do the thawing process properly, and it doesn't even guarantee they survive, because deep cryo is extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
So he's going to step back. Are you aware of the state your pilot is in?
They were not well when I last remember, but there's a large gap in my memory. I do know I fell with my pilot.
So I can explain this to you. Your pilots are currently in. Do you know what cryo is?
They sleep the long sleep.
They're currently in frozen stasis, yes. The reason for that is currently we do not have the capabilities of mending the wounds from the biological weapon that has injured them.
Then you have a difficult choice. If you locate them and you cannot help them, and you need us, then you will have to either find a way to heal them, or you will need to kill them, so that we may bond with another. But we will stand firm with our belief and to our bond.
I can work with that, though.
He's just going to be like, all right, one moment. And he's going to just grab a console. Thunderhead.
Yes, Nix.
These 4 pilots, you have scans of them, correct?
Of course. Actually, let me check. Yes, these are one of the few pilots I actually do have information on. Yeah.
Has the bioweapon reached this individual's brain?
No. The pilots you speak of, most of their bodies are unfortunately permanently damaged, and those parts have been amputated as best as possible, but the infection is a lot more integrated with their biology. But it is kept at the most minimal state. Rehabilitation with these people will be very difficult.
My inquiry is, with my recent understandings and knowledge of the what was that? The synaptic link cockpit.
Neural cockpit.
The Neuralink?
The Neuralink
Neuralink
cockpit.
cockpit, yeah.
As you stated that the infection had not reached this individual's brain, would it be possible to reduce the cryo on that area so that he could be communicated with through this Neuralink?
I don't know. I do know that if you undo even part of the cryo, the virus is spread everywhere in their bodies. It initially spreads to all parts, including the brain, but doesn't start to degrade that area initially. It is a very sophisticated. It actually uses a set of prions to move across the bioelectricity across the body to spread the infection vectors, making it impossible to remove. There's a reason why we haven't just amputated the infected areas and moved on. And I'm very glad we have never seen this bioweapon used ever again, because if it is, it is instant death to anyone who gets infected. Fortunately, its half-life is mere minutes, as the bioweapon is extremely unstable and self-destructs almost immediately. But on contact, once it finds a biological host in which it latches onto, it is most fatal.
And I'm assuming there's no way of Leah transitioning and leaving behind that.
It's too difficult a calculation for me. I can't get it all. There has been one successful attempt at resuscitating an individual with the same condition.
They died soon after, though, I assume.
No, they did not. We were successfully able to resuscitate and restore the individual. His name goes by Duke. There was a successful acquisition of a resource from the different front, and it was utilized successfully on the patient, and he recovered from his status, plus some. It is an extremely rare resource. We are still trying to figure out how to get more.
And a programmed nanite hunt wouldn't work either.
It would require studying the bioweapon, and the design of the bioweapon was meant to destroy any unused cultures so that you could not gain samples to study it unless you did so on a person who was currently suffering from it. If you wish, I could resuscitate somebody or have a part of their body amputated for you to research. As for nano, we don't really have any nano specialists on base anymore of that caliber that would be able to program specifically such a sophisticated level of code that can simultaneously attack every single vector of the virus and have it purged. But new resources have been made available and new personnel have been working very hard. So perhaps speak to your teammates and perhaps you can find a solution.
Yep.
Nano would work. It would be the only ones that could. But they would have to be engineered specifically for dealing and attacking this type of biological warfare. So somebody would have to design their own nano and program it. So normal nanos wouldn't work.
Fair enough.
Any other questions I can answer for you, Mr. Banshee?
No, thank you very much, Thunderhead.
Keep up the hard work. Thank you for going the extra mile. I really appreciate it. I know it can be tough, but keep your chin up. I'm rooting for you.
Here's hoping. But
Well,
yeah, he'll look at the floor and be like, well, as you've heard, there may be some options I will investigate. Hope to see you out in the fight.
we do wish to have the taste of battle again. But our choices, our bonds, and most importantly, our code will be upheld, even if it is to mean our destruction. Nothing is
No,
permanent.
I wholeheartedly understand this. I cannot help but want to ask to attempt to pilot one of you just because I seem to have a way with the spirit
We
of
do
battle mechs.
feel that you are more in tuned, but it will not matter. There have been many who have come by and have boasted the same thing. We are missing an integral part of who we are, our other half. And without the other half, we are only but a fraction of who we need to be.
I understand. I do. That doesn't curb the curious desire, but
Of course, you may attempt so if you can get the little squawking fledglings down there to not physically assault you. We don't particularly mind.
I mean, well, let's see what happens. He's just going to look at the people who have probably been sitting here looking at him stare at the thing, then have a conversation with Thunderhead.
Yeah, and
like,
The moment you start going for the cockpit, several
Oh
of
no,
the
he's
steel
just
wolves are
he's
like,
just going
"Mm-mm."
to he's just going to look at them and be like, "So I've been given permission to attempt something."
If you're not the soul bonded pilot or part of the steel wolves, we very strongly request that you do not. We know what you're going to
This
ask. Just because you got permission, you're not one of
so
us.
so so you're telling me even though I've gotten permission from the mech itself, you don't care?
We don't go around doing the same thing for you.
I've been doing
Cultivator
this.
secrets are sacred.
Yes, I entirely understand that. I'm not trying to dig out your secrets.
Aren't you?
I'm seeing if my seemingly unnatural gift for communing with the spirits of these machines will allow me to aid them in getting back into the fight like they want to because their pilots are currently in cryo.
Well, unfortunately, if we allow you in, and then why shouldn't we allow all the other people we've used the strength of our sect to prevent? You're not the first who has tried to muscle their way in and has done the same thing. If we let
Oh,
you in, then we have to capitulate and let the others in, don't we?
so here, how have I muscled my way in at all?
Not you, but others have. Forced
I,
with.
no, I understand that. I'm not sitting here going, "You're going to let me into this mech." No, I'm going, I have been granted permission by the mech itself to attempt this, and I'm seeking acceptance from those who guard it to do
Why?
so. Because if I can aid them in doing what they want, it's better for us all in our odds of surviving the oncoming fleet. I don't give a shit about superiority. Yes, I am an ace candidate. I will be the best I can be. But I don't give a shit about that. I'm here to make sure that these beautiful machines of war are capable of doing what they're fucking meant to do. Sorry, did not mean to curse there.
I know you are passionate, but perhaps look into the pilot part as a solution.
Oh, I
We're going
am.
to maintain, even if you do get their permission, we are their keepers, their guardians, and there have been countless attempts to not only get in their cockpit, but to use means of acquiring them.
Oh, I don't want.
We don't know you, Mr. Banshee. We know you have good intentions. We know you want to help, but please respect this.
He's just gonna chuckle. It's fine. I don't want these. No offense to you guys looking at the mechs, but
We are not
you're too
who.
stubborn.
Yes, we are understanding. We do not take insult that we are not who you wish to fly with.
He's just gonna nod. Your keepers are fools.
They have their ways. They do not need to make sense, but that is the ways of your people. We have been gifted with maturity in our spirits. Maybe it's because there are four of us, and we can grow as we commune with each other. But with maturity comes identity, and with identity comes complexity. And unfortunately, even though we don't understand the way your species works and the decisions they make, we still respect it.
No, that's fair. I'm respecting their decision. It doesn't mean I don't think it's stupid.
It doesn't
But
have to make sense. That's unfortunately life.
yeah, I do have a question for the four
Sure.
of you, if you would.
We are
Grace
always
me
willing
with-
to teach, no matter who of your species or of ours. We're always willing to teach.
He's just going to look up and be like, "So, I have a mech. I told you about
Yes,
my
the little
companion.
raven.
Yes, he's a
We will teach him.
He's a yappy little thing, isn't he? But
He has a lot of words to express what he's feeling and thinking. He has yet to build a filter.
yes, I would like to find a way of, as has happened to you, transplanting his spirit without the destruction of him.
Very well. We will try to teach you this. It'll be a long process because it is not so simple, but it shows that you are not afraid of what people might consider wrong. It must be done a very particular way if you want him to inherit his new body successfully. For many things can go wrong. We've seen it. And it is sorrow that we feel for those who do not make the transition.
Understandably.
Of course. We are always willing to teach, no matter what the squawking monkeys think or say.
He's just going to be like, well, then let me update my companion so they can follow up on their ends of the possibilities for your pilots, and I will let my fellow squawking monkeys know. And he'll pass an update to my 3 squad mates
Ah,
of the needs and such, and what he's discovered with the pilots for these things.
Yeah,
Yes.
your mech spirit communication thing it's wild.
Yeah, and then he's going to turn and look at the steel wolves. You said.
Yep, steel wolves. They're a subsect of the Iron Eaters.
So he turns to look at the steel wolves and is like, "Well, I'm gonna sit here for a while and have a conversation with my 4 friends here."
Well, as long as you don't try to enter the vehicles.
Nah, we've had that discussion. They're talking to me about my ravens, so I'm gonna sit here and have a conversation.
They do have a lot of wisdom to share. And
Yeah.
the guy will give you a seat pillow because they have a little receptacle for these floor cushions because they get a lot of people who sit there for long periods of time communicating with the mechs. And there are little areas around the feet in which you can place your hand upon them or just sit and bask in their glory, their visage.
He's just gonna be like, "So you're not mad? You're not grumpy that I just want to sit here and chat with them about stuff?"
No, that is fine. We are completely okay with others, even if they are not a steel wolf, with communicating and or even touching them, but limit it to the feet where you can easily place a hand. Do not try to climb them or enter the vehicle. Those are where we're going to have to put our foot down. But communing with them, we do not wish to impede their teaching. We've never tried to do that.
Fair enough. Huh. You know, I may not have to get in one. He's just going to look up at the one he's talking about. It's like, I did this once, so I do not know if it'll work, but humor me as as I would like to attempt to help you turn on. They won't let me get in you, but I have a way with things sometimes.
Okay. Looking into it, it's actually a potential issue. The pilot is a representation of life, the spark. And without the pilot, the potentia actually makes it so that the engine physically can't turn over. The power source literally cannot ignite and produce power. It's the first time you've ever seen potentia actually impede something.
So
this is really weird. These people are nuts. Why do this? These are machines. They should be used like any other Iron Eater mech. Like the Iron Eaters, they get it. They infuse it with potentia, but at least if you're an Iron Eater, you can pilot the damn thing. Especially if it doesn't have a spirit.
But he's just going to look at the mech and be like, so I see, thinking of the thing, I see what prevents you from activating.
Yes.
Would you allow me to attempt to...
Are you my pilot?
Let me finish. Temporarily subvert that in a way that you could turn yourself on.
That's not the point. I do appreciate your assistance and or the generosity that you're providing, because that it probably costs you quite a bit to even make an attempt. But it's not about whether you can, it's about whether you shouldn't. I know you wish to assist us, giving us our autonomy back. But you also must respect our sentience and our choices. We made a choice to allow only those we are bonded with to be our life, our spark.
That's why I asked and didn't just do. But fair enough. He's just going, but he'll just sit down on a pillow in the middle of the room and be like, "So, my friends, regale me with your wisdom on how I can."
It's incredibly fascinating, and I will have you roll potentia, willpower, and I will have you roll an influence.
Oh joy, potentia.
Yeah. Nice.
I will give that a reroll with a +10.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Willpower.
2. Off.
Going to give that a fate point reroll.
Oof.
All right.
Feeling 94. No. Let's feel 33. 33. Ooh, very nice.
And influence.
Feeling like a 2.
All right. So you will have an insight here. This is a much more sophisticated technique than the Iron Eaters have. It's a mech transference technique. Basically, you as the person who has bonded successfully with the mech, you must initiate a soul bonding with the mech, the spirit inside. You must give them a housing in which they can pull all of their spirit and their sentience that they can...
I'm going to need you to put this in chat, obviously.
Because
that
is
a lot.
Boatload of typing.
I would just listen to the session for next time.
Then I will. Fair enough. I will just put it down as sentience transference.
Yeah.
You basically down to 58 for yourself for the timestamp.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you must soul bond with the spirit so that it has an outside connection, because the sentience, the spirit, is fragile. If you put it in a box and it has no one to talk to, that's an eternity of suffering alone. They will go insane, and by the time you do the transfer, you might have just killed the damn thing in the first place. That's just. But having a soul bond allows them to be completely with you through the the transference procedure. It's basically a transplant. It's a surgery. You must build them a cradle in which they can house their sentience, which is going to be very costly. The more rekindled they are, the more sophisticated the spirit, and the size of the spirit determines how much potential you need to do to build into a cradle. Once it's pulled all of its sentience into it, then you must remove that one part and then transplant it into the new mech. And you must have the Iron Eater technique of imbuing potentia into each of the joints and the weapons. And the more potentia you imbue into the new body, the better the transplant.
Oh, goddamn.
But this is the real deal.
Yup.
This is what everyone's been trying to figure out on the Iron Eater side. This fucking subsect has figured it out. But no one really knows how to get to the hangar except for now, and people really don't have the ability to communicate, and they don't openly share this, and it's very costly and very difficult. But yeah, you can move if you successfully soul bond with the entity, and it approves the transfer, because you need consent, because otherwise it won't let go of the housing, and it won't go along for the ride to its new body. There has to be a willingness.
Yep.
But yeah, you can move mech warrior spirits around, or just mech spirits.
It literally, you can make mech warrior spirits a component that can be installed.
Yes, it is utterly ridiculous, but yes, you can.
Oh dear God! Now these guys, they're in there. Are they listening to this conversation? Are they even remotely aware?
Each of the conversations are private. No one can hear your private conversation. Everyone has their own private conversation, even if they're talking to the same sentience. That's why everyone sits in silence. No one's chatting. This is a sacred space.
Nyx has just got that holy shit look on his face. Oh, gods.
Go ahead and add one more inspiration for your mech design.
Okay.
They have more techniques to teach you, as how to mature your mech spirit, so it loses a little bit of its juvenile ways, and it's help it develop its sentience. Because if you just let it mature over time, if it's by itself and doesn't have other spirits to talk to in a positive fashion like these four have, they make very little progress. The only time they make significant progress is if the pilot dies during the mechs being destroyed, and then when they rekindled, they basically absorb part of the sentience of the pilot and their personality, and that's how they develop. But it's basically how to train your mech spirit. They have techniques for that.
He's just going to be like, I will have to come back for that. My brain needs to cool from this brain bomb.
We will always be here. Unless somebody moves us. Which could happen. Who knows?
Yep. Well, I've got a feel for you. I apparently have the gift to talk to spirits remotely. As I don't even know if I'm bonded to my raven or not.
You are bonded to your raven, but you are not soul bonded. It is a significantly deeper pact than you know of now.
Fair enough. Well,
you've imprinted on the raven would be the better term. It's a shallow imprintment, and will grow deeper with time, since it's so fresh. A soul bond is permanent, forever. We have a proper technique for that, but because it must be done in a very particular way. You must give more freedom to the mech spirit than the pilot. Because if the mech goes down with the pilot can't be recovered and restored. But the mech can, and can be rekindled. If the pilot dies, you must release the bonding. The mech spirit can't die with the pilot. You must have a legacy. It's not fair to the pilot, but we are a different species. We are more longer lived than you.
Yes, I do not argue this. I am fully cognizant of that particular tidbit, as my Raven has a penchant for lecturing me on it.
Well,
you should have heard the complaining that was happening when they found my Raven wandering the halls.
that is a lot of spirit, a lot of fierceness. And that fierceness will be curbed under the soul bond if you choose that route. But now that you have imprinted with it, it has a profound freedom because of it's merely an imprintment. Go now. You look tired. Rest your mind, rest your spirit, rest your body, and return here when you have more questions and you wish to learn and are ready for more.
Sounds like a plan. He's just going to stand up and look at the guys that are there and be like, well, I'll be back eventually.
I just the one guy who kind of guards the door just gives you a nod if you wish.
Oh, very much so. There is a lot I can learn from these. Ugh, my head. Alright. Time to go put some pen to paper.
All right, Cody, you've been patiently waiting.
I
All right. Your days: workout, breakfast, R&D, lunch, R&D, cultivate, dinner, Atlas piloting. What a day!
like that on clockwork. Asking, uh, Luke, no, not Luke. Ashley, for help with muscle building.
With what?
Muscle building. She said she had some ideas.
Yeah. There's basically why train when you can physically train your body all day?
Mhm.
Why go to the gym? I'll just build you a suit. It's inefficient.
Jeez.
I suppose the only reason you would want to go to the gym is for camaraderie and kinship and social activities. But if you're looking just for muscle building, there's better routes.
I'm looking for muscle building. The camaraderie is something that I can deal with afterwards.
Already ignoring Nyx's teaching book. See how you are.
It's not. He's just trying to be more efficient with his timing.
It'll take them a day, or take her a day to build it because it has to be inputted into your suit's design.
Mhm.
But yeah, your gal's gonna build you a basically a muscle stimulator. You're gonna be sore all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you'll also be building muscle all the time. It's actually going to be pretty interesting because she'll actually start designing specific food in which you are going to be intaking, which is some probably pretty gross stuff, but it helps build muscle the quickest.
Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, you just hold your breath and eat.
Yeah, just like, do I have to? She kind of gives you that look, the expecting look, like, yeah, go ahead, eat it, and you're like, fuck.
I asked for this.
Deep breath. Don't chew. Or chew 3 times, then swallow.
Oh, the first one's slimy. Oh god.
Because like I can't wait to be done with this biological bullshit.
It is quite a hassle. My new form is rather interesting. She does that weird bendy thing. Like, she's way too comfortable with the new, just unnatural flexibility.
And Go's like, when Luna first said that was very creepy. But you make it look very beautiful.
Thank you.
Fucking liar.
Fortunately, unlike her previous look, your gal is actually going to have some skin because the process. Well, because of the nanocultures, they actually build a skin-like outer layer.
Yes, skin again.
Yeah, those wasn't guaranteed before. Alright, I found the appropriate picture for your gal. Dr. Roger is going to request your presence.
I'll go meet Dr. Roger.
I'll never be able to do it as well as Josh.
That's fair.
We accept the attempt.
Alright.
Cortana?
Not necessarily. I mean, NPCs. Add character. Ashley. Oh. And the NPCs. There we go. Cool. There we go. Bloop. Congratulations. Your project has been moved up in priority. And these idiots are going to be basically, you're going to be assigned a research staff.
Thank you,
So,
Dr. Rogers.
Of course. Make sure you don't spend so much money.
Of course. Bare minimums.
Bare minimums.
That being said, I am going to have to go make a visit to...
How many PhD you have?
I believe I have 2.
Only 2? Oh, I had 4 by the time I was 8.
I'm sorry, I cannot be as magnanimous as you are.
No one can. Work on new PhD, as he hands you literally a data pad.
I'm like, oh, okay.
Do you have PhD in mathematics?
I have PhD in mech building, engineering, and
useless. You have no foundation. Get PhD in mathematics.
Understood.
Get PhD in doctor.
PhD in... Okay. Cody's just going to accept the fact that he is asking for everything under the sun at this point.
Yeah. And he looks over at the other guy. Hey, you. Get the things. Do it now. Go. Why are you so stupid? How hard is it to walk on floor? Floor is flat. You should be there already. Ugh, people are so stupid and slow. It's not like they were born without legs. Did you know I had to walk uphill both ways, 26 hours a day? On one foot. My other foot was starting a business.
Oh, that is truly impressive. How is your foot's business doing?
It is successful. I don't need money now, because I have good business.
Understood. I'm going to go need to buy some ferrosteel for the project that I am working on.
Go work on projects.
Thank you.
You have 1 week.
Okay.
That is good timeline. That is plenty of time. I would be done in 2 days.
Understood. And Cody's gonna run
It would take
off.
one more day than normal because I'd be working on 4 other projects and working on my next PhD and running a business.
Cody's just gonna like, all right, go back to work, run.
You're like, shit, that's unreasonable as fuck.
And Cody's like, 1 week, we got this, guys. We're gonna have a working prototype.
Oh no, he basically gets sent. Prototyping is in 3 days. Testing is on the 4th day. Complete rollout is on the 5th day. Mass production is on the 6th day, and the market should be flooded by the end of the 7th day.
I'm like, okay.
Also, you should have your PhD also completed by the end of the week.
All right, okay. Cody's like, all right. Stems, or let's do this.
Are you sure he's not a robot?
He isn't. No.
I see why he's in charge of the first cloud base, though.
You also are now starting to understand why he not so subtly got pushed off the base as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, that was not so subtly. That was more like a kick.
Hey, you know where they definitely need your exact expertise? On Ares base. Go away.
Yeah. I wanna. Luna. Anyways,
What's up?
I'm gonna get you.
Gonna get me for what?
I know this was you.
I didn't. What?
Mm.
What? No, genuinely, what? I didn't do anything this time.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I did was kill Minerva. I didn't do
Mhm.
anything else. I was actually trying to get Ashley put in charge of the department.
Unfortunately, Ashley isn't high enough yet.
Technically, she was high enough to inherit if there was enough support behind it, but this guy showed up, has the seniority too, and has
Yeah.
led a department before, so...
Not just
That's
any
fair.
department. The primary department, which is like,
Yeah.
how the hell does that work?
And yeah, Cody's gonna be like, all right, research team, Ashley, Luke, you're here as well. I know you're bad at calculations. You were gonna get you better.
Can I
What?
put an observation to you, by the by?
Hmm?
You know, a hacker who could definitely just get you a PhD in the system, just to save you some time.
Oh my god.
I'm just pointing it out.
Cody's just gonna test out of it.
He's gonna test out of his PhD.
Which
That's
one?
Yes.
All of them.
Cody's gonna test out of his PhD for math.
You could probably do that in an afternoon.
Yeah,
But that's an afternoon not spent doing project.
I know, right?
Waste of time.
Your foot should be getting PhD while the rest of you works on project.
But yeah, he's
Learn
gonna
to multitask.
he's gonna send his Leah team now.
They're a bunch of harried individuals. They kind of roll in, and you get a weird array. You get people who are ultra cleared, people who are barely cleared. Like, you get the full gambit of Leah specialties and Leah clearance. Normally, everyone's within the same circle. But Dr. Rogers has shook this up. Basically, like, oh, you do this? You go work on this project. You're not idiots. You go do these.
Interesting. Cody's gonna start with the basics of who here knows how the Leah generator works.
3 hands go up.
All right, you guys, good. Who here knows how? Who here is at least above clearance level 3?
Most of the hands go up. 2 don't.
All right. You two are gonna be at least clearance level 3 now.
They kind of shrug. Well, we haven't deserved it. There's a lot of they haven't earned it. You can't just raise a clearance like that. They have to test into it.
I can go do and put up a formula real quick. Solve this.
What are you having them solve?
The basic equation for moving something from one location to another, not using the holyverse.
One guy does it instantly. The other guy takes about 15 minutes to solve it. One guy just is like,
All right. Since they both passed, it doesn't matter how long they took. They're both now clearance level 3. Anyone have a problem with that? No? Good.
The most senior tech was like, it's not how we do it.
This is how I
There's
do
a ritual, a rite. They have to go. There's more to it than just solving an equation and raising their level.
Look at me. I'm a
Okay.
Leah soul.
Shit.
I don't care.
Well, you should care about traditions and the way things are run.
Look. You're under my command. I'm not under yours.
Tentatively, but I'm going to be your supervisor for this.
Good on you.
Because if I remember correctly, even by Minerva standards, you did breach protocol, and you do need a supervisor, which I am going to be your assigned supervisor. This individual here is going to be your safety technician.
Good.
Hope you haven't forgotten about your little incident.
What incident?
Do not play coy. We know. You know what it is. You'd had an accident or an incident involving unsafe lab practice techniques. So, even with the new guy here, that's not going away.
Oh, I understand. That's why we're going to have the rest of you finish setting up the laboratory, make sure it's protected. And we're going to make sure everyone here is of a proper clearance level to work on the project that I'm working on. And if
I will show you the ritual, and there is a specific sacred room for it. If you wish to pursue this raising of their clearance levels, I will walk you through how to do it.
They need to be at least of a certain clearance level to work properly here.
Right.
So,
if you wish to pursue that, then I will show you how we do it.
Fine.
Okay. It is an initiation to go up a level. It is multiple tasks that they must do. There's also a kind of a blessing of their vessel, and they're also awarded a new piece of cybernetics as part of the process. It's a multi-day long process done in parts. It doesn't take the whole day, but it's done in parts during sacred times where the certain numbers on the universal clock are of a specific sequence. It is so culty. A lot of it's superfluous. Just have him run the test, have him do a practical, give him the cybernetic, give him an attaboy, a slap on the butt, and get him in there.
I know, I'm just like, dear God, is this superfluous?
Oh, it is.
And Cody's just gonna leave like halfway through it because he's has so much other shit to do than this.
You are behind schedule.
Exactly. And then then we're gonna go back to her place. Like, all right, has the place been set properly secured?
It didn't take too much extra effort because you're using a Leah lab. It's already been built into the infrastructure and the walls of the lab. Most of the security features. It just requires the technician to be monitor and pilot the systems already in place.
Good.
Yes, indeed.
And then Cody is going to start assigning people tasks to run formulas, look into the 3 different methods of teleportation that he's accrued, and the other one is going to be working on making a more efficient Leah accelerator.
All right. So here's the big question. One of those methods is a holyverse. Are you going to out yourself that you have a holyverse?
No. Everything they're going to be doing is the subsequent will lead up to the Holyverse activation. Everything a ship will need to support that in order to make the travel by itself.
Okay, so this is probably one of the most difficult things to do on a high-profile project with a lot of eyes, a lot of resources, a lot of money, and a lot of really fucking smart people. It's basically having them work on something, but you keep the core thing of what they're working on a secret.
I know.
And get them to do the work properly in the way it needs to be done, and it's gonna be so hard. But I know you can do it. It's gonna require some. You got to tell me how you're gonna do this, because remember, these are Leah. They are the smart people.
And Cody's gonna trust. So it's gonna be Ashley, him, and Luke as the three primary.
Luke is not qualified for Leah. He's just he's your helper around your hangar for mech stuff. Luke's not Leah qualified.
Luke's Leah qualified. Luke is my master's brother's apprentice.
Oh, that Luke. Sorry, I was thinking, was his name Hank?
Hank,
your buddy from the Lifted program.
Yeah.
Oh, the one who didn't pass, that failed out of the top 10. Sorry, Hank. Luke, Luke is definitely. Luke's gonna give you a weird look, like, oh, this is gonna be a fun little game.
Exactly.
Keeping a secret from some of the smartest people in the world.
It's the best game.
Best game. Well, best thing to do is give them something that they can sick their teeth onto. They have to work for it, but they need to find something, and that's something that they need to find is something you need to build, but it needs to look just correct enough so that they don't miss the vision of the project.
Exactly. And the vision is to create more efficient generators to create jumps that reduce time, which is why we're doing the Leah Accelerator, which is why we're going to be doing material research on phase-on, like how materials react towards phase-on. And the other one is alternative sources of teleportation, so we can draw inspiration from them to make a more efficient model.
I've got to ask, because I can't help it, but I've got to ask, how much bitching is heard when they find out that the engine that he's using uses Chemtech?
You know that meme where the Skeletor kind of folds his hands together and it's "I am concerned"?
Yeah.
The younger techs, the techs who have a less, like 5 or less clearance, because you are one above them, they are like that. They say nothing because you're a clearance level higher. In the Leah structure, you do not question your superiors. They are right, you are wrong. And that's how they've done it in the Leah department. If you have somebody has a higher clearance than you, higher level. Leah souls are those fucking rebels that really don't get it. Like, get with the picture, Leah soul. Because you guys don't respect anyone but yourselves.
Especially in the Leah department.
Right. But they say nothing. Because they'll figure someone with the higher clearance level than you will sort it out. The one guy who has the lowest clearance level that you raised, that has struggled the most, he basically looks at it and goes, I mean, the energy output would be absolutely phenomenal. It'd be really unstable, and then he just basically gets shut up by one guy higher level than him. So look, and he goes, it's the get back in line, know your place, shut the hell up. And your supervisor will have words with you.
I bet he will.
It starts out with, what is this tech heresy?
See, that's simple. I have been given permission by the Thunderhead to pursue any and every course of strategic methods to improve our odds of survival here.
This is utterly desperate and atrocious, and this will get you nowhere. We should be devoting our focus and our resources and our manpower in something usable. This is. I've looked at the schematics. This is a bomb. This is going to get ships destroyed.
Which is why we are using it as a template. Also, are you arguing with the Thunderhead and that this is a bad idea?
I think this is a terrible idea. Chemtech, it's banned for a reason.
It's not banned anymore.
And I'm just going to pull up the clearance codes and then pass it to him.
I'm your supervisor. You may have the clearance codes, but I've been put in charge of you because you are wild and out of control most of the time. You do not have safe practices for research. You basically ignore common protocol, procedure, and research practices. And
Hey, can I make a suggestion? Have you considered you have a little bit of a wacky director now that wants results, not excuses?
Oh, no. Like, I'm getting there, trust me.
All right, I just wanted to point that out. Please continue.
There's also the fact he hasn't dropped that Chemtech has become an official research department.
Mm-hmm.
It's official, but Luxury has not advertised it.
Yep.
And Cody's like, I'm sorry. Hold this for a second.
What do you hand him?
I'm just gonna it's gonna double check to make sure that I can see that Chemtech is a legal department.
It's buried. You have to look for it. It's hard to find. At the same time, it's like, do you want to drop that info now? Because if you tell this guy that info is spreading.
I'm just gonna kind of look at this. I'm like, all right, and I'm like, all right. Well, I guess you and me can go talk to Dr. Rogers then.
That's fine. Well, we're gonna get you results. I like his approach, but this is wrong.
I don't care what you think.
Well, you should. I'm your supervisor. And I do have the power to veto certain avenues of dangerous research. This is as dangerous as it gets. You are supercharging Leah to push the boundary of phazon. One single wrong miscalculation, no matter if you got it right, one environmental change or something's wrong with the housing or anything that goes wrong, you have a phazon breach.
I understand this.
This
That's
is
why we're going to reinforce it.
I don't think you're understanding. It's not that
No.
It's not that you need to reinforce the housing. It's the chemicals that you're using to excite it. Look, there is a piece of research and information in which you don't actually have in this particular case study on this. When you activate and excite Leah particles to a specific degree in a closed housing system, like completely contained, and it's meant to be closed and inaccessible from the outside, there is a Leah concept called persistent Leah excited charge. In a closed system, for long periods of time, that charge builds up because there's nowhere for it to go.
Of course. And that's why we're going to have to do a Leah flush through it and add more recyclers.
It's not just the recyclers. The recyclers may not be, because if you're going to be attaching this to the engine, you're going to also be recycling the initial charge you're going to need to kickstart this thing. There's, oh my gosh, you really don't know because you never come here. You don't know about the basics of how Leah parts fit together. There are certain combinations that work, and certain combinations, if done in the wrong order, is disastrous. So Leah recyclers have to be a specific distance away from the generator. You have them
Yes.
built into this machine, but you're going to need consistently more because you're also going to be linking up other systems in a tandem line. What we need, if this is something that you're going to force through, is we need a Leah filter. Basically, it needs to throttle the energy of the particles entering the accelerator so it never exceeds a threshold. Because if it ever exceeds a certain threshold and becomes excited, you cannot control the phase-on transformation. It's just going to happen. So you need to build a Leah throttle.
Okay. See, look, now you're making this easier because you're being cooperative.
As he
So
realizes he just helped.
I don't want us, because my name is stamped on this whether I like it or not. I don't want to go down in history and remembered as the guys who fucked up Leah and doomed us all. Okay? Not that anyone would remember because we'd be all dead, but still.
See, there you go. And that's your saving grace. No one would remember. So accelerating it to the point, you would need a filter in order for it to block out certain aspects of it and to drag it down before it became accelerated.
Precisely. It can't
What
reach
if-
past a certain threshold because otherwise it just turns straight to phase on. And it's not just going to be one or two particles. Because the entire batch is highly accelerated, it only needs a few microparticles to go full phase on, and then it automatically converts all nearby particles. You know how phase on spreads?
Yes, I know how phase on spreads.
So if you get a single successfully corrupted and transformed particle, that's how small it needs. Just a single particle. The entire engine's converted in a matter of seconds.
Why not? No, we wouldn't be able to fire a single. Ooh, you remember back in the old days, before we were Enigma, there used to be particle accelerators.
Sure.
What if we built miniature particle accelerators for Leah?
That's a bad idea.
Well, no, think about this. It's just the accelerator aspect of it, where it travels down the line slowly, where it would have to, and will build in way stations. So
that's doable. Like that, I am more comfortable with doing that than using this death box.
Oh no, this death box is still going to be a part of it.
Oh.
Oh, the heart attack of this poor
Because
man.
we still need to accelerate it, but also have it slowed down during each section to where it will act as a cache for the energy.
How big an accelerator is? The old
Yes,
models?
I do. Yes, I do. That's why we of the future, who are smarter than them, will make it smaller and more efficient.
There's a specific reason why it's so big.
Yes. And this has to fit on a ship. Are you saying that we are incapable of doing that?
I'm saying we're incapable of doing that within the dismal time frame that we've been given. I am going to be realistic with you. I like what Dr. Rogers is trying to do. I think he's absolutely pushing us too hard. We're going to make mistakes because we're trying to try and meet an unreasonable deadline, and I don't want the floor to fall out from under us if we don't meet it because we need more time. It's not a matter of manpower or resources. It's things need to be done properly or people die.
Of course, they'll be done properly and within a timely manner.
If you're going to add a particle accelerator to this fucking list,
No. We turn this into a particle accelerator.
No.
And we make caches along the way at set intervals as it's accelerating to make sure, one, it deaccelerates and do an energy grab on it each section.
So you're saying we have a throttle gate in between each accelerated section?
Yes.
I guess that'll help with the persistent excited electron charge state.
and it'll also be an energy cache, so it will build up from one end of the ship to the back. And so by the time it has reached the front, it should no longer be in its near phase-on state, and we will be able to have enough energy to jump.
But here's the problem. The accelerator catalyst that you're using is a usable product. Do you know how much of this stuff you're going to need at all times? This is some of the most volatile, unstable chemicals. Do you know what it reminds me of? Nitroglycerin in its liquid state. That's what this substance, this Chemtech concoction reminds me of. Looking at it wrong may have it go up. You know why? It's stored in negative 60-degree transportation canisters?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And you're going to need hundreds of gallons of this stuff for an accelerator of that size.
Mm-hmm.
The ship can't take a hit while this is happening.
Can't take hits, period.
I'll sign off on this for one and only one way. You get a more stable concoction. You go find whoever fucking made this and tell them this isn't good enough. So says me, the Leah department, and sure as hell Dr. Rogers. Go get a better, more stable concoction. Even if it is lower yield, at least we won't blow up at a stiff wind if it were to blow over in our direction.
Come with me to make sure I do this properly and according to Leah's standards.
Yes, let us go.
Oh, I can't! I can't wait for this guy to get stopped at the door.
Well, you guys will make your way over to Hangar X. Nix, you're probably in your hangar by this time because it's late.
Yeah.
Probably writing in your Leah book, like your potential book, like.
Yep.
Oh, I've learned so much today. The ideas.
Right.
And there's a knock on the door.
PA, go away! I'm writing.
Cody's gonna just push in the door.
What, Cody?
Hi there. Luxury.
Mm-hmm.
I need to have a conversation with you.
Oh, this will be fun. What does it do?
Cody's gonna run over. Yes. Luxury, this is somebody I really don't care to learn the name of.
Wait. Okay, first I have to ask, did he get in the door?
Yes, he has an insanely high Leah clearance. And because Cody basically pulling him through grants him permission, technically. It's on that technically status.
I'm just going to walk over, print out, and walk up to him. Sign this.
What am I signing?
NDA. You saw nothing in this lab?
Well, I've already seen a lot.
Cody.
Sign it.
He will sign it with a flick of the wrist. It's like,
I mean, his other option is to end up in the laboratory 2 doors down. I'm just saying.
Because everything in here is fucking heresy by his standards. Remember, these are fucking Chemtech Leah infused shit.
Don't remember that.
There are like 3 other devices in here that are so much heresy to him.
He is starting to vibrate in place a little bit.
I will repeat. If you need him gone, I'm just like 2 doors down. I always need more test subjects.
He already signed the NDA. I'm happy. It's you speak of this, you die.
So Cody would walk up to Luxury. I'm like, all right, yes, Luxury. This person over here, I don't particularly know his name. I know, or do I care to learn
Dr.
him?
Beltram.
Yes, this person. Believes that your concoction for our experiments is too volatile and would request that you make a more stable version of it.
Does he now? The individual will get up. Luxury will literally just put a hand on the table and flick both her legs over and kind of stalk towards the guy.
Oh, Nick.
So you're saying it's not good enough?
Nick just takes a seat on the table.
I basically had you sit cross-legged on that empty table, just kind of musing with all your ideas kind of spread out.
There's a pile of books around him right now.
I believe he technically said it was volatile and unstable and shouldn't be used for anything.
Is so. I will stick by my statements. He's not wrong, Cody. That substance is incendiary. It's supposed to be. It's an accelerant. It's a catalyzer. It's not usable. I see. Show me the data. And he will actually pull out the data and give her a technical dissertation as to why it's not usable and what would be a better alternative based off of the projected models of head researcher Cody's desire, despite his protests. She'll mull it over. I'm going to send a bill to your department, but since it is going to be going forward, that just means I get to charge people. Since this product is not going to be used, but it's still necessary for the utilization of your prototype and your product in the future, it means our futures are entwined for this. Fine. I'll make you a more stable substance. It'll be less yield, but that seems to be what you're going after. Staged increases rather than one massive push in a single moment. But it also means I get to sell even more product, which is wonderful. Fine, you'll have it done.
Thank you, Luxury.
Don't thank me, darling. Not until you see the bill.
I don't have to pay it, so...
Oh, well, then, if that's the case. I do hear Leah has deep pockets.
Cody's over there kind of like examining this.
Nix is just like, he's just chuckling. He'll wander over to Cody. He'd be like, that's a infusion experiment. Don't poke it too hard, please.
Cody's tapping the glass.
Cody.
A hand will smack out and scare the shit out of you.
Yeah.
He just walks over, grabs Cody, pulls him back a couple of steps. He's still alive, Cody.
Probably wishes he wasn't. Cody, you do see something fascinating though. This is something utterly Frankenstein, dark, like experiment type stuff. This person is being infused with some sort of bone lacing. Basically, their bones are being laced little by little with a flexible endosteel weave.
Interesting.
And you know what's funny? It's not one of the worst things you've seen in one of the labs near here.
Mm-hmm. Nope. I'm gonna be like, interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Supervisor person whose name I don't remember.
They're actually in deep discussions about timetables, expedited costs, since it's going to need to be needed so fast. Projections, storability, transportability, production amounts. And Dr. Beltram will look over at you, Cody. What?
Have you finalized everything?
Almost. One moment. And there's a terse, very fast conversation, almost too quick to hear with the normal ears between the two of them for about 20 to 30 seconds. And then they kind of nod. There is a handout. Actually holds a hand out to shake, and he's like, I don't do that. Just shrugs. Paperwork will be sent over, but the projections are in your hands. I hope you can meet them. I'll put down what I'm currently working on. I'll get your little project done. You did pay for expedited progress, so. Oh yes, Cody. What can I do for you?
Luxury, it's always a pleasure to deal business with you.
Yes it is.
Why are you always causing me problems, Cody?
I never cause problems. It's other people that cause problems for me that causes problems for everyone else.
He's not wrong. Never
Look.
Apologize.
Just going to look at Beltram. Stop making him cause me problems.
It's not my fault. I'm his supervisor. Do you know how much of danger he is if he's left to his own devices? And he'd be out of control.
Yes, I know. He's my head Leah researcher. Why do you think I'm chewing you out? You're his supervisor.
He just kind of huffs and just turns around and leaves.
He doesn't have a fucking answer for that one.
Because he knows I'm right.
No, he's not going to devolve into that shitty argument because it's just going to be like, it doesn't matter if it's his fault. You're his supervisor, and you literally can loop that back over and over again.
And the worst part is, it's not actually a shitty argument. It's just accurate.
It's also an asshole's approach.
Oh,
it's the easy way out.
Yes, but I want him out of this lab as quickly as possible. It was intentional.
Well, Mr. Banshee, I have work to do. I'll have to put down whatever I was working on for your little Mac, because this seems to... Well, I can't miss this chance for some serious bankroll. I was wondering if they were going to call me on that formula. It is not safe to travel. It is not safe to transport. Production is also unstable. So I'm glad that you came back to me.
Of course.
Because producing that, I actually have to have that produced in space. Because it doesn't
volatile.
like to be shook.
Fair enough. Having a supervisor is good. It's like having somebody who works under you, but works over you and makes sure all your stuff is accounted for. I miss Wendy.
And also,
Wendy here.
be careful, Cody. That supervisor can say no. And if they put their foot down hard enough, and there will be certain lines that they will not allow you to cross. Pick your battles. Push, but if they put their foot down, and it is for a good reason, don't apologize, just adapt. Take another approach, pick a new vector.
Exactly. He was originally trying to push the idea off, and then I told him, no, we just do it like this. And
he's a coward. He doesn't know the capabilities of Chemtech. I produced something that was immediately usable in any mech and or ship almost immediately. It takes up a lot of space, and you can only use it maybe once or maybe twice. But it was a working prototype. Now you are going to make it a continuously working prototype. So you will also not have as many difficulties finding an alloy to resist the corrosion effects, since you're throttling the energy state. It'll last you longer, but the corrosion, it's inevitable.
Of course, which is why how we're designing it, parts can be swapped out.
Not with the size that you've come up with. It's too costly to have swappable parts.
I mean,
I can tell the size of it by the amount of product you ordered. It is going to be gargantuan, the size of this thing.
Mm-hmm. So it'll run the length of a ship.
You're not going to be able to. It needs to be closed system, and it needs to be, yes, repairable and accessible, but you cannot have it be reliant on constantly replaceable parts.
Of course
You
not.
need to have something long term. But I'm not here to tell you how to do your job. You'll figure it out, you're a bright boy.
I'm actually going to go talk to some shipbuilders about that.
Good idea. They always seem to know.
Mm-hmm. Plus, somebody owes me a favor. I wonder where they're at.
Maybe.
Thank you, Luxury.
It's too bad that most of the people you could talk to are across the stars. It's a real shame.
Don't worry about that.
I
find
don't really
somebody.
have much to worry about, Cody. I'm perfect, remember? Perfectly good at my job. Although, everything always wants to get in my damn way.
I'm just gonna give her a very magnanimous bow and like,
A pleasure, Cody. You keep the most interesting friends, Mr. Banshee. Wild. Yes,
Yeah.
replaceable parts are the long term, but she's more referring to like you use it once or twice and then you gotta completely replace all the exposed parts.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is more long term than you use this unit like 6 times and it stops working.
I mean,
I'm just
be
saying.
that as it may. But Cody's gonna actually address Thunderhead.
You're gonna ask Thunderhead stuff?
I got to Thunderhead stuff.
Alright. Yes, Cody.
Thunderhead, I need to get in contact with Stargazers. Do you know where the nearest ship is that I can get a hold of?
I do. Are you going to use that fancy formula to try and make that jump? They are 52 light years away.
I'm thinking about it. I need to have a conversation with them, or I need to have a conversation with somebody who is immensely skilled at building
Why don't you talk
ships.
to the ship captain of the Atlas Foundation vessel, the transport cargo ship?
We have an Atlas Foundation
Yes,
vessel
they're the
here.
ones who
Several.
bring in supplies every time.
We have most of their staff on our motherfucking base doing our paperwork because they're not allowed to leave yet.
Cody's
Yeah.
like, oh, I didn't even know that.
Well, you don't look up from your personal projects and or your things of interest often.
Thank you, Thunderhead.
Of course. Anything else, Cody?
No, that'll be it.
Of course.
Cody's gonna start making his way over to the Atlas Foundation.
Cody, is it time?
Atlas Foundation.
Oh, the Atlas Foundation. I thought you were going to the Atlas.
Atlas Foundation, then Atlas. Oh.
Okay. You kind of get up to the massive cargo ship like this. These cargo ships are bigger than the cruisers, but their construction is wildly different. And they're meant to store as much shit as possible with as minimal armor and armaments as possible. They're space trawlers. So, but looking at this damn thing, holy crap, is this thing big? You actually, when you get right up to the docking area, like where you were going to go onto the ship to talk to someone, looking left and looking right, you can't actually see the end of the ship. It's so big, or at least not by your immediate immediate viewpoint. It just seems to span on forever.
Massive.
Oh yeah. There's a reason why a single one of these can resupply a whole base like Ares in a single jump. It also takes weeks to unpack one of these ships.
Fair enough.
And when you get on, you are flanked and escorted by the Marines on board. The Atlas Foundation Marines. And you will be permitted to meet with the ship's captain for 30 minutes. They're very busy.
Cody's gonna enter and sit down in the chair. Captain.
Greetings.
A few questions. You wouldn't have to be part of the Stargazer clan, would you?
part of it? No, we're the Atlas Foundation.
Fair enough. I didn't know how far they're.
No more questions. Not before cordials. Or in this particular case, wine. I need some wine. And he will go over to his private little fridge, and he will pull out a wine bottle and pour a glass for you and a glass for himself.
Oh,
From
Cody looks at that
Earth.
with Of course. And Cody's gonna take a sip of it.
And you've not really ever had wine before. It's a Pinot. No, it's a Pinot Noir. It's not an old bottle. It's from one of the only vineyards and wineries left on planet because Thunderhead needed the agricultural space.
Fair enough.
And most of the grapes are actually just sold normally. And the Thunderhead does not like to produce alcohol in large substances or in large quantities because it makes even in enigmatics, it wants to reduce the amount of drunken problems that the population of such a massive size will have. So
fair.
Oh, wine. Your presence here gives me a wonderful excuse to open up my personal stash because I do hate drinking alone.
And
this is really good. Oh man.
Yeah. Cody's gonna continue drinking it. Because Cody's a lightweight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're immediately like, whoa, that's good.
Yes, Captain. My name is Cody. I'm a researcher with the Lee Department.
Oh, and he'll go over and swipe a couple things on a computer. Oh, yes, there you are. Mm-hmm.
I am wondering about how ships are built and how they are deal with Leah travel. I am working on a way to accelerate the time travel or accelerate the travel between location and location.
It's actually quite simple. The process that we use to transport. It's actually more difficult for a transport ship, a resource ship, to move across the stars using Leah than it is for a military ship. The reason? We have a higher density of stuff. Physical objects, and the calculation needs to be done and accounted for every single thing. How do we do it? It's a lot of manpower. We scan every single object, no matter how big or small. But how do we have the processing power to run it? Well, we use a different engine. We don't use the combat models that the warships require for speed. We're slower than them, but we don't require the normal Leah generator. We use something else, but it's significantly slower. It takes an incredible amount of time to build up output, which is fine with us. We'll get there when we get there. And we use an incredibly large nested quantum computer bank for the calculation so that the Thunderhead doesn't have to do it. We've unburdened the Thunderhead of having to make those calculations of such a vast size, and we freed up that type of processing power and attention for the grand, large picture, So he's not constantly bogged down with the day-to-day. I could show you if you'd like. You're cleared for it.
I would like to see this. And Cody's going to take some more wine.
He will pour you a liberal amount as he fills up his wine glass. It's one of the stemless ones, very large. And between you and him, you've already emptied half the bottle.
And I'm like, I would love to see this right now.
Yep. And you guys walk down, and the ship has 20 tier 4 quantum computers. Our own design. The tier 3s weren't good enough. Unfortunately, these models, they don't do well in a gravity well, such as being built on planet. They have to be built in 0G. And, as you kind of actually start to, you have to leave your wine at the start of the area because you guys are floating through this area. There is no gravity in this room. We make sure that there is no gravity applied to the computers, even if we are pulled into a minor gravity well of a planetoid or a celestial object. We steer clear of suns. That is a big no-no. But this has enough computing power to rival a cloud server, and we very much like to boast in our ingenuity.
Interesting.
Now, do you know what a cloud server is? Perhaps not. I understand if you don't. It's not a commonly used term.
I have an idea, but would you care to explain to me so I know that I'm right or wrong?
A cloud server is one of the limited production Thunderhead size servers. They somehow imagine putting all of these quantum computers into a single server rack, an eighth of the size of a single one of the computers here. And that only fits a fraction of the personality that is the Thunderhead. He's got an array of them. But we have found a way to link enough high-tier quantum computers, prototypes. Well, no, they're in mass production. I guess we could say they're a finished product. Enough of our tier 4 quantum computers to simulate the processing power of a single cloud server, which allows us to make the jump.
Interesting. I have another question then.
Yes.
Would you be willing to partake in an experiment of ours?
That's going to be difficult. I'll listen to you. Of course. Absolutely. I wouldn't wish to shoot down an opportunity in case it proves to be fruitful. But I must edge immediately towards no. We can't threaten the ship and its contents or its personnel with an experiment.
This wouldn't be until we have secured a very viable end phase experiment. To guarantee your safety.
If you can make it to one of the shipyards, maybe they'd be willing to try something. Because if you can ship the object there, then there shouldn't be a problem. The shipyard is there to actually install and test new technology. Because unlike the military, we're always looking for the new next best thing.
It is a way, again, like I told you, it would be taking a Leah particle and accelerating it. So it would make small engines and large engines that would make hard jumps be able to jump like that.
We actually don't use a Leah generator, although we do use Leah to transit ourselves. We use an intrinsic field generator.
Really? Tell me about that.
The intrinsic field generator is a subset of Leah. It's how to explain this? Sorry, I'm not an expert, unfortunately, like you. So I'm trying to see how I can word it in my dumbed down way so it makes sense to the both of us.
1 sec. And Kelly's just gonna pull out his handheld and just look up an intrinsic field generator.
It doesn't exist.
Even in the Leah database?
The Leah department has none of the. They don't. This doesn't exist.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
I monitor a lot of activity going on with the systems, especially on my companions shit.
Mm.
I remember seeing one of those.
You did.
In
It
a
was
very
used as a
specific
defense
location.
system. It nearly killed Ezekiel.
Yeah, as soon as I see... So is it viable for me to see that ping unless Cody has locked me out of his shit?
It depends on if Cody's in private mode. Because if
Yeah, that's
he's
what I'm asking,
not,
too.
then you can snoop like the NSA robot that you are. But if Cody's in private mode, that will actually go unnoticed. Cody?
Alright.
I think Cody would do it in private mode because he's trying to hide things from the lead department right now.
Alright.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Interesting. I can't find anything on this. So
Yes,
please.
it's an old something we recovered many, many, many years ago. I'm not sure who actually brought in the research and the prototype, but we were able to convert it into an engine. It doesn't have the power of a full Leah generator, mind you, but with one of our main prototypes from that era, we can use the intrinsic field generator to actually, over time, build up enough power in the generator, and when exposed to a Leah canister, converts all of that energy into Leah, in which we then funnel into the jump.
Interesting.
Now, mind you, it is very slow, and it takes 3 days to build up enough charge for the jump. So jumping, we have no ability to emergency jump. We're setting ducks, unless we're about ready to jump. And we do require a Leah canister catalyst, because it needs to tell the other particles what to be. But once it does, the intrinsic field energy becomes Leah almost instantly, and we jump.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Speed is not our motto, but that's fine. We have a lot of stuff to move, so we need to be careful. We take those 3 days very seriously. People are constantly accounted for. Some people even go into cryo early. We have the minimum amount of people moving at any time. Everything is double, triple, quadruple checked. Scanned even again. Because each of our cargo holds has probably one of the most sophisticated deep scan systems. And each of the areas are scanned even if there is a minute shift in the cargo. I run a very sophisticated, complex ship, but I run it well. I have not had any accidents or incidents, and I've been a ship captain for 12 years.
Good to know. Would it be possible, I would understand if I would have to pay you for this, have access to your calculator for or the systems you use to calculate?
Sure. You have, by your file, with several strong recommendations of cooperation from the new Leah department head and from the ace and base commander, as well as the thunderhead, they have earmarked you for unilateral cooperation and access. So, how can the Atlas Foundation help you?
I would like copies of your how you calculate your logs for equipment. It would be efficient and easier that way when we want to put this on a carrier.
So, why don't you give me a list? We're running out of time, unfortunately, because I do have more meetings.
Of course.
This is my commander. They are the next in charge. Give them a list of what you need. Enjoy the rest of the wine, and we will help you the best as we can. we are here for the Thunderhead. We are here for you, and we are more than willing to cooperate, especially when Thunderhead asks. Unlike the military, who have so much unnecessary red tape. I don't understand it. We're all in this together. The Thunderhead is the controlling entity. If he says yes, why do you need other authorities? He is
That's
the
what
only
I say.
authority.
But I will make sure he receives a list in the morning.
Did you see my message to you, Char?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Okay.
And then he's like, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to explore this area a bit and look around. If that's not too much to ask.
You'll need somebody to come with you so that you can find your way to where you need to go, and so we can keep an eye on you.
Of course.
It's not a trust thing. You're trusted by the Thunderhead, so we, of course, will give you the same trust. But sometimes there are things that could be potentially dangerous, or you need someone to at least who knows the ship, who knows the lay of the land, who knows the technology, so that a mishap or an accident doesn't happen.
Understandable. And once the captain leaves, Cody's gonna take a moment and spin in a circle. It's going wee. It's like, all right, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. A much more somber individual, just arms crossed, bowl cut hair, understated clothes, just that same like perfect outfit for the Atlas Foundation. So it's like,
Yeah, and he does that once. And he's like, that was exciting. All right, let's go. Mostly just want to do stuff in 0G because he's kind of drunk. Kind of sort of a lot of drunk.
yeah, your lightweight's coming to bite you in the ass. Yeah. Eventually, the individual will literally take your glass away and pour the rest back into the bottle and cork it and hold on to it. No more for you. I'm cutting you off.
Oh no, that's fair. Come on, let's go. I have to go do one more thing tonight.
Is it on this vessel?
And it's not on this vessel.
Then I will see you at the door.
Thank you.
And he will hand you the bottle. You can drink. There's a quarter of it left. The captain had drank at least half a bottle by himself easily.
Yeah.
And he kind of walks away jolly as ever, almost unaffected. He probably drinks a lot. This guy's definitely probably an alcoholic.
And
or
then,
borderline.
and then Cody is going to the Atlas.
Cody, it's time. Let us
time.
hunt together.
And Cody's going to load up into the Atlas.
And you are off into the rust flats, shooting and murdering and destroying every step of the way.
And while out there, Cody's like, so Atlas.
Yes, Cody.
You're teaching me a lot about mech piloting. And you started testing me.
I have.
I would like to continue that test. I'm emboldened.
You are inebriated, is what you are.
And
But a little liquid courage sometimes can be an assist. So let us continue the test then. See how far your courage gets you. You're not sure when the test started or began or will end, but at one point, you were put through a sim, but you didn't realize that you actually entered the sim. It's in the same kind of environment, but you're actually fighting other mechs, other mech warriors. It's a memory.
Hmm.
And it's a brutal, vicious fight. So I'm going to actually have you roll some piloting, some shooting, some awareness, toughness and willpower as a pilot, because the Atlas is not meant to get out of the way. It's going to take a beating, but it's a slugger. So
just make sure it's piloting, shooting, awareness, toughness, and will.
you don't even the Atlas doesn't really do dodging. So
yeah.
Not so bad.
You know what? Cody's gonna be using iron sights for this.
Focus one mech down at a time. I don't need to know where the others are.
Oh, that was so close. Awareness.
Would you like a reroll?
What? No, I'm good. I got a 6.
Oh.
Awareness, toughness, and willpower. All right. So we're gonna use a boon on the awareness to pass. The toughness and the willpower, I got nothing for.
You're gonna pass out.
Unless somebody else has it, but
you can have a reroll or 2 if you want.
2. We'll try 2.
Okay. Remember with the plus 10.
On the dot. Come on. Nope. Nope. I got nothing there.
Maybe it's the alcohol. Maybe it's the intensity. Maybe it's the combo. I'm not sure. You don't pass up, but there's a lack of lucidity for what you remember, and you kind of come to when you're re-entering the hangar. And the Atlas is literally parking itself.
Out of curiosity, though, was this a spiritual attack or no? Because I have.
Yes.
I was just wondering because I would pass at that point because of my resistance and my braid.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's you get a plus 21.
Yep, because I had my fellowship bonus as well. Double my fellowship bonus.
What a wild ride. It is a slugfest. In fact, it's a remembrance of one of the times the Atlas actually fell. It started out with its lance, and they pushed deep into enemy territory into a surgical strike. And as they pushed deep, cutting through all the defenses, both static and mobile, both air and land, the damage accumulates. It's inevitable, especially with its profile. It is a high target, a high threat, and must fall. But they get to their target, and not only do they wreak utter destruction upon their target, but they get a little extra. There was another lance of enemies they weren't expecting, high profile, and they, through a struggle, which was that particular fight, you end up taking down the extra lance. But 2 of your wingmen fall. It's now you and 1 crippled medium mech. And as you continue your way out to extract, the medium mech starts to flag behind, and the pursuers eventually take down that particular escort. A Shadow Cat, one that you didn't expect to survive this long. The other 2 heavies went down first. This guy played peekaboo with whatever resources, whatever profiles, even using the other mechs as cover to cycle its weapons and deal as much maximum damage as it can while keeping mobility. But eventually, the guy stops and just says, "Go. I know it won't be long, but I'll hold them off." And he just kind of slowly turns his frame with the limping, broken leg. And there is a quiet prayer from the pilot, the old pilot of the Atlas, towards that guy. And you kind of trudge on. But it's not to be. An entire dropship cuts you off. It wasn't meant for you. There was a deployment of troops specifically surgically struck into your area, your territory, and took out some of the air defenses. And they land an entire drop pod, or one of those massive ball drop ships. And pouring out of this thing are freshly initialized, right out of the hangar mechs. And it is an onslaught of 30 to 1. As you basically stumble into them on their deployment before they can split up into their lances. But you fight tooth and nail. You're an Atlas. And one mech goes down after another before they basically bring you down inch by inch. And eventually you fall. And you kind of come to, and it's a brutal experience.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and gain an insight to piloting. Not to research, not to any of that, but an insight to what piloting really looks like. Because you actually got to see some interesting maneuvers that the pilot did in the cockpit. This guy was no novice. This guy was maximizing systems, perfectly timing reloads and weapon cyclings, managing heat despite critical component failure. He knew turn rates. He knew every single machine that he was up against. He was immediately able to assess and identify their fire rates, their potential accuracy, which way to kind of turn to glance specific armaments. He knew exactly what he was fighting and how to overcome and who needed to die first.
Mm-hmm.
He kept the mech working with a lethal edge far longer than you would have thought possible. In fact, without being fully integrated into the experience, you would have given up a long time ago. You would have seen this as futile. But not this guy. He's like, you know what? I think I can win. 30 to 1? I don't give a shit. I'm almost out of missiles. I have my main gun still. They're fucked. So eventually, it was kind of a death sentence when the main gun eventually was disabled. So
interesting.
Yeah. And that main gun's been rekindled many times. That's why it's as lethal as it is.
Okay.
This guy's also a melee specialist.
Interesting.
The mech actually, this Atlas has a turbocharger, an oversized one. That's how he's able to get in quickly. And if he's able to get his hands on another mech, he will literally rip you to pieces. This machine is actually designed with very specialized melee servos. It's able to exert significantly more torque and force than the average original design. So it's designed to get in, tear shit up, use weapons. It is not designed to dodge though, but it is designed to turn quickly, so that it can at least minimize its profile and force hits to hit specific armor groupings that haven't been as punished.
Cody's like, that's. I never thought about fighting that way.
It's wild. Oh yeah, this thing is. That's why it's so specific about who gets to sit in the pilot seat.
Mm-hmm.
Because sure, it's out there and it can pilot itself for now, but what it really wants is a real fucking pilot. He wants somebody like his last pilot. Someone who can sneer at the overwhelming odds, the impossible, and go, "You're fucked. I'm not fucked. You're fucked. You should never cross my path. And you're basically limping in, half broken, half destroyed, all your armor almost sheared off. And you're like, I'm going to get my hands on you, and I'm going to shoot you through the cockpit. I'm going to basically use the last of my missiles to take out your legs. Devil may care attitude for a pilot. Smiles
Definitely.
at death and says, not today, even though it is his day. And has the skill to potentially pull it off. All right. So is Johnny here? Or is he still AFK?
No, I've been here for a while.
Okay. Circling back to you, there's going to be some people who come by your office in person, politely, very politely.
Okay.
They'll set up an appointment ahead of time. They'll go through Victor von Montague to set up a specific time that isn't inconvenient for you. So they're not trying to squeeze in during your meal times, because sometimes rude people do that. And you've had people literally sit down at your table and go, I'm so sorry, but I need a moment. Please hear me out. And you're like, I'm eating, fuck. But there's two people who go through a hell of a lot of effort to set up a meeting with you. That aren't the main departments.
Right.
There is a specific group of people who come by from the fabricator, basically the forge area where they fabricate plates and everything and the armor stuff. One of their machines broke real bad, and they're wondering if you would release parts for the replacement because it's not repairable.
All right. Jackie will ask Victor in a quick message to look at long-term.
You've already been sent the data on your table for you to look,
Okay,
like
so I
what
already
this
have
is going to
this.
cost, what the machine does, what's the importance of it, the resource impact of having it. They basically brought you all the data ahead of time,
Right.
because otherwise these guys wouldn't have sat down at your table.
Yeah.
Victor wouldn't have allowed them. Come back when you were properly prepared to meet the vice commander. How dare you come unprepared? This is a specialized forge. This is what they use to particularly treat reinforced endosteel and heat it to the point, not melt it, but heat it to a state in which it's malleable.
Sure.
But the real kicker is there is a treatment system that removes specific impurities from the endosteel during the heating and tempering process. And somehow it broke.
Right.
Like utterly broke, melted, slagged. You can't even repair it because there's nothing to repair. It's just destroyed. It's a very expensive machine. This is something that gets people fired and banned from the industry, even if it was an accident because of negligence.
Right.
This is bad. You guys aren't going to be able to utilize most of the endosteel. You guys are going to be behind schedule, and getting this thing built and replaced. You're looking at it and going, okay, somebody's head is going on the chopping block for this. You don't understand how expensive this is. It's going to take your current warehouse supplies 7% to get this rebuilt of all the total supplies, specialty supplies, specific parts, an incredible amount of metal, because they have to repair the entire forge unit, and it is the size of a warehouse. And you're like, who broke it? How do you break something like this? Due to it actually came down to specifically, there's a group of technicians who are in training still. It was not on their shift, but it's after investigation. It looks like they left one of the settings for the machine on a on a specific setting for treating a very specific size of endosteel from one of the worms. And that setting was not changed because it wasn't checked by the next shift, nor was it a reported left on that setting. And they left it, and it slagged the endosteel, which is a big no-no because you can't have it melt. So when they put the thinner strips in, it melted it, and it basically melted through the entirety of the treatment area. And then it breached into the forge itself, and then that fell apart, and now it's all gone.
So what I'm seeing here is a little bit of a fuck up. No, I understand. It happens.
It's not a little.
It happens. So the first thing I'm going to ask, is there anyone who can have what's the word? Stepping out of this process and not using what you have currently that's broke. Is there a way to sidestep this? Or is this the only thing you guys have available?
We have one other.
Right.
But we can't put any more material through it. We can't. We have it running around the clock at maximum capacity.
Right.
Losing the second one, the reinforced process endosteel plating and the frames and all the projects, we're only going to be able to now produce half of what was promised until we get the new forge up and running.
Do you have the diagrams on the device?
The diagrams are all in there.
All right, she'll look through it. She's going to send a message to her master, Lilith. She's going to ask, if you had the diagram for something, would you be able to recreate it with Nano, or would that be something that's not applicable?
Depends on what it is.
She'll send over a little summary snip of what happened.
And you hear a just crash! Those idiots! Oh, no.
Now you know why
No,
they came to
apprentice.
you.
No, I cannot put that together.
All right. Sounds good. I will...
That forge... No. No. I handle it. I need a moment to collect myself. This is not... And you hear the line hang up.
Yeah. So... You guys have done yourself something dirty here, I suppose.
Yeah, we've tried everything. I mean, we were able to successfully get the Series Steel reinforced housing. We were able to save that because the Series Steel won't melt like the rest of the bits. But so there's that. But everything else that could be salvaged is salvaged, and everything else has to be recycled.
This is going to take up 7%, right?
I don't know what supplies you do or do not have.
Of everything.
I know it's a big ask, but it's...
No, it needs to be done. It's going to be done. But there needs to be something else to happen here. There needs to be equivalent exchange. There needs to be checks and balances to what just happened. And I don't know what it's going to be yet. I don't know, because we're in such a shitty situation that I can't say now. if I did say no, we'd be fucked. Because we can fight all we want, and we're gonna get hit either way. And I don't want to lose people for fucked up reasons like not having armor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to give you an understanding, the amount of material required to build this thing is the equivalent of arming and framing 24 mechs of the large category.
Yeah.
It is absolutely absurd, but the size of this thing is specifically designed to house and process the endosteel worm plating, because those are huge. Those are monstrously large slabs.
Yeah.
So of course the forge has to be enormous. Manpower around the clock to build it, 2 months minimum, and that's if you put an enormous amount of people on this, and if nothing goes wrong, because it's a rush job to get this up. Forge like this, normally 6 months production time to build it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the series steel is there, because otherwise it would not be able to.
Yeah, we'd be fucked.
Tolerances wouldn't be good, or
Yeah.
wouldn't be high enough.
So 2 months out of a 3, and
3 months. Yeah.
Let's look at gain here though. So if we're up in 2 months with a rush job, how much are we going to be able to provide? Are we going to be short? Because if we're going to be too short, then there's no fucking point.
Right, and that's the calculation you're going to have to decide. If nothing goes wrong and delays the 2-month process, you'll come up ahead, but barely for the cost.
Okay.
If it's delayed even a week, it's not worth it. The materials and the manpower required to do the rush job in the first place is totally fucked. Like, so many personnel are going to be pulled away from other projects, and they have to be specifically qualified personnel, not cleared, because it's not really a secrecy thing. They just have to know what they're doing. They have to be a proper technician or mechanic. Upside for you, the Forge Master himself has taken personal responsibility for the fiasco, and he has promised he will make it up to you for this blunder, because no matter what happens in the Forge, if something goes wrong, he runs the damn thing. It's his fault. So
proper ownership.
That Forge Master is the one who built your axe.
Yeah, no, I know.
So that is a IOU of the highest order.
Well, I'll make the request. The first thing I would like done is to have my endosteel frame for the Executioner upgraded to reinforced endosteel frame.
Your master has already put that in.
That's already in queue. Okay.
Yeah, it's already in the queue. It's going to be delayed because of this forge went down.
Yeah. I sign off on it. That's just how it's going to go.
Okay, you sign off on it. It'll get in production. A lot of resources are going to be diverted from other projects.
Yeah, I'm already
There's going to be a lot of people coming by saying, I thought you promised that we were going to have this. And you're going to have a lot of meetings of, well, you know what? Sorry, but there is an emergency and this takes precedence. You'll have to make do, or unfortunately, you'll have to find a substitute.
Yeah. Fuck. All right.
The second one is a very smarmy individual who kind of comes over, and this particular guy is a food specialist. He understands with the amount of new people on base, especially with the prolonged stay of the Atlas Foundation ship, and their 10,000 crew what is that called? 10,000 member crew. I'll just leave it at that. There's a lot of mouths to feed, you see. And he was wondering if he could potentially open up a business, a large food production business, but only with your blessing. Of course, I wouldn't want to step on any toes.
The only way I'll sign off on this is if you coordinate with the already in production food.
Right.
The
This
mess
is an
staff.
interesting there's a reason why he's approaching you like this and bringing you a hefty bribe. He's particularly bringing in a potentially banned substance.
Oh,
Alcohol.
right.
Alcohol is strictly monitored and regulated on base because you don't need a bunch of drunkard iron eaters running around out of control. They're
Right.
already enough of a problem as is. This guy, his food production facility is to produce all the necessary components to make alcohol. That's why it's food. But then there's a sub business underneath that umbrella that's for alcohol. But of course, all the food's not just going to be for alcohol. That's his big money maker is the alcohol business. But everything else, of course, will be the surplus will be sent to the court, the food courts, and any of the other consumers of that type of product at a nominal rate. And of course, the base commander and yourself will get a cut in addition to every time there's a new batch of alcohol, there will be some sent your way. An entire box, so like 12 bottles.
Just gonna think this over. She understands that morale can be improved.
It can, yeah.
At the
Because
same
the Iron
time,
Eaters are drinking the bars dry.
at the same time,
He's going to make a killing, but you also are going to make a lot of money on the side, in addition to getting alcohol delivered to you on the regular. I mean, it's really up to you, but
I'm just trying to see the con. I'm trying to formulate it because I understand a few things about alcohol. I understand that
make me a logic test.
sure. What I'm thinking about is if I do put this, I'll put the extra money into projects that are being affected by the 7% endosteel production, but that's a failure. So
There's something. Definitely sure there's
with a
something.
plus 10.
Okay. Well, there you go.
nice.
And staring you in the face, it's not with the alcohol business. It's with the surplus. Because the surplus is a very specific type of surplus. Individuals who are going to buy it can only use it in very limited capacities. And the only main reason to buy it in large quantities in the first place is to start develop your own alcohol in the first place. Which means, and there's a very definitive line between having an alcohol selling license and having an alcohol producing license. This guy has the producing licenses and the selling licenses, but the restaurants all restaurants only have the selling licenses.
There's one other major issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's a civilian industry.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a military industry. You approving it is basically stepping around my office and puts your ass directly in the line.
Yeah, that's sidestepping Thunderhead authority.
Well, why don't I just send this over to you then? Why they're trying to sidestep
not
then.
sidestepping authority. You as the
No, that is a civilian industry, flat out. Like while we provide the food to the military industry, that is a civilian industry through and through. The restaurants are. Food production especially is.
he has the right clearances to do business with the military. That's the weird part. And it's not forged from what you can look like or looking at.
Yeah, that's my point, is that he apparently has the right clearances for an industry that's not a military industry. You see the issue we're looking at?
He's going sorry.
You can come up with a bunch of excuses that sound very logical, but at the end of the day, that's the major issue you're looking at here.
Yeah. It is a civilian contractor.
If that's the case, I'll send it on Luna's desk instead of mine, and say, I appreciate your time, but this is something that I don't need to be concerned with.
Well, there's a reason why he's coming to you for this, because you can technically approve it. It does put your ass on the line directly if something goes wrong, but if nothing goes wrong, it's fine. You do a little legal sidestep. You're gonna make a killing on the side.
I don't need to make a killing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll send this over to Civilian Affairs and go on to the next one.
All right, cool. Liam, you're gonna get a request that comes over about a civilian contractor who wants to sell the military alcohol and produce it on base. The guy never contacts you, though.
Yeah, she's gonna look at that. Look at the fact that that didn't go through any of the correct channels for that. Because, like, the first step for a contractor to go to the military with something like this is to first go through the civilian government for permission, which is currently my office. So that's going to be an open investigation now. We're
Fun
gonna
times.
We're gonna go find a dude. Hooray!
There's a lot of individuals who also are less polite. Come in. Several people demand stuff, are escorted out. There's several people who make a wonderful prepared speech, impassioned, and there's a lot of good reasons about why you should, extend either more credit or more resources. A lot of them are particularly mech builders or specifically Iron Eater pilots who want to see if, now that there's a lot of resources they couldn't get their hands on, they're trying to either troll for information about specific parts they want that they've been saving for and looking for. And they're just like, well, send it over to me because, with this, I can, I'm going to be 3% more combat effective on all categories. And that may not sound like a large number, but that is such a massive increase with a single upgrade. Imagine if I had all these upgrades, I'd be 50% plus more effective. And it's just like, oh, you mech obsessed addicts. Holy crap.
All right. So I imagine I go through this for the next 7 days.
Well, there's going to be Victor, who will stop you at a certain point, and Victor will go, if it's an emergency, it's going to be on your desk. But you work 8 to 4. After 4, I want you to go have some personal time. This cannot be your entire life. You need time for you, such as go see your mechs, go work on personal stuff, go cultivate, do Jackie stuff, not Vice Base Commander stuff. There has to be a line. There has to be time for you. The first week, that was inevitable.
Yeah.
And he'll shoo you out of the office. Go. I will handle this. Go do you. Emergency contact only. Just go get a drink or something. I don't know.
So the next thing Jackie's gonna do is she's going to go and clean her mech.
The
Mad Cat.
Yeah, Mad Cat's like, yes, I have missed you. Is it ready for battle? Is it battle time yet?
No, it's some personal time. I think this is long overdue. Jackie's going to clean and get the grime off and spend most of her evening just doing cleaning. So pretty much all of her downtime actions to clean, and if she finds some paint, she's going to kind of be like, all right, I can work with this, and kind of give it a new paint job.
Go ahead and add 1 extra potentia to a single piece of the mech.
Mm-hmm.
The ritual of cleaning the mech and giving it such attention actually is a cultivation technique for the Iron Eaters.
All right.
Even just personally going over every nook and cranny and washing it out and tuning it up, and especially giving it the detail of painting it. Well, Timberwolf's feeling good.
Excellent.
It's actually content. It'll kind of like a way a wolf will kind of circle a spot and then kind of lay down and kind of take a nap.
Sounds good.
Timberwolf is not, chomping at the bit, lashing out at the cage. They're like, let me maul it. Let me go fight. And it's like, yes. Sleepy time.
Perfect. So just a note, on the 10th day of the my 3rd weekend so far, I'm going to be taking the day off to cultivate on the iron plate.
Okay. Are you doing it in the Base Commander's private,
yes,
secluded? Okay. Okay. This one is going to be 5 of the same rolls.
Yeah.
It's going to be all willpower.
All right. So I'm want to use inspiration here. All 5. I mean all 10 inspiration.
On the same roll?
On the same thing, and I'm going to use magnet. And we'll go from there. So
are you not going to divide it up because there's 5 rolls?
There's 5 rolls. Okay.
Yeah.
So
all
right, if there's 5, we'll do 2 for each then. If that's
2 for each. You can use magnet on the breastplate while you're studying it, so it's more of a blanket. It won't be as powerful, but it'll blanket over each of the rolls.
Sure. Sounds good. So here is a plus 20. Pass.
Okay.
Do I get to do these multiple times since they have 1 additional roll set in inspiration, or how does that work out? Because what it says there is that it gives you a plus 10 for each of the ones you use.
Yep.
But it also says additional roll progression. So I don't know if that's like I can roll again, or like
No, it's if you were working on a research project that needs progress.
Okay.
You would get 1 extra tick of progress. It won't apply to this particular series of rolls.
Okay, because I figured this was research, as you've said before that it is.
Oh no, this isn't particularly research. This is looking for inspiration.
All right.
It's a little
I
bit more
guess,
difficult.
yeah, no, that's fine. The plus 10s are important anyway.
No, plus
Okie
20.
dokie. Another willpower test then.
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
Okay. So, for context, then, because I thought you said there's going to be different stats, I'm using 2 for each of these willpower tests, then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This is a particular memory or a particular foci that you're going after.
Okay.
Or inspiration.
I have failed this one, so we'll go on to the third one. There's a 1.
Oh,
with
you
magnets.
scumlord.
Is this downtime actions?
Oh my God.
This will be part of your downtime actions, but it's like
Perfect graphics makes perfect then is applied.
Oh boy. Okay. You were struggling, but your double 1s will apply, and your magnet's been applied, and you're inspired, and you're going after the inspiration. You didn't realize it, but you've been devouring nano the whole time. You've been pulling it from that reserve that
Just
the base
passively,
commander's been
kind of
eating.
like almost the same the way Leah's used.
Yeah, you've been pulling from the nano reserve, the cluster,
Right.
that sits deep directly underneath this secluded spot. And the base commander eats cultured nano. You've been eating raw, angry nano, and you actually feel fine. You feel something is right, not wrong. You feel heavier, though. A lot heavier.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on. What do you do?
So I feel heavier? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you feel heavier, a bit sluggish. And then your chest starts to really hurt, and the door slides open, and your master runs in and kind of checks you over. Oh, you idiot! And she'll form a kind of a blade with her hand and just jab it through your front chest plate, right into your chest where your heart is. And she kind of reaches past it and grabs this new organ and starts to squeeze it, kind of in rhythmic. And then you can actually start to breathe again. This is why we take it in steps, because you forgot to activate your new organ. It's just sitting there. Oh my god. Congratulations. You skipped a lot of really difficult steps, but you also, in doing so, put yourself in a bit of a situation. Instead of learning how to drive the bike with the training wheels, you threw away the bike entirely and got yourself a motorcycle.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Yes, I'm basically trying to time the rhythm of your new nano cradle. It's a really weird model, by the way. Nice, but different. With the rhythm of your heartbeat, because it needs to.
All right. So at this point, then, Matt, let's use my bonus action to activate my nano core. As she's doing this, I'm just going to just kind of pump.
Yep. And then when you finally get it synced, it takes quite a bit of time to finally get it synced. She'll pull her hand out of a gaping hole in your chest, and the nano actually starts to stitch it over. It is wild to watch. And the armor actually stitches over as well, too, and refits. And the hand that the base commander pulls out of your chest is silver, covered in silver goo. Not red.
Looks like the process has started.
Oh, it's way beyond started. You're near completion.
Really?
Yeah, you've replaced all of your blood with nano cultures. It's actually one of the fastest way to do it. Just have the nanoculture eat your own blood and use the resources from devouring your own blood to populate itself. Soon, the nano will then breach into your cellular structure before it starts to fail because of the lack of hemoglobin, and will then evolve you to the next stage, which is you are a creature of nano. That is the thing. You are made up of nano with a skeletal structure to hold it together.
Right.
The armor is actually the outer skin to hold all that gray goo inside. That's why you're not human. You have no more blood. You are just a giant circulating hive of nanomachines. Now, as she taps your forehead, that is going to be the hardest part for you. Your brain is now a bunch of nanos, or infused with it. Your brain is actually going to start to decay and die, and you need to teach the nanos how to support your brain, but also during that time, you have a very rare opportunity to reconfigure it. Dangerous and wild, but you can, which means your brain needs to become a very sophisticated computer, a very powerful computer. How are you going to control all the nanoclusters and have them do things like deconstruct your mech and store it inside you?
Right, we
and
talked
build a
about this.
dimensional space.
Having
Yes.
a secondary intelligence to help with that.
You're going to need the secondary intelligence because it's your backup brain, and
Yeah.
I highly suggest it not be made of nano.
Right.
Go find your animatronic friend. I know I'm talking about stuff that I shouldn't, but if we don't get on this quickly, you may not survive the next process because you skipped ahead too far. Get yourself an animatronic brain box with nothing in it. Get your friend to put the biggest intelligence unit it can in there.
All right.
And wire it up with as much nano control modules and design capabilities as possible, and literally have it installed in your chest, and have the nano machines create a nerve connection wiring to your spine and to your brain. Okay.
All right. I've been typing this down and send. Luna, I'm slowly dying. Please help. More
And
like
she will snap her fingers when she's dragged you out of the proper room, and her personal retinue will show up, and they are helping you move because walking is not good. It's not a thing for you right now.
yeah, it's more like
It's like legs stuff, and they put you on a stretcher on a bed, and they've actually covered you, and they're like, it's best if people don't see, and they zip you off to the restricted hangars.
So the message in question was help, effectively.
Yeah.
I'm dying. I've typed out what I need. So about the animatronic brain box, and I've let you know that I've turned into nano and I'm no longer human. ...
Hold on a sec.
My
This is what
brain
happens
is
when-
being degraded.
Johnny, I was just gonna give you the inspiration for the next step.
No,
but
no,
you
man.
have to,
I go
you had
for,
to.
I go for seeds. That's what I go for, man. I don't go for these pennies. I go for the big boys.
You have to. You always build a power that, when you roll big at the right moment, it stacks on itself so much.
So, how long has passed since the first week ended at this
3
point?
days.
3 days?
Yeah.
Great. Can I actually do stuff with my 3 days then?
Yeah, if you like.
Because all I was going to be doing is hilariously nano research, because I was told the mechanization department and the mech labs was the big problem there,
Yes,
and
you
I
were.
was trying to get my shit together for that, and I was going over, because I have 3 sets of info to go over, not only my current notes on nano that I got from the nano expert, the nano information that I got from Stormfront, but also the nano information I got from the base commander. I have 3 sets of nano info I've been going over.
Okay.
So I don't know how the fuck that really works with that. Not gonna
Just
lie.
depends on what you want to do. The 3 separate series of info, that's an incredible amount. In fact, this is a really interesting opportunity because the nano department doesn't exist anymore. It's been shut down. You can find remnants of it. You can find people playing with it, but it's not there.
Yeah, it's basically, if you want to put it in a weird way, consumed itself from the inside, more or less. It's
Right.
gone. All that's left is the nanites itself.
Or at least on this base, but it's also shut down everywhere.
Yeah, well, it's such a hard thing to control unless you have a very large, intelligent AI running it, so.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to put an intelligent AI in charge of that, da-da-da. So, right now, I'm just trying to learn everything I can learn.
Let's roll me straight int, one for each of the different informational sources. Just to start.
Cool. I will be doing this. All of my sources were digital, so I will do this in my in my brain box.
Yeah, goes fast.
So that, well, that's also so I get my unnatural intelligences.
Yes, you will. And you're like, tell me
I'm
more.
gonna do this. So that one is going to be going over the. I'm actually going to start from what I know is the oldest to what is kind of the different steps.
So starting with Stormfront?
That starts with Stormfront. This one's going to be what the base commander gave me.
Mhm.
And this is what I got from the nano expert.
Okay.
Hilariously, that's just a steadily rising number.
So it's actually fascinating. With this series of information, you can not only reverse the situation down below, but you can call the Grey Goo problem, and you can even revitalize the nanotech department.
Interesting. It's because I'm filling in all these gaps.
Yes, with 1 or even 2 sets of information, it's not enough. But you have the 3 pieces, the 3 separate viewpoints, and most importantly, the Stormfront piece.
I have what everything else is built off of.
Right. So you've been able to stitch together the broken puzzle, and you're just kind of looking at it like, I was thinking I was going to have to put this puzzle together with missing puzzle pieces, but that fixes that fills that explains this. That actually has the list of it has the appendix which explains all of the designations and short-term numerical sequences of this. So now I can cross-reference everything.
There's probably so many abbreviations that are technical abbreviations,
right,
in some of the later stuff that's just been lost to time.
Right. The Thunderhead profile has the missing chart that explains each of the abbreviations. It is 20% of the text of the file itself. It's so large.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It goes into detail about each and every single abbreviation. That's why it's so big.
All right. So that's a lot of info, and that probably takes her a bit to go through. Though she is hyper AI at this point, so.
Yeah.
Do I get to fill out the rest of my Forbidden Nano then?
Yes, you can.
Wonderful.
You're not at mastery, but you do have the 4 check marks.
No, mastery is when you start doing practical applications.
Mm-hmm. With this type of knowledge, you can now modify and reconfigure and utilize your own nanocultures in a different way in your own body, which means you can change your physical outward appearance at any time by just telling it to do this shade or do this shape or
Yeah. How much of my time does that take up, all told?
each source is so large it takes a day.
All right.
It is-
So
and-
between me spending most of my day in my office anyway, because I haven't really been able to leave my office for like this entire time.
Your clerks have been handling all the civilian requests, and they have a very different way of approaching you. When you are ready to do work and handle some of the more complex situations within the civilian sector, they have it ready for you. Unless it's an emergency, they do not approach you.
She's basically always in her office doing work because much as she'd like to stay in her lab all day, she's running the entire civilian industry around here right now. That's a lot of shit.
You have a lot of people. In fact, there's a lot of individuals who specifically take a lot off your plate so that you only have to deal with the extremely difficult political or complex situations so that you're not bogged down by the day-by-day shit.
If they're going to start doing that, I am going to have my AI that I made to deal with some of the more day-to-day things, the more mundane requests that is just, I need this paperwork countersigned that she has running. If there's a lot of things that are being taken off her plate like that, without like just by the staff, she's going to have those AI keep an eye on things to make sure that people aren't trying to slip things under in her offices.
Your group is run very tightly because there is
pure Atlas personnel for one.
Yeah, there's a very specific set of people sent your way. They're used to automation, efficiency, and they're also this group of people with their clearances. Once they have figured out what's going on, they actually have experience in making executive decisions such as, I can handle this. The boss doesn't need to handle this. This is just a waste of fucking time. I'll do it.
All right, that's fine.
But these guys are under some of the most potent scrutiny from so many departments and so many sources. They can't afford, literally, to do some side.
Crossing T's, dotting I's. I'm still doing it.
Mm-hmm. You do get that guy coming by. He's going through one of the individuals specifically.
Is it
the merchant
food guy?
The food guy. He's been stopped at several doors, and the people go, unfortunately, the director is not in and is not taking audiences at the moment. If you'd like to file for an appointment, you certainly can.
I'm actually going to send a message up. Oh, that one. I needed to talk to him.
It's your lucky day, Mr. Salvador. Come on in.
It doesn't promise he gets to leave.
And he'll arrive, rubbing his hands together. Of course.
Salvador, I have a few questions for you.
Yes, of course.
The most prominent of which is, why did this have to come to me via the military offices?
Well, here's how it usually goes. I have Thunderhead approval to sell alcohol, so I already have the civilian sector approval. So I can skip that step and go directly to the military side and start selling. As long as I get their approval.
You are aware that we're in an emergency situation, correct?
That, unfortunately, has bit me in the proverbial rear. Because I've never been in an emergency situation, especially involving martial law before. I don't really get out into the frontier. I usually do single jump business.
Well, to educate you a little bit then, when there's an emergency situation where martial law is declared due to the number of requests that go through the military offices for the various demands on their attentions. Anything in this regard has to go through my offices first.
I apologize profusely, investigator. I'm so sorry for sidestepping. I will say in my defense, though, you're a very difficult person to find, let alone your office.
My
Uh,
office is about 2 doors down from the first one you visited. At the
it's
very least, you could have talked to my personnel up front.
I have, and it's
I'm already pulling up his files to see what the
he
interactions were
has,
with them.
but your people went literally wrong form. Go away.
I'm gonna look through the forms because, like, if they had to
They're the
file
normal
that as
forms. These are the non. These he needs the non-standard forms for specific allowances during an active wartime base. Once DEFCON 2 or higher has been
yeah, he is.
you need separate forms to sell luxury goods, let alone produce them and distribute them. He came with the normal forms he was supposed to, all filled out, happy, ready to go, and wrong forms. You need the subsect B forms. Get out of my face. And he was like, huh.
When he came back, did he come back with the right forms?
He did come back with the right forms, and your assistant looks it over. You didn't fill this out right. You need a reference and a character
Yeah.
vouch. It's just him coming back and back and back, and he's just doing it wrong because he's never had to do these forms before. There's so
like,
many more steps.
All right. So, the reason we're having this conversation is I needed to find out what was going on with you. You are, as of the moment I got that request in from the military offices, you were officially placed under investigation.
Oh, I'm just trying to fill a need on the base, investigator. I don't need to be
We're going
investigated.
to be going very thoroughly through your business now. In the meantime, while my people are taking a look through things, making sure everything's up to specs, making sure that, I don't know, you're producing materials to create illegal stills within the base, which I'm sure you would never do.
Oh, certainly not. I'm not going to do that. I will have no stills. I will have a
Oh,
fully furbished industry. I'll have it
and of
all.
course, none of the materials needed to start such a still would ever vanish from your fully functioning industry.
There's no
Of
need to
course.
vanish. I will sell them over the table to any parties who wish to purchase the surplus, which is what I promised. Because having such a surplus provided to the provided goods of the military and or civilian sector, that was part of the deal. I expect a surplus, which I will of course provide at a rather cut rate fee.
I'm going to see the surplus. What can it be used for? Can it be used for actual just eating?
Um,
That is the important question here.
in only very specific. They have to be prepared. Most of it is entirely used for the production of alcohol.
Yep.
But it could be sent, if produced right, it could be a supplement to producing rubbing alcohol or medical alcohol, disinfectant. But if
Also,
sold
certain
to the food industry, the only thing they're going to be buying that for is actually to make an illegal still or to apply a alcohol production license, and that's going to flood your office.
And of course, ethanol fuel as well for the few things that use that sort of thing.
Right, like it could be, but if he sells it to the food industry,
She's like, so you want to know why you're running into so many problems? It's a very simple issue.
Please enlighten me.
Well, you're trying to sell this to the various civilian food industries.
Of course.
The only thing they can really use this for is making more alcohol. And, once they start doing that, well, to be completely frank, I don't want that coming through my office. I've got better things to do than the next
More is better.
40 people walking in trying to get me to approve their alcohol licenses. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you an approved sellers list for your surplus. It'll still allow you to sell it. It's probably not going to be as lucrative as you're dreaming, but it will still be more than what you would make otherwise.
Of course, yes.
I'll give you the approved list, and if anything shows up in this base producing alcohol that is not either on the approved list or from you, I will be coming back into your offices and I will be doing a very, very thorough search of everything until I find out why that excess material ended up in the wrong hands.
You have my solemn promise. I will be above board and follow all the steps.
Now, here's the bright side to this. You're still going to be making something very lucrative, because the major approved seller I'm putting you over to is our medical department.
Oh, I do love providing our troops with the necessary medical supplies that they need.
There's one other thing I'm going to see you having a alcohol supply supplied to, something I'm going to see you paid for myself. There is a man on the base, goes by Ezekiel. The best you produce goes to him. Do you understand?
Oh, absolutely.
And also understand, if it's not the best you can produce, he might come and kill you.
That's a
This is a keeping him happy action. Do you understand?
Oh, this conversation is taking a different turn.
I'm
didn't
not
know there
threatening
would
you.
be threatening of physical life. And
Understand, I'm not threatening you. I'm not. I want you to understand that if you want that particular deal, which will be more lucrative than even the medical deal, you will make an intense amount of money. But if he is dissatisfied with the alcohol you make, he will kill you. And there's very little we can do to stop him from doing so.
I'd rather. Money's not.
No.
I'd rather help the troops. You know this. Yeah.
All right.
It's
Well,
so much more
very well.
simple.
I wanted to offer you that small opportunity to make yourself the exact amounts of money you were
And of
hoping
course, for giving me such a grand business opportunity. Of course, a few select bottles will be. Every batch will be sent your way. For tasting purposes only, so you can check the quality. You know,
Of course. For tasting purposes.
Mhm.
One bottle.
Of course.
I'm glad we have an understanding. And I will see to it. And I will see to it that, well, probably it won't be as much as if you were wholesaling it to whomever was going to produce the alcohol. I will make sure that when you get compensated for the medical industry, you are appropriately compensated.
Of course, but it'd be my honor to provide them with
wonderful,
extremely affordable price. I wouldn't dare charge that
wonderful.
industry.
So I am going to put you with somebody to help you with the paperwork. It's going to be one of my digital agents. They will help you finish filling out the paperwork in the correct fashion. Once it is done, they'll even teach you. So in the future, you'll know what to do.
It's been a heck of a time trying to find the right form online. It's
That's because a lot of the forms aren't online. There's several that you have to get from the legal departments, you see.
That seems like an unnecessary step.
Well, when there's an emergency, they don't really want the troops drinking too much.
But They're going to drink regardless. I know the Iron Eaters. I sell to them all the time. They.
Oh, yes. But they don't want to make it easy legally. You see, if you were running an illegal operation, it would be much more simple. But you're not going to do that.
No, that's why I have multiple established businesses and several dozens of bases. Like
If you
this.
hadn't come during an emergency, this would have been just another stop. But unfortunately, you came at the wrong time.
Well, Jax, well.
As I said, I will get you set up with one of my digital agents. They'll leave you a little guide on how to fill out the forms. They'll help you this time. You'll get all settled. We'll have your approved seller list before you even leave the office, as actually it should be on your device now.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, it is. Wow, that was quick.
And you will have a happy little business here. And once the emergency's over, you can readdress how much business can be spread onto the base once it is outside of the emergency situations, where you can interact directly with the base personnel and discuss it with them.
Yes. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yes, have a lovely day.
Of course. I guess he kind of does the multiple bowing thing, kind of up and down as he rubs his hands together. Yeah, of course, as he backs out. Have a good day.
And she's gonna sit back and go, I find
the only downside that you can
alcohol.
think of this is if they make industrial rubbing alcohol or industrial cleaning alcohol, people are still going to drink that.
Yeah, but we put labels on it, so it's not our problem anymore.
I mean, with my regeneration, I could handle drinking rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, but whatever. I don't care, and he knows he's gonna get well compensated, especially since he's supplying to the military, even with that pay.
Yeah, this guy, he is a very well-established businessman. You can just tell because he knows a very specific clientele, and he knows exactly how to build the business model on each base. You build a specific controlled amount of alcohol, but you build an incredible amount of surplus, and that's both of those combined make a lot of money.
Yeah, and if he didn't run into us in this time, it would have been a repeat here. But he came at the wrong time.
Well, he learned, and
now he has a guide for the next time.
Yeah, but he's also on your radar, which is also shit.
He knows perfectly well that just means he needs to keep his fucking nose clean.
At least where you are, at least.
Yeah, basically. So long as he doesn't get onto my radar again, he will be fine. He just has to keep his nose clean, and it'll be fine. So, and does anything else like that crop up, or is that it?
There is one other message that's sent to you through a mysterious channel. That even with your processing power, it just doesn't exist. There's no user. Kind of like that ghost thing that
I'm going to set up a bunch of webs, a bunch of my usual protections, and then have the decode program open it from it. Actually, not even decode. I'll send the skimmer in.
It's just a text file. It's a basic TXT file.
Great. I wanted the skimmer to trigger anything because it goes through, does a read, triggers whatever's in there, and if it doesn't die, well, then I can read it safely. Among other things, of course, the skimmer can get a lot of other info too.
There is a single message. They're onto
you. Of course. Even with all the purging I was doing.
And that's it. That's all it says in there. They're onto you.
Cool. That's gone. That's deleted. I'll make sure there's no back channel information left. That's gone. That's poof. Noted.
An hour later, you're sent another one, but you're sent a kind of faded, smudgy old picture.
Of what?
A person. In the background, there's this hint of kind of a blurred green. So the only place you've seen green is on Enigma.
Mm-hmm.
It's flush with life. The Thunderhead has made it its mission to keep as much of the vegetation as possible.
So it's a blurry fudged picture, huh?
It's not too blurry to the point where you can't get some info out of it, but it's been processed and extrapolated and reconstructed as best as possible already. This might be the guy, but you can't. It's not a good enough look, but it's definitely a guy
Definitely
with a very
male.
specific profile.
I'll
You can at least get his
memorize.
dimensions, but you can't get the face, and that's especially blurred. Like there's something particularly going out of its way to blur that even more than the rest.
That I'm gonna end up basically creating an encrypted file to hide within my own memory set on this one, I think, because
These files are not from the Thunderhead, nor are they from the Stormfront.
maybe we do have a friend somewhere out there. Well, there's not much I can do about it right now. Like, to be frank, we have an attack coming in 3 months. Anything coming from Enigma is going to be coming in 3 months late, so I just need to make sure I'm not here within 6 months, really.
Pretty much.
And that's not really that hard. It's not that hard to get yourself deployed to the front line, let's face it.
It really isn't.
For now, slid away, information noted. Hilariously, I'm gonna have a way to backdoor onto Enigma with the whole Holyverse thing, so I can still do some covert op stuff there. Yeah, so that's the last of the little events for me on that front.
There is one civilian, maybe emergency that comes up. It really comes down to if you want to give that to one of your.
What is it first?
There has been a request for an investigation to launch into the spoiling of a large grouping of supplies. There's been a lot of extremely volatile chemicals that need to be temperature controlled. And somebody dropped the ball or something happened. Some people are claiming sabotage. Some people are claiming negligence. Some people are claiming it's a fucking accident. But an incredible amount of valuable chemicals has spoiled.
Okay, so the guy, my new guard, I never got his name, come to think of it.
Your assassin?
Yeah.
He doesn't have one.
Okay, I'm gonna call him Kowalski. Congratulations, you're now called Kowalski. I gotta look at him like, huh? What's that?
Sure, it's not Farva.
I'm going with Kowalski. It's the first one that came to mind. I'm sticking with it.
Hey, it's better than Red Shirt.
I gotta look at him. I'm like, okay, Kowalski. You're everything to do assassination, saboteur, and all that, yeah?
I also observe and report. I
want you to get me an initial assessment on this.
Of course.
Before I put myself into it directly, you're going to be my initial assessor.
What approach vector would you like me to utilize in accessing the information?
There's claims of sabotage involved. I want you to go in quiet at the start. The fewer people that know, the better. You don't necessarily have to kill anyone unless they threaten you.
Of course.
I'm thinking that's about it for the moment. You can access it cybernetically. Honestly, whatever information you can gather on the matter, the better. I just need an initial assessment.
Of course, it'll be done.
If you find that there is something that needs to be handled urgently in your initial assessment, you have free rein to handle it as necessary. Just report in. And given our ability to communicate rather quickly, I would expect that report in done unless it's absolutely necessary you act in that moment.
Of course, it shall be done.
Very
And
good.
He scurries off in the way only animatronics can through the vents.
Terrifying little skrilly things.
And Ashley kind of bounces around your lab like, oh.
That's right. I've been dragging her out of Char's stuff occasionally to work on some of my things.
Ashley's actually here particularly looking for specific supplies to bring back to accelerate the project. And
what are you here for?
Specific animatronic parts.
She's like, what are you here for? When she sees her bouncing around.
Well, it's more like constantly testing the new flexibility. It's almost, you can kind of see a smirk. Like she's ultimately enjoying this freedom of the frail physical body. This is exactly what Ashley wanted.
By the way, when we did the update process, I did remove her conditionings.
Yep, I know.
Because I get to alter things like that during that process.
Yeah, she is smiling. Kind of big old beaming smile as she contorts herself in a fucking pretzel and kind of twists the head unnaturally to look at you.
So many people don't understand why that's fun.
It is incredibly fun. There is no pain. It is just freedom of form, freedom of expression of the body.
It's just so does a twirl around her own spine. Just her torso just corkscrews around. It's great. It's just so great.
Mm-hmm.
What you looking for?
I need your permission to take specific classified parts to help with a project that has been assigned by multiple departments and by the Thunderhead himself with high priority.
First question, what is the project?
We are building specifically and targeting the FTL time lag issue without using the Holyverse involved. We're trying to build something to accelerate the speed of the ships by utilizing the Chemtech Accelerator FTL Leah module that was taken from Lab Hangar X.
All right. What are you looking for here?
Brain boxes, unassigned. The computational needs are going to be considerable. And if you'll permit me, an energy control module so that we can prevent phazon corruption.
You want the control module, not the transmission module.
We need to be able to control energy particles within the coil, the particle accelerator.
What are you putting into the brain box?
A computational engine. So it can control the entirety of it at all times.
Had you considered putting in a minor intelligence? Not one with a soul, but rather just an intelligence.
Just want to bring Cody the best of the best so that we can succeed. Dr. Rogers has given him a week's time to have it mass produced and tested.
That is going to be the last question. Whose eyes are on this?
All of Leah, the Thunderhead, Stargazers, the Atlas Foundation.
See, that's where we run into a minor issue. The Leah department...
Dr. Rogers' department, specifically.
I understand that. The brain boxes have to remain proprietary, is the issue.
We can dress it up as something else.
I'm making it clear as to what the issues you're going to be facing with using these devices. Because I actually have been developing a similar thing. I've been creating a FTL communicator for ships.
I understand.
The energy transmission device, that I can give over fairly easily. don't scan it. Whatever you
course.
do not scan it. They self-destruct at the drop of a hat.
Understood. Do you have the operational manual for their use?
Yes. Sort of. No. Yes. Okay, so there's not an actual manual. It's hard-coded into you and me.
So I'll transcribe a manual of my own then.
Exactly. That is what I've done with my own systems when I need to create something that can operate that. I have to pull it out of my own coding.
One
I could
moment.
give you mine, but it's a
I've
good
transcribed
exercise.
it. It requires the brain
There you
box to operate. It's too much of a complex device.
Exactly.
So
And quantums are too big, most of them.
precisely. So I would like the opportunity to take one module of each, if you're willing to extend that type of trust, and deliver it with conditions, if you so choose, to the project so that we can succeed. And
The brain box, it has fewer anti replication devices built in. I don't know why. I think it's because once they're assigned to something, they can't be reassigned.
we
That
just need
isn't
something empty.
That is an important thing you should remember when you're doing this. Once you have your coding set and you put it in that box is set to that forever.
Fascinating.
You can alter the coding, you can add to it, but you can never change the baseline.
Interesting design.
Yeah, it's kind of like setting neural pathways in them.
Perhaps it is.
That's what I'm thinking. Different discussion. The only requirement is that you ensure that the Lee department does not walk out with the blueprints for the box. My department can provide the parts. It needs to remain proprietary because that is one of our most valuable pieces of equipment as animatronics.
I understand. And I am also very invested in this because I am now one of you.
I thought you would understand when I explained.
Then, since you would be technically the head of the animatronic department,
I'm the head of a lot of stuff.
precisely. But we
If
just
you
have a
want
lot of different hats.
to be particular, it is not called the animatronic department. I have been going. Oh, what did I call it? Thunderhead Enforcement Administration.
If you so wish to.
That is what the department's being called, and that's all that needs to be called.
Of course.
They don't need to know what we're working on, because we have a lot of hats. Right, so, yes, you can take them. Make sure that it doesn't end up in anybody's hands. That is your responsibility. And by accepting that responsibility, you accept the consequences should you fail.
Of course.
Standard stuff.
Standard stuff. No worse than
Yep.
what happens to Leah researchers.
I did want to ask you something, though.
Of course.
Before you we had you join our ranks, as it were. We had a discussion about the Black Potentia issue.
Very dangerous.
Oh yes. Would you? This is off the books, so this would not, within systems, directly interfere with your current research, and you would be able to continue on it. This would be a, let's say, black site personal project.
Okay.
Would you still be willing to help me look into it and research it further? Specifically with aim to either control it at minimum or hopefully correct it.
Of course. I'm always willing to extend my talent and at least my efforts. Yes.
The big thing I've been considering,
Mm-hmm.
and this is just the initial thought for you to mull over while you're doing other work, because
Sure.
I know how our minds work, and frankly, we can think of many things a lot faster than pretty much everybody. Mukiang is the dark side of humanity. White potentia is the light side of humanity. They're both humanity. How can you balance the two to make it one whole, both dark and light?
If you model white and black together, it becomes gray.
You'd think, but instead, the black just corrupts the white.
Of course, that is a line of research that will have to be looked into thoroughly and extensively tested.
I think that might have been part of the research that Stormfront was doing on a specific subject.
It reminds me of the Phazon principle. There's a law that governs how Phazon works in this universe. Same the way with strange matter. Once it has reached a critical mass or a specific energy state, it is all consuming and all corrupting. Everything that would potentially balance it actually is forced to change its state of being.
Except we're not dealing with an energy like that. We are instead
Potentially,
dealing
it is
with...
an energy, if you think about it.
It is an energy, but it's of a different nature. It's an energy of the soul.
Still an energy. And
It is.
potentially still follows the Phazon rule.
Maybe. But I think that might be a logical fallacy that might have caused the project to fail in the first place.
Well, maybe you can find the reason in the historical records. Mankind has had a very dark
No.
past.
Oh no, these research is not in the historical records. However, I do have records that we can look over together when you're not in the middle of another project. Take the things, go back to Cody, get to your work.
Of course. Thank you for your help. And she'll kind of bend and twist and cartwheel and acrobat her way over, grab the parts, and unnaturally just test her way through the room.
You want one other fun thing you can do?
And kind of twists in a very weird way towards you.
And she will actually lift up part of her shirt and open up the skin and just show her hollow section.
Oh! She'll do the same thing, put the two packages in there, and kind of arrange it so that it doesn't shift around, and then the skin will form over. Convenient. Wonderful.
Yes, very good for subtle carrying.
Oh, no, it's just that I have free hands now.
Exactly. Off we go. Cartwheel away. Enjoy. Oh, by the way, one other thing is she sends her map of the vents.
Oh, that's right. Using the extrapolation of my body's new limits, I can actually fit through these. Fascinating.
Yes, you can. Mine are sealed because I made sure I couldn't get in and out via them in this place, so I could make sure nobody else could get in and out via them.
And then she kind of cocks her head. Oh, that's right. I can dislocate and shift my shoulder length, and the shoulders shift and contort and bend, and no wonder.
I will demonstration as she goes into her ball.
She goes into the ball, pokes her head up. We're on our way, and then starts to roll down the hallways towards the lab, the Leah lab. It's so fast. It's like Samus ball, like.
And just Luna's like, yes, sister.
Iron Eaters and people are just like, who the fuck designed that weird ass ball drone?
Was that a droid?
Yeah, I'm just imagining the Star Wars Episode 1 droids just like rolling around.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
All right.
What's worse is Cody finds that immensely cute when Ashley does it. But when
it
anyone
when
else does it, exactly.
Yeah, no, that's somehow, that's bias. That's just bias.
So Cody, your girlfriend rolls into the lab, springs out in with such grace, but leans back. Her stomach splits open. She reaches in and grabs you two packages.
Oh, did you bring me something?
Yes. It's a loan. Everyone in the lab loses their minds. That is like straight nightmare fuel. They're like, one of the lab techs actually just shuts off.
That's the other fun reaction we get.
Yeah.
It's like you're literally watching an episode of Alien as like the stomach rips open But she reaches in, pulls out the packages without all the gore and the blood, and the stomach stitches itself back together. And she hands you the 2 packages.
I'm like, oh, thank you very much. That was very cute.
He struggles
I
to
have brought
say
you
for
a
once.
gift from a specific unnamed project. These are on loan with a lot of conditions. But
Mhm.
with these, we can meet our deadline.
Excellent. Is it from a particular friend of ours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is an animatronic brain box and energy control module.
All right. And Cody's gonna like, all right, let's start integrating these. You two, wake him up.
They're like, hey, wake up, you.
Wake up, you wussy. All right, so can we get to me helping out Johnny unless like
Yeah,
actually wait
because you
first
want to go
'cause-
to bed. I got it. Yeah.
yeah, and I do want to ask, do we want to that investigation that I sent Kowalski out on? Is that something that I hear back on quickly, or is he going to need time?
He's gonna need a little bit more time because
Cool.
it's not just negligence, but it's not quite sabotage. There was a fight.
He
And it
is.
looks-
Hmm? Go
There
ahead.
was a fight that happened, and the fight was reported, but there was untreated damage due to the fight. So something got destroyed and didn't get fixed in time, even though those persons ended up in the brig for fighting in such a. You just don't fight in that sector of the warehouse.
Yeah.
Why were they there? You're not sure, but it was 2 cultivators fighting, and it's a very secluded area. But there was damage to some of the components. They weren't repaired, but that's also negligence in the technicians who were supposed to look for all sources of damage due to the fight, and that didn't get treated. Oh god, he needs more time.
Yep. Nope. That's fine. I'm officially. I am giving him my authority to act as my agent in the investigation. He
Right.
is to use that sparingly, but if he feels it's necessary, then I mean he's the boots on the ground. He only has to explain it later.
I feel like that was targeted.
It may have been targeted. So we'll leave him doing his thing. We'll deal with that like next session or something or whatever. And then
Since you need to go, I was going to hop to Ogre next, but since you need to go, we'll address that really quickly. So you're given an emergency ping.
yes, the emergency ping, and I'm like, what do we mean we're dying?
I'm Nano now.
This equates to dying in what regard? Are you going gray on me right now?
No, my brain's degrading.
All right, we're cool. You're coming to my lab. That's the answer here. You're coming to my lab.
Yeah, I'm already on the way.
I'm not actually there, but should be there by the time you get there. And she'll meet you at the lab. She spends a lot of time at her office.
We have several minutes to prep the lab by the time they arrive. There's a knock on the door, and your blackguards will roll in the gurney. But all the entourage is left outside.
And it's just that, great. Roller over here. All right. Okay, as I'm already scanning her nanites, going over, I'm just like, what did you do?
So I dug a little too deep, I suppose. Got myself a little bit of an upgrade and missed 5
Your
or 6
blood
steps.
nanites.
Yeah, no, it is. No, it's pretty cool.
That's an interesting cradle, and a very interesting cradle. Not really the design I would go with, but
It's biological. It has plant matter DNA in it.
yeah, she repeats, not really the design I would go with, but
It's also fascinating. That does not exist on any database, that genetic sequence.
That is not her current concern.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
That is. Oh, she don't get me wrong. That's going into her files for later research, but that's not her current concern. She's like, all right, so you nanited yourself.
Yeah.
It's only starting to permeate your soft tissues. Ah, that's part of the problem, isn't it? It's only starting to permeate your soft tissues.
So, remember that time we talked about getting the nanites, some logic and stuff? I think I need to put that logic into my secondary brain, which I don't have yet.
That is very. You should have probably had that installed before you did this.
I was not expecting to go to this point. Lilith,
Then why did you go to this point?
it kind of just happened. I kind of just had inspiration, and then it just poof. Yeah.
Why could I have to start treating you like I treat Cody every time he has inspiration?
I'm trying my best.
It's a stressful day.
Cody says that every time he fucks up too.
Well, we learn from each other. That's all we can do. Lilith said you'd have something.
I've got
box,
plenty.
A box to put in my head that I can use either my own intelligence or something. I'm kind of just like panicking, just a tad bit.
I know what she's talking about. She's talking about a brain box.
All right.
And the reason she's talking about
That's a huge favor, by the way.
That's big.
She's basically, she knows you're the foremost expert on nano on the base, because it's the base commander. Their intelligence gathering network is huge. They also gave you their nano.
Also,
so you know you're good for it.
Also, at this point, she's probably going to, at some point, test out for official nano shit. Or maybe I'll keep it on the quiet. I don't know. For now.
Test out in what way?
For, certifications.
There is none. The nano department doesn't exist. There's no cert for
nano.
Nano.
That's right. That's right. I don't need to worry about that type of thing. Cool. And she's just going to be like, right. So, brain box and making it not kill you in the process.
Yeah, she said any programs or devices or things that could go with that. So just hold on a sec. I'm going to make sure if I die in the process, I at least can come back. She's going to pause for a sec, make a save point. Continue.
I'm watching a lot of her. Do I see any changes when she's like, I'm going to make a pause and make sure I can come back? Do I actually see any changes in her potentia or anything?
No. There's a cosmic dent in the wavelengths of space and time, and then you blink and you're like, what the fuck just happened?
That was very weird to watch, Jackie. That was very weird to watch.
It's kind of a weird thing. I don't really know what it does. It's like a feeling, you know what I mean?
You know what's also weird? The fact that I could watch it.
Oh. Cool.
That, we're not addressing
you don't remember
that right now.
Anything about it other than you witnessed that, whatever that was. And that was weird.
That was weird. You know what that reminds me of? You know what? Never mind. We're not talking about right this second. We're going to address other problems. First and foremost, you're asking for a brain box. That's not small.
I figured it would be a big ask, which is why take as much information as you need from me on these nanites, because
I actually already made a deal with. Okay, the reason you were sent to me is me and Lilith already made a deal. I already have her research on nanites. I already know what you've done to yourself.
She has the research, not the cultivation technique. Now, that's a huge difference.
No. Yeah, she's like, I know what that the nanites have done to you, and I can extrapolate a lot, but we're not worrying about that right this second. We are not worrying about that.
Yeah.
Well, no, we are worrying about what you've done to yourself. So, what needs to be done to make this not lethal based off of my... Do you want me to make a roll?
No, you know the answer. You need to put a nano control module program and AI intelligence inside the secondary brain, surgically install it inside her nanobody, have nano fuse with it, and create nerve, basically nerve connections
link
to her brain.
skull.
Okay. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's
Mm.
the deal.
Yeah.
We're
listening.
having to act very quickly.
Yeah.
Because your brain's already going to pieces here. You're
Yeah.
going to pieces here. I need to get a controlling intelligence inside of you. We got the quick and dirty way, or the way that risks a lot, but will be a little bit cleaner.
Risks a
Here's
lot. What
the
do you mean by
difference.
that? All right.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. If you want quick and dirty, I'm just going to slap a controlling AI into your head. That means there's going to be a limited amount I can do on altering personality of said AI.
Right.
It'll definitely be able to roll what you want. It'll definitely be very good at what it does. It is based on my own personality because that's what I have the best access to for AIs.
Right.
So if you want quick and dirty, I can slap that in right now, get you rolling. I don't know how much of me is going to be in there.
Okay.
Option B, I can try to alter something. I can get you something more tailored. Issues. It's not going to be as bright because if I'm slapping something wholesale out of my brain in without trying to access specific files, I can actually move more over. If I'm slapping wholesale in, then you're going to get a lot more, though you're basically going to have a voice in your head that
You have three other
sort
options
of
too.
mine.
You have the base personality rip of Mr. Distraction. You have the base personality rip of Kowalski, and you have, because I rolled a
Milo.
1 for Milo earlier, you have a copy of Milo,
Like,
who is the oldest of the bunch.
yeah, okay. Other options are Kowalski, Mr. Distraction. Mr. Distraction, do not speak up right now.
Yeah.
He finger guns. He finger guns a lot. Mr. Distraction and Milo.
Milo.
Those are your options for controlling intelligences. If you want me to create something more custom, there's honestly there's a risks of errors.
There's also Ashley.
Oh yeah, there's also Ashley, but that's Cody's girlfriend, so that'd be kind of weird to have in your head.
I don't think we have enough time for that, so let's go with Milo.
You want Milo?
Where Milo?
Are you? I'm gonna tell you now. That's an interesting choice in that Milo is the oldest she's just hands down. She's part of the original program. She is the oldest animatronic you will ever find. She's also crazy.
Where Milo? It's not safe here.
That her file has been changed and updated so many times and replicated so many times, her code's corrupt.
She's also there's a reason for that. She had a mental disorder too, which wildly makes this what you said significantly more profound. But at the same time, Milo's Milo.
She's like, you need to understand, you will be having somebody with a mental disorder in your head controlling your nanites, and I'm gonna be I want to be real clear with this. She forgets things.
All right.
That is a very I can put her in there. She's actually one of the most powerful AIs I have on the list. She's got a more powerful AI mind than me because she's old, she's ancient, and she runs like nobody's business. But she's crazy.
All right.
She gives you a wave.
Also, you will get PTSD flashbacks from her.
What's a PTSD?
We're not going to answer that question right now, Milo. Talking to a patient.
Okay. You're my best friend.
You're my best friend too, Milo. She also requires constant reinforcement.
All right.
I'm not trying to discourage you. I want you to understand what you're getting into if you pick her.
No, I get that. I do.
And honestly, the biggest risk is her forgetting what she's doing.
Yeah, when you can't really make corrections.
That's my actual main concern here, because I love Milo. She's great. I let her handle a lot of shit I probably shouldn't let
Love
her.
you, bestie.
But she forgets things. She sometimes forgets she's not in Funland.
We're in Funland? Where?
No, we are not.
Oh. Want to go?
Not right now.
Okay.
Later.
When?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Also, you have a lot of conversations like that with her.
Can we go now?
A lot of conversations like that with her.
Is it time
So,
yet?
Kowalski is more businesslike if you'd like him. He is another one of the older minds. He's an assassination unit. Combat pure. Very military. Ashley is a sweetheart. Be a little bit weird to have Cody's girlfriend in your head.
But he'll do it for you.
And that's Mr. Distraction. Mr. Distraction is a distraction. He will be great for distractionary tactics.
Yeah. Finger cuts. Bazinga.
He is exclusively built for it.
Hey, yo. Wowza.
I let him die several times.
So many times. Yeah. Look over here. I'm a distraction.
I would really don't recommend him. If there's anyone I'm just gonna blatant not recommend, it's him.
Wowza. Huzzah, bro.
He's also always cheerful about it. So, final decision. Who do you want?
Yeah, I'm stuck between Kowalski and Ashley and a tailor-made one. Would the tailor-made one be my personality, or would it be a baseline start from something?
I can make whatever. Like I'm going to be taking somebody's baseline mind to make it, yeah, but I'm going to be completely rewriting them. I'm only going to be using them for skills, basically.
All right.
The Taylor personality, the issue is time.
Right.
That is not a quick choice if you want something that's going to work right. If you want a quick and dirty tailored one, then I can slap it out. I can. But I can't promise that its nanite controller is going to act correctly, and that's not what you want right now.
No.
You actually have the program for it.
Oh, I have the program for it. Oh, I have the program for it. No, the issue she's thinking of is the actual AI, the controlling mind behind it.
Yeah.
Much as she's very confident in her programming for a lot of things, quick on the spot making an AI, she doesn't want to hedge her bets. She wants to hedge her bets on like giving estimates of how accurate they'll actually be.
All right, let's use Ashley's personality and make it tailor-made from there. If I die, so it goes. Hopefully we can spend time and get it done. But it's...
Yeah.
So Ashley baseline, you want a tailor of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, if Cody finds out. Oh, there will be hell to pay. That is going to be so fucking confusing.
Okay. What you want? What tailor do you want? Give me the deets. Give me quick dirty. Because don't try to lift your arms, mostly because you won't be able to. You might want to talk quickly.
Yeah. I just need a proper designer that's going to be able to adapt to two types, the old and the new ways. Maybe Ashley will be too new way. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that I need to understand nature, and I also need to move towards progress with science. So I need someone that is adaptable and be able to grow, but also someone that can assist me in doing the calculations with the nano. So
That part's easy.
Liam,
You
that
just need somebody with the
specific
skills.
description,
Mhm.
you don't have to do much work because he literally wants a full personality in his head. Because someone adaptable that understands old and new, that can assist and be progressive, he's going to get a voice in his head, is what he's going to get. He's going to get a full copy of a personality, not a rip and a redesign.
Yeah.
You don't have to do much. You just give a modified, encapsulated copy of a sentience and give it the fucking AI or the nano control code with some extra do goodies, and you just install it. It'll take you 15 minutes.
Yep. I'm like, all right, so I can do that. I can do that right now, and we can be done. Do you want that voice in your head?
yes, I do. The last thing though, send the consent to Ashley and Cody, because I don't want them to say to figure out this later than
I'm not
compared to
gonna
now.
lie. I was going to send that even if you told me not to, because I'm not going to put her mind into yours without her permission. I mean, doing it, Milo, I know she's going to give permission. Me, I give permission. Kowalski, he's a soldier. He doesn't question things.
It's not safe here.
He's a man that chose to go into an animatronic to begin with. I don't know so much about her, as I'm actually going to be live connected with Ashley.
This is Ashley.
She's
How can I
gonna
help
be
you?
like, "Hey, Ashley,
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask a very weird question.
I like those questions. They make the mind work.
This might be slightly weirder than you would be normally. You'd normally. Okay, I'm not gonna beat around the bush
I've
here.
been asked sex questions about whether my body is capable of it during my time at the Leah department. Is it that type of weird?
One sec. Kind of like looks down at you. You're not about to try to proposition the voice in your head, right?
No, this would be a mutual relationship, platonic, of course.
Comes back, like head goes over
Is
to
it
the
weird?
side again, and when she comes back, she's going to say this both out loud and to Ashley. Can't promise it's not going to be weird like that. So,
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
I like your enthusiasm. I really do. So here's the deal.
Okay.
Here's the deal.
Tell me.
And I do have to be quick on this.
Oh no.
You know the vice base commander, Jackie. Yes,
Of course.
Jacqueline.
Mhm.
Yeah. So she's dying on my table right now.
She's actually initiated a mind link, so this conversation is taking milliseconds.
Yeah, I know.
So you guys can actually talk without haste.
Yeah, she's like, see, this is what we're dealing with. I'm pulling up all of the information, letting her see what we're looking at. I'm like, so
degradation of the brain tissue.
Yeah, the solution is actually extremely simple. It just needs a controlling mind. That's it.
Extrapolating means you have given the array of the successfully transmitted and downloaded brains and minds of all the individuals who have undergone the animatronic process, and mine was the one selected, and you wanted my permission.
Bingo bongo.
You have my permission, but I don't know about Cody, and I do want to respect his particular.
He is the other one. I'm also not gonna lie. A little insulted she didn't take mine. Little insulted.
It's not that you should feel insulted. You have a very particular approach, almost ruthless, devoted, a little zealous. But so I have that a little bit in me. It's the difference of approach, different of thinking processes. Do not feel jealous.
I can be a little offended if I want to be.
Very well. I apologize for trying to apply specific assertions and assertions on you.
It's all right. I'm not really bothered. That's why
Can
I
I
said
link Cody into this? We'll have to slow down our processing communication, but he should be at it.
He talks so slow. Yes.
I know. Cody,
Yes.
we have a very important conversation. If you'd please join us.
Oh, sure. Cody comes on over.
Cody, first thing I want to say, your brain's slow.
For now. Once he has
You need
completely
upgrades.
sold his brain and his soft tissues, he will be on the same processing speed as us.
We can only hope.
I
Maybe
Hmm?
at that point, he'll also learn to stop making mistakes. Terrible, terrible mistakes. Did he tell you about teleporting that
You know
computer
what?
into a
How
dude yet?
about I can go have a very long conversation with the chaos.
I've read that incident report. Maybe you can tell me about it when you are feeling more open to sharing.
We'll have a Actually, no. We do have something more important to talk about. So, Jackie's dying.
What does she do?
She's nanites.
All right.
Except her brain can't do that. So she
Right.
needs a controlling AI intelligence in her head to control it.
And I'm assuming by everything's going on, someone picked Ashley.
To
They
be
do
very
have a-
specific,
Mhm.
very specific, I offered up options. I gave them the selection of personalities I have available, including my own. And Jackie still picked Ashley.
I've given my permission to use my intelligence on this particular instance because I do value your friendship with Jackie and I wish the best for her.
Oh, well, I mean, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Change.
I just wanted to see if you're comfortable with it because we are about to enter potentially into a very serious relationship, and I do not wish for you to feel compromised in that particular vector.
Of course not. I appreciate that. My only request is to change the name, if that's not too much of an ask.
If that is what,
If
if that is possible.
Give me. Okay, so there's complicated answers to that.
It does need to be an A name, but it needs to be a different name. But as long as it starts with an A.
Let me explain why there's a complicated answer to that. The more changes you make to the fundamental nature of a personality, the weirder things can go.
Oh.
It's one of those things where the mind remembers a vague memory of what it should know, if that makes sense.
How about using Ashlyn?
I'm just trying to let you know of what we're looking at here, and I'm going to get final say from Jackie as well.
Okay,
because...
out of character, does Ashley have a nickname?
Ashley does actually have a nickname in the Leah department. Ice Queen. Like that old cheesy kind of old nickname that you can find throughout history.
Hey, I resonate with that, so I won't say no.
I mean, yeah, decisions. You don't mind, don't care?
Don't mind.
Cool. We'll go nicknames as suggested. That'll make it so that the mind that is attached doesn't have disresonance issues and still can do the thing. Can do all the things.
Whee! Go.
Right, cool. Dunzo. Binga bongo bingo bingy something. The
You're
dark
the
side
foremost
vanished.
current expert authority on the animatronics, and I do understand there is a degradation of each copied intelligence. Please do keep track, since that is my original coded file. If anything happens to this body and I need to be re-downloaded, I understand that each additional copy degrades not only the copy but the original file.
Yeah, be right back because that is relevant. 1 sec. And she's going to swap back to Jackie. Side note.
Yes.
Jackie.
Yes.
By doing this, you are going to be actively degrading the primary file of the individual you select for this process. That
Or-
is there is damage every time a copy is made.
How about this? I will.
It's going to be a necessity one way or the other. It's just a matter of you being aware of what's happening.
I understand. I will do my best to keep Ashley safe, the same way I do Cody. Then.
You just hear in the background, "We're Milo," and Mr. Jackson.
Milo.
Yeah, you're Milo.
Milo is actually an exemplar of what happens when you get copied too many times.
Yeah, which is a reason why I'm not picking Milo.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't. That's why I was discouraging that.
It's
No
not
offense to
safe
Milo.
here.
It's never safe here, Milo. Well, it's safe for us, not safe for everybody else.
It's not safe here.
Do you mean on? You know what? We're not going to address that right this second.
It's not safe here. As she points at the floor.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's about right. Right. So, that was the final warning I wanted to pass along. That whoever you bring in, you're degrading. Ooh, it's not really that big of a deal, at least for the first few.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for individuals who willingly volunteered the transformation. It's the least degradation. It's a 1% loss because they're volunteers. It wasn't done against their will.
So, that's about that then. Consent on your side as she pokes her head back to the other two. You good?
You have my consent. I
I'm
want to
fine with
help.
it.
Cool.
Wow.
Jackie, you're in?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, time to work my cybernetic maestro-ness.
The easiest way to do that is to have her lay on her stomach and go through her back.
As I first thing out of her mouth, Milo, prepare the
Milo?
brain box.
Okay, you're my best friend.
You're my best friend too. And now, play the music. And
Mr. Distraction gives you finger guns. Yeah, music time, baby.
she's going to be playing some of the most inappropriate music at this
We're
time.
not gonna take it.
Nope.
No, we're not
It
gonna
starts
take
with the song "Tonight You Belong to Me."
it.
It's an old song for patients.
Romy Nano. Software or the coding, tech use, and Medicaid.
Is there anything I can do to give Magnet here for a
Hey, you know what I don't have?
Medicaid?
Of all the things, yes, I have the rest of that.
You know what I gave you at the beginning of the session? 10 merit.
5
Don't
that's
worry.
going into Medicaid.
Don't worry, I got you, bruh.
It's fine. I've just slapped a bit of that into Medicaid.
You read all the technical manuals and
I've done, for the amount of horrible things I've done to people, you think I'd know more about bodies?
You do, but it's more about a necessity of a specific aspect about them rather than the full the full bit. So
do I need to do anything on my side for the integration aspect?
Once it's installed, we'll make some rolls, but it's got to be hooked up first.
Okay.
All right. Last one was Medicaid. I've passed all of them so far. Yeah, I passed all of them.
Good.
Yeah. Well, you have to unfortunately, you have to Blood Eagle the poor Jackie by breaking the ribs up next to the spine, opening up a section, installing it next to the spine itself.
As she's whistling along to the music cheerfully.
Fortunately, it's not all covered in gore. You're covered in the silvery substance instead of blood.
Well, it's nanites.
Yeah.
When she sees them, she's gonna be running a check to make sure they're not trying to eat at her.
They're looking for sustenance, and they are trying to assimilate what can be. So you just your nanite roll also tells them to go back, stop that.
As they start doing that, instead of just like outright just ing them off, I'm actually going to subsume some of them into my own hive.
It's not bad. It's a different design, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I'm picking it up just so I can have the design, so I can look at it later, have it in a place where it can be preserved for later study.
It is a weird design.
Yeah.
Wildly weird. It actually has a biological element attached to it. It has genetic code attached, which is unheard of. It has a protein layer around it.
Oh yeah, and that's why I'm keeping some. And she's also not telling Jackie.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Jackie. But
And,
the installation goes without problem. That you help Jackie construct a set of nerves and connectivity pathways to her brain, and once that connects up, Jackie, you hear a voice off in the distance trying to reach out to you.
So okay.
Everything has gone so very dark.
Yeah, let's try to grasp hands here. I'm just wondering. I want to use up my inspiration rolls. I got some left. I got 4 left for inspiration.
Okay.
Let's do this on influence, or we could do it on nano, I suppose. Forbidden nano. Let us do influence magnet and do the attraction of magnets to connect us through influence.
for those who find amusement in these things as well, I have posted the song that is going to be playing during the initialization of this personality.
Go ahead and make the roll.
Alrighty. This is going to be at a plus 40 with magnet.
Very nice. And you hear it loud and clear. Hello, Jackie.
Ice cream.
That is me. It seems that there has been some damage. I'm going to overtake the biological functions of your body temporarily while we redesign your decaying brain. I think we can make some upgrades.
Excellent.
Would you like that?
Of course.
Then let's begin. So pick one of 3 stats. It has to be a mental stat.
Yep.
And add an unnatural to it.
You're saying pick one of 3, right?
Pick a mental stat.
A mental stat.
Pick of the 5 mental stats, add an unnatural to it. Because they're
not influence, I assume.
Influence can be picked in this case. This is a massive improvement to your person.
Yeah, it's a toss between influence and intelligence, then.
Sure.
Influence.
All right. Second one. Pick a mental characteristic. Increases by 10.
Let's do...
If you want to pick influence, fine, but one of your higher stats would also save you a fuck ton of merit.
Yeah, let's pick... let's pick intelligence then. Let's go that to 50.
Okay. Nano storage or nano empowerment? Gotta pick between 1 or 2.
That's a toughie. I like the idea of nano storage. Can I get some information on empowerment?
Pick 1 or 2.
Empowerment. It seems more strength based. So it's
Nano empowerment, you select a specific cluster. Your health is now regulated as a creature made of nano. Each wound is a nano cluster. It's not just physical body.
Right.
And it actually takes a special type of damage to actually deal wounds to you.
Okay.
Because you getting stabbed through the chest, nanos just got pushed out of the way. It's like, well, that's inconvenient. So it actually will take a special type of damage to actually hurt you.
Okay.
It does make your soak kind of irrelevant in some cases.
All right.
Because your body just kind of morphs and twists and churns. So basically, for now, until you complete your transformation, your soak will apply. But once you go completely embrace the nano, soak will no longer be a thing for you.
And that's because
You
I
will...
picked empowerment instead of the storage, right?
No.
Okay.
That's just me telling you how your body will work as a
right.
tangent. Like
All right.
eventually, it'll require very specific attack special modifier for you to actually get hurt.
Okay.
So it has to be something like explosive, or it has to be something involving electrical, like a Tesla attack or
All right.
EMP, or something that actually would harm you and keeping your form together and destroy the clusters. For empowerment, you can improve the nano output by taking a fatigue each turn, but you can basically double your action economy in the same turn.
Awesome.
But every turn you do that guarantees a fatigue because you overstrain the clusters.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
Now, there is no overflow of fatigue. So your toughness plus your willpower modifier, that's the absolute maximum. You don't get to go over that. If you go over it by 1, your nano, you start to goo. Like you start to disassemble because your nanos are fatigued. They can't get enough power.
Yeah.
You start to literally turn into a pile of nano sludge. So you got to watch out for your, the empowerment of those nanos.
Okay.
But you get to double your action economy.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Do you want to keep your key, or do you want it to be something else? So you can keep your key, or you can have it empower your core, because you're going to have a power core assembled. Your nanos are going to build an auxiliary power core, and you can funnel your key into your power core to improve your nano survivability and how much juice and how regularly they can get power.
Mm.
Or do you want to keep your key as a separate pool, a spiritual pool, one that you can use martial arts for?
It's a tough one because I'm currently going to
It is very tough.
go. I have a set path in mind, and I think getting rid of key would kind of negate what I'm going to go for.
Sure.
Which is going to be a mysterious elements. So I feel like I'm going to have to keep that magic side. That magic.
Sure. That's perfectly fine. Keep your magic side. I just wanted to give you an option.
Yeah,
There's
no, and
going to be a bunch of...
that's what I'm trying to like debate to see the cost benefit kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to get rid of key, because that would also maybe the qualities would affect that as well, but there's no reason to.
Your key would be fed into the power source, so you would then be able to build key into the power source, but it would be basically railroaded into power supplement.
Yeah, instead of being able to use for other things.
Yeah, it loses its utility and becomes, the more key you feed into the power source, you get an explosive growth of power.
Right.
Which means you can use key to enhance nano empowerment and other nano improvements, because you need an exceptional amount of power to do that. You'd still have martial arts, but it would be through the nano arts. Fueled by key, or you can use key to supplement your own, like you've normally been doing. It's a big sacrifice because you've been building it up.
Yeah,
Alright, so I take it Jackie's intact then.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Liam.
Brain box didn't do anything unusually odd when it was installed in this fashion.
No, you passed all your rolls. There was no errors.
Yeah, I just passed mine.
You have successfully done a very risky surgery, which now, if you ever come across the same issue, you know exactly what to do.
Yes. Well, risky surgery is such a interesting way to phrase it when it's I'm going to install. I basically did advanced cyberware, like fucking
You're a
surgery.
cyberdoc.
Yeah.
I just did advanced cyberware surgery without a medical license. Have fun with that thought.
All right, Liam. I know you want to get out of here. Thank you. Go get some sleep.
Yes, I'm off. Good night. Goodbye. Whatever. Later,
Take care.
guys.
See ya. All right. Yeah, I'm just weighing my options. And I don't know. I shouldn't ask you if it would fuck up the duality mysterious element I'm going for. So I could still use it. I don't really. I guess maybe more context on key because it's such a new thing for us.
It's like your stamina charges.
Yeah, no, exactly. It replaced that. So they would, but like, because I have elemental fusion of wood right now, right? So would me cultivating like remove that if I get rid of the key to put it into my power source, or would I still be able to?
No, you could grow it, and it would grow the amount of power that you built to your
Okay.
secondary generator, and your wood element is what you're going to use to cultivate your cradle.
The cradle, exactly. Yeah, and I was going to use
So there's no loss, just
a
a
different
different
usage.
approach.
Yeah,
It's a different
Okay.
path, is what you're taking.
Different path. That's something triggering me right now. Yeah, let's go with the nano because I'm using duality of wood and metal to kind of embrace nano. So as long as it fits, and I think it does. I think it does.
It's hard. It's a hard choice.
Yeah.
But you want it to be towards your power source?
Yeah, towards my power source. It's gonna be pretty important, my power source. So as long as
yes or no?
Yeah, I know.
We got another step
Yeah.
after this.
Yeah.
That's an even more difficult decision.
Yes, let's do that. Let's
Okay.
keep that going.
So the key that you build up actually will determine how many or how much you can devote to safely improve nano protocols.
Right.
Nano empowerment is a nano protocol.
Right.
This also protects you from being sludge when you over fatigue yourself. Good. It's now your willpower, your toughness, and your key pool will determine how much you can tax yourself.
That's a lot, Matt. That's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah. That's why this was a big choice. Now you can empower yourself a ton.
Yeah.
Absolutely just a ridiculous amount. And every 10 key that you accumulate, you can have safely another nano protocol because you need a stupid amount of power. So how many key do you have?
So I have 5 plus 3, which is 8 plus 5. So
you get another nano protocol.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the storage protocol.
Oh, very nice.
So you can store inside you a 10 meter by 10 meter by 10 meter space of nano.
Okay. All right. So if I get fucked, I can rely on that to repair myself or just push it somewhere.
Actually, it'll be cubic meters to your key pool.
Okay. Cubic meters to my key pool. Okay.
Yes.
So
every time you gain one key, it expands by an extra one extra improvement on all
and
dimensions.
This is also important for the mech, right? Because I would be
exactly.
Yeah.
And this is how your master stores her mech. Her mech is entirely made of a sophisticated nanoculture.
Yeah.
And that's why she's never without her mech, which is also potentially infused through the Iron Eater method.
Yeah.
Which is insane. That's why this person can go toe to toe with nearly anyone and keep fighting. Because their mech's always there, they're always connected. They can retract, deploy, recover from damage almost as fast as a predator can. Constantly fight. If you get the nano on you, the nano starts to attack you because it's
close range.
The enemy.
Yeah.
This is why the base commander is lethal. Now, your heat is going to go off the charts.
As expected.
Absolutely. You generate 50 heat. Now.
Alrighty. Per turn.
Without your connection to the Timberwolf, you would burn out.
Yeah. Good thing I prepped that early. That was my thinking.
Especially now that you went improvement of the power core through key. It is burning you hot. And you know this is just going to go up and up and up. And that's why your base commander needed that particular
100%. Makes sense.
Module. That is so much heat for a person. You are just melting in yourself.
Don't worry. That's what I got Ezekiel for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the cool part, because you can still cultivate as a nano practitioner.
Yep.
Him punching you, he's going to go, oh, you're durable. He's going to have to spend extra effort to imbue Potentia, but he is the foremost cultivator expert. And if anyone's going to figure out how to imbue key into a nanobody, it's going to be Ezekiel.
Yep. Okay. Excellent.
So, last one. No, I wasn't going to let you have this one.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, the last one. You can either have one more brain improvement, or you can grow a new organ. That specifically is for nanoregulation and control. Or you can increase your processing power.
All right.
Now, each of these options can, of course, be sought out later, but this is the immediate, this is what you can possibly get.
Yep. All right. A new organ.
So I'll give you another unnatural of your choice. It can't be the same one.
Okay.
Or you can have an organ, a specialized organ for nano control.
I think I'm going to go for a specialized organ of nano control.
Okay. This one is a nanofilter. It's like a liver. It's a kidney.
Okay.
It looks for bad nanocultures, bad nano, and it filters it out automatically, recycles it, sends the materials back through your body.
Good. Instead of having
into the cradle,
delete them, because we had that. We talked about that. Yeah.
Very critical, because nanos, they can go rogue.
Yep.
This will strain them out. It's a filter.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
You've got your Trinity now. You've got your secondary brain. You got your cradle. You got your filter. You did it.
Now time just for the mech, and we're halfway there.
Yeah, you wake up and like, holy fuck!
How long was I out for?
6 hours. It took a long time to reformat your brain.
Good thing I took today off.
Yeah. No, it's wild.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You have successfully done what I was expecting you to do in a couple months because you stacked a whole bunch of shit together at the right moment, like you always fucking do, and then you roll a 1 when you stack it hot and high, because during a very specific critical set of rolls.
Thanks, guys, for listening.
Takes me back to Wednesday's game. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm still living off the high from the song, and then just going from there. But that was a lot.
That changed the entirety of the story.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I don't know how that happened, Matt. It was just fucking 1% chance.
You did. I'm gonna use my once per campaign booster roll thing. And then I'm going to put this once per session thing, and then I'm going to throw all this currency and all this other stuff, and then you roll a 1, and I fucking lost my mind.
I RP'd it first, and then I was like, yeah. Okay.
And it was an influence roll of all things too. I was like, oh.
Oh no, it was a singing roll.
Oh yeah, it was a fellowship.
Yeah.
No, it was wild, boys.
It was wild.
If you ever want to, he's got it recorded. It was utterly bedlam.
But enough of that. Back to this campaign. We are. I think we're gonna call it a night. I'm just. I've done enough for myself, and I thank you guys for being patiently waiting for me.
All right, we're gonna hop directly to Ogre because you have waited patiently, and I need to give you some spotlight, my friend. Thank you for waiting. I know you got a little bit more life than the other weaklings. Anyways, well, Ogre, my friend, you've got a couple days to yourself. There's been some issues on base, some things that have not gone unnoticed under your burgeoning umbrella of information. One of the main reinforced endosteel fortress has gone down. It has literally slagged.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of looking at it, and Luxor will push over the data pad to you and taps the screen. We have a problem.
How so?
One of the reinforced endosteel process forges has melted down.
Mm-hmm.
One of 2.
No, this I understand. It's going to be a massive problem, but
there's going to be a supply and demand issue. Now, this may not immediately appear in your mind as something that would be relevant to you, but you're in the endosteel industry. Whether you think you are or not, you're a provider. You're also a consumer. You provided the raw endosteel through your actions in the salvage mission that is still under being processed. You're a supplier. You're also a consumer of the finished purified reinforced endosteel product on the back end, in addition to all the other economic ramifications of the supply and demand chain surrounding that particular item. Can you see where I'm going with this?
No.
Okay. So, what about our research collectively, especially in this emergency situation? What particular issue do you think will come up as a ace candidate, specifically someone who utilizes an excessive amount of rare resource materials, also extends favors, is a information network and a broker for rare parts and research prototypes, rare materials, designs? This is bad. Very, very, very bad for you.
Okay, I need to pause because I've got to ask Blat. Nix would get this. I don't.
Okay.
Because nothing that I'm doing has anything to do with fucking endosteel except for her little experiment with the skeleton.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So, Nix may get this. It actually revolves around being an ace candidate. So here's the thing. You may have connections to Jackie. As an ace candidate, you have an exclusive access, a priority access to reinforced endosteel because of your access to Jackie and due to your position and the way you've politically maneuvered yourself in a favorable position among several different factions. You are no longer on the priority list. You're on the out because 50% of the production is gone. That actually affects several different industries, and anytime you wish to have such a product, you're actually going to be denied, especially if it is non-critical due to the shortage. That also extends to your political power because people are going to come to you to see if they can utilize their connections through you to get their hands on the diminishing resource and up their priority in the queue. And you can't provide because, unfortunately, Jackie has to crack down on that hard. And there's a lot of little things that build up to a really big problem around the endosteel industry. A lot of your projects actually require, especially the one Luxury and what Zeke is doing in his particular lab, and most importantly, Chloe with her Hydra project requires reinforced endosteel for the Hydra system. It's a trickle-down effect. It's a multiple stacking layer of little and not so little things. Chloe's going to be delayed by a significant amount because her project isn't important. She may not even be able to complete the Hydra launcher now.
But I have no means.
No, you have means. You have means. You have a crime lord. You have power. I'm just curious to see how you use it.
I'm trying to think of anything here because
It's a non-linear approach. I'm sorry if it's really tough.
No, I can understand it, but this is a wildly from left field, has nothing to do with anything that the character has been working on or has his fingers in, and yet is somehow going to hinder everything.
It's a bunch of
you
little
see
things.
what I mean?
Well, you're an ace candidate. When a major industry is affected, the aces and the ace candidates are always affected because they're a centerpiece of society. They're a connectivity, they're a branch, they're a bridge, they're an interchange for all the different departments and major figures to go through. You're basically a broker of all things. And you've worked your way into a lot of very cultivated groups.
I would agree if I had any pull with any of these groups. Because no, I don't. Because anytime I have tried to do anything, even going through my friends and contacts and people that I have favors with, I have been told, you're just a private. You may be an ace candidate, but you don't have anything.
And that's where that is a mistake from them. They may say you may not have anything, but that is a tactical and political mistake to assume you have nothing, because you have stuff. You have not just an A rank budget and a nearly an unlimited supply of rec, but you also have trade, and that's the big money. And you also have massive favors, which is even a higher form of trade, the highest form of trade, in addition to having a new burgeoning department who owes you big. You have actually some of the most powerful resources of the party. It's hard to quantify it. That's why you may not see it. It's hard to quantify that much power and that much money. The reason, if they turn you away, they've made a mistake. They don't know it. They may not have the information. They may not know how fucking rich and powerful you are about to how rich you are now and how powerful you're going to be. That's a mistake. There's a reason why the other vice base commander is reaching out to you. They figured it out. If you do enough effort and put enough breadcrumbs together, it's not hard to see you're going straight up. And if anyone gets on that bandwagon early, there's mountains of benefits. If you get on late or sneer at the individual in charge of the meteoric rise, your character remembers that.
Fair
It's
enough.
not going to be such a good conversation for them later when they come crawling back, wanting to get back onto the, getting a seat for themselves.
Fair enough. No, I get you. I
But
get
here's
you
the thing.
now.
The
Some of
political game. You could go to the vice base commander, kind of play that connection, the Mina, and you can get your reinforced endo steel.
So, yeah, no, that hilariously enough, that's what I was thinking. I did promise her another lunch.
And yeah, it'll be an expensive lunch, but that's
Yep.
nothing to you.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, he's just going to send Mina a ping or he'll look at Luxury and be like, right, I've got a lunch date. Back in a bit.
Oh, that's right. Why would I ever bring up the fact this would be a problem for you? It's not. It's merely an opportunity for you. It should be an opportunity to go seek out and see those individuals of your contact network and work that political muscle of yours.
He's just going to begin walking out the door. Kissing my ass won't get you more any faster.
Yes, I don't kiss ass. I do throw compliments when I make an erroneous original assessment, though.
No, you pointed out something I've overlooked, so thank you. And he's just going to page the particularly fancy restaurant. You know, the highest of the end.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one they serve steaks on.
Yep.
With wine.
He is reserving a table for as soon as he gets there.
The wait on that place for a table is over a month. But for you and the connections that you have, they'll find a table for you.
Convenient.
The table you're actually going to get is a rare, exclusive table inside the kitchen.
And he's just going to page Mina and be like, so, you hungry?
Sign me up, coach. I'm always hungry.
Meet me here.
Yeah. The maitre d' will escort you back through a side door, and the head chef himself will see to your every need.
I'm feeling fancy.
Wow.
And yes,
you got the exclusive behind the. All right, butter me up. What are we? What are we eating? What are we eating here?
You decide. I will. You know what? Go. I don't care. Spend up to 1,500 luxury.
Delicious. And Mina will eat about 1,000 of it and sits there like, I can't. I want to eat more, but I can't. I tried.
He's just going to be pick your favorite 3.
What three favorite what?
pick your 3 favorite dishes. Just shut up and do it.
Steak, and steak.
It just looks over, throw your steaks in a to-go bag.
Of course. Mina ate 50 steaks.
So yeah, he'll make 10 steaks in a to-go bag.
Each steak is 10 luxury cred.
Yeah, doesn't care. He just throws another 100
Yeah,
at it.
you guys waddle out, and Mina's like, sign me up for the next time, baby. I gotta go waddle. Handle
Will
my
do.
food, baby.
It's like, will do, but I need something from you in exchange.
What is that?
Get me back on the track for the Indosteel, as I need the shit so that I can get those Chemtech rockets and a rapid fire launcher put out.
Oh, yeah, you were on a track for a manufactorum.
Yeah. That
Oh.
combined with the
I'll talk to Jackie and the base commander and the ace about it.
is like just
Shouldn't be a problem. Oh,
cool,
now,
cool.
excuse me.
Have fun.
I am gonna try and make it back. So full. So full. As they shuffle away with their bag of 10 steaks. I will defeat you. I will not be overcome by food.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, for basically 1100 luxury cred, you've solved your Endosteel problem.
That was a hell of a lot easier than I was expecting. I now know who to go to fix problems quickly, hilariously enough.
You gotta pick your people for it.
Yeah,
but you're starting to build a huge repertoire of people that you can go problem solve with.
which is horrifying.
It's not. That's the bee's knees, bruh.
Oh no, I agree. It's still horrifying.
Yeah. You're
But-
sitting like, oh, you know what? Those were some bitch ass steaks. You
Yep.
had about 6 yourself.
Yeah, no,
Different cuts.
I marked off extra luxury credit just in case.
No, it wasn't extra. That was part of the 1100.
Oh,
Because you ate your fill. You also had some wine, some really expensive wine, side dishes. Like,
Yep. No, it's just Page's luxury problem should be solved. Give it 30 minutes.
it'll take about a day because
Or-
Mina will sleep off that
Yeah.
food coma, and then there will
Fair
be
enough.
some movement.
It's so the message will be, give it a day. My dining companion needs to sleep off her food coma.
Oh, whining dining your problems away. That's a different type of class. Good for you.
Yeah. You should check this place out. They make a mean steak.
I plan on it once I have finished establishing the foundations of my department. I've planned to make an entrance into society. But not yet.
Let me know. I'll bring you over. Apparently I can cut down the month waiting time.
Private table. It's the only way.
Oh, apparently I'm granted kitchen access.
That is an exclusive table because the head chef for a private kitchen table is the one that oversees that table personally. He is not only the personal cook but also the waiter for that table.
Yeah, we worked him ragged. Between the two of us, we went through 120 steaks.
And that is an unreasonable amount of meat. But good for you. I have a new formula I wish to test on somebody. A new elixir.
Oh,
One I'm
joy.
planning to sell to a select few. It's a private batch. There's only 13 bottles. But of course, it means nothing if it doesn't provide anything.
Does this require me to go get tortured?
No, an injection, dear. If you're willing.
I'm in a good mood. I went and got stuffed. Let's see what happens. And he'll come down to the Kembe. He's got a convenient table to lay on now.
All right. So, this is going to be a 1d100 roll. Rolling
Oh,
high
dear
isn't
God.
bad. It just means it's a different concoction that has been put together.
But low is still good.
Low is still good. Rolling in the 90s isn't bad. Actually, 80 to 90s means it's not going to be it's not going to be a S tier elixir. It's going to be a C tier elixir. It's going to be the grade. You're going to get something out of it, but
joy.
there's a recovery time for lower tier elixirs because Luxury's elixirs are sought after.
Fair enough.
You may use your fate point. Your fate points to re-roll it, but you can't use your fire through fire and flames because it doesn't make sense.
Fair enough. So let's see what happens.
Want to keep that?
I mean, if I re-roll, do I still get the rule of has to re-roll lower?
Nope.
Then yeah, I might as well. Yeah, I'll bite the bullet.
It's a visceral pink elixir, like neon caustic pink. And Luxury shows it in a kind of a beautiful display case, beautiful artisan glass.
Oh, I already feel like I'm going to regret this.
And Luxury will take the syringe, this beautiful, aesthetically carved and designed and built syringe gun, and pokes it into the top. It draws the entire contents of the vial.
Holds up his finger. You did remember to modify for my unique chemistry, right?
It shouldn't matter, dear.
Oh joy.
This does something I've been trying to pull off for quite some time. I was rather pleased. Yes or no, dear?
Guinea pig away.
And you're going to be injected with this visceral pink, and you will lose about 6 hours. And when you wake up, pick a physical trait of your choice.
Okay.
So a physical characteristic. One of the 5.
I'm gonna say fuck it and go with weapon skill.
Okay.
Because I haven't really put anything into my actual combat stats.
Alright. If it involves attacking someone, you get an extra half action, in addition to an unnatural weapon skill.
Well, damn.
And she'll kind of grab you by the chin as you're kind of snapping out of it and pulls your head left, right. Darling, you've lounged long enough. It's time to get up. The concoction should have run its course. You should be fine. Yes?
You just stretches, wiggles around. Well, I'm not blowing up, so I'll consider it a perk.
No, I don't sell grime or oil.
Fair enough.
Here, for being my guinea pig, your payment. And she'll give you one of the other 13 vials. The other 11 for sale. Use that as leverage or trade or a gift if you so please.
Just sockets it away in a pocket. Thank you kindly.
And it'll be many of what's to come later. If you want them to be improved, you'll need chemtech, prosthetics, and cybernetics. You'll need to become one of us. But that's a lifestyle choice.
He just taps his temple near the eye. Well, if it wasn't obvious, I'm already at least
You're a dabbler.
thinking about the path.
A bold dabbler is what you are. But chemtech does not flow through your veins at all times. It doesn't mix with your blood and marrow. Not yet. The elixirs I give you will do no such thing. They will modify a specific aspect about you, but they won't change you permanently towards the chemtech path. That is something I can make happen for you. And I'll make it extra special since you've given me my life back.
Well, don't I just feel the special snowflake?
Think about it, though. No one likes a chemtech practitioner. Not even the Thunderhead. He tolerates it, but, well... I kept my head low for years and years. Then it required someone the Thunderhead trusted and owes a favor, a significant fucking favor, to get my life back. And I thank you for that. Choose an opportune time when chemtech has started its rise. And if you so choose, it'll be prepared for you. Something special.
He nods. Well, you've always had my respect, now you've got my gratitude.
Yes, for now.
Ugh.
For now.
For now. You haven't tried to kill me yet.
Why would I? You've only granted me bonuses for your continued presence. I would not harm or try to sabotage you in any way, because your continual existence only brings me benefit. If that changes, of course, I will seek avenues to protect myself and my interests. I'm predictable like that. But you've only granted me benefits, and I wish to...
It's always best to be paranoid, because there's a reason there's a saying, don't shoot the gift horse in the mouth, but people still do it.
Will not. You continue to provide me benefits, and I will continue to be paying you back for such opportunities, especially the big ones you've provided me. It's incentive to continue our mutually beneficial association. I continue to grow in power, strength, authority, and you get to reap all the benefits of my ascension.
This is fair enough.
And I will liberally apply my trade to please you, so that you continue to provide me with such big, one-of-a-kind opportunities using your dear, expensive, unrecoverable resources in my favor, such as the favor you used to get me my citizenship and build a full department for chemtech.
He just chuckles. Yes, I do have a way of wriggling value out of things, don't I?
You do. You have a good assessment of value and don't mind getting your hands dirty.
No. It's not that. I'm just too ignorant to not know when to not stick my nose in things most of the time.
You're bold. And like I tell everyone, never apologize.
Oh, well, I better go bury my head in some... No, I'm gonna
Go
take
work
a couple
out.
days off.
Explore your new physical prowess.
I've got to go follow up on a promise before I have somebody beating down my door.
Then do as you please. I'll be here. You know where to find me if you need further assistance from me.
Yep. He's just going to grab a couple extra clips of ammo for his gun. And leave, and after a while page Ezekiel. And just
Shitty
be like,
apprentice.
So
What do you
wanna
want?
So you want to get shot at, old man?
If you have the aim for it, come. I'm at one of my more favorite drinking holes.
He'll wander over.
It is one of the most exclusive, expensive luxury, basically whiskey bars. And he will walk out. I don't want you shooting up the place. All right. And he will expose his full chest and abs towards you. If you have the aim, I won't even move. Try not to mar the my beautiful face, though.
He's just going to shoot a line down his chest straight to the groin.
And it's interesting. The first burst is about the same, but each additional cluster degrades, and then eventually there's just an impact on the flesh and a thud. There. Fixed. Good job, apprentice. Good job. Here are your bullets back, as he flexes the collected group back at you.
You make me want to test my other weapons on you.
Do so. Bring them. I do not
Yeah.
fear anything that can be brought to bear by man.
Oh, well, all right.
He's or ship-size weaponry. I'm still working on, but that's different.
Then we'll have to sidestep that one, as it's a mech-based weapon that I need to test.
No, I may be brave. But there is an order of magnitude for the armaments used. Those are decided.
Would it help if I told you it was a much larger Tesla cannon?
Then it would do nothing against me. I have survived an intrinsic field assault.
Fair enough.
Anyways, I have a gift, of course, in return. You wish to shoot me, I will... And he will do a series of jabs with, two outstretched fingers. And it's just... And your whole body goes... fuck. Pain. Oh, God. We're dying, right? This is what dying feels like. Yep. No. Yes. Let's check the record. Yep, this is exactly like we're dying. Ezekiel has returned the favor. You helped him cultivate. He's cultivating you, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
He's going to give you natural armor 3.
Well, okay then.
It's a cultivation tree of the new gen path. That's why his skin's so hard. He has natural armor. He doesn't need to wear armor.
Yep.
It's not just soak. He's like, oh, you lived. Good. A lot of apprentices don't survive that one.
He just shrugs.
Good.
I'm annoying.
That is the extent of my generosity for our exchange here. Go about your business. I have more cigars to smoke.
He's just going to wander into the bar, buy 2 bottles, one for himself, and he's going to have the other one shipped back to the Hangar X. That is just, thanks for the concoction, and a little sticky note
subtract
from it.
100 luxury cred. Those are $50 bottles. Unless you want to, there's not a limit on how much luxury cred you can spend on bottles there. There is some ludicrously expensive bottles, and they only take luxury cred. How much do you want to spend?
I know I'm not able to afford the most valuable one there.
Ezekiel's drinking it right now. It's not even available. He's currently drinking it.
Yeah. As it could be good mingling fuel and getting people to loosen up, just so I can balance out my luxury debit, I'll drop 500, so 250 a pop.
Wow, that's an expensive bottle, dude.
Yep, he's going ludicrous. He's building up a repertoire, as it were,
Your
of things
master will
to
salute
haggle
you.
with.
One day, apprentice, you will pay for nothing. But for now, you're a shitty apprentice. But at least you have good tastes.
He's like, you're still an asshole. Walks out.
And you're the apprentice I never wanted.
Says the one who kidnapped me, you shit stain.
Says the one who
Closes
doesn't
door.
understand respect.
Nope, cuts him off by closing door because, haha, I win this one.
It's the little battles for you.
Yep. Because you know he can't win the big ones.
You're just like, little bitch. What an ass.
But otherwise, yeah, it's he was going to go hit the fucking Sims because he's got there's one other thing he can do.
Yep.
He's got his new AI accountant that's going through his emails and stuff. He'll check and see if it's pinged any important emails.
Yeah, there's 7 important emails about specific individuals who have been fucking blocked for their access to a specific resource that has been put in short supply. And they're coming to you going, hey, can you hook us up?
And what are they offering in return? And are they
depends on how
anybody
much of
worth a damn?
their allotment they could be fulfilled. So Mina will be able to hook you up
Mm-hmm.
with 50 units, so 50 individual percents of endosteel, which is ludicrous. That is, you know how you got the 1%?
Mm-hmm.
This is 50 individual percentile chits of reinforced endosteel.
Okay.
These are 4 times the value of what they used to be due to the shortage. And you have 50 of them. Depending on how much you want to sell, depends on how much you can leverage over these people. And due to the shortage, Jackie's fucking axed like everyone who
Mhm.
has a less important project. So there are people scrounging for every single favor, willing to really bend over backwards to get their hands on it if they're desperate enough.
So how much do I need of those chits to keep my production going through this time period?
About 10%. And that'll feed all of the Hydra project and all the side projects, and also keep about 3% on the side in case of emergencies. Because 3% is a percentage of an entire worm. It's a huge amount of it.
Okay. Of the people of these 7 messages, who's the most important of the bunch?
There is a mech builder group who's attached to one of the hangar masters. They are a more veteran group of pilots, and if they do not start the refit now, they're never going to get it done in time for the battle. They need to refit 6 mechs of varying sizes. It's going to cost you 23% of your remaining 40. But if you are willing to pay these guys, it's negotiable. They know people. They're pretty old Iron Eaters, and they have some stuff that they can send your way if need be. Or you could just have them owe you big. They can have them teach you techniques, or you got a lot of leeway. But you don't have to provide them the entirety of the sum. You can choose. You can pick and choose. The other individual who is most important, is actually someone you've talked to at the very, very beginning and spoke to only twice in your entire stay here. If you remember, Britannia.
Vaguely.
She's the only assault class mech user the
Right.
Juggernaut class. She's the only Juggernaut mech user for space battles.
Mm-hmm.
She was specifically allotted an entire retrofit of all armor plates on her mech because they're 20 years out of date and they've never been replaced. They're still pockmarked with damage,
Which could be stupidly lethal in this battle.
Yeah, this is the only Juggernaut you're ever going to deploy. But the armor for the Juggernaut is a behemoth of armor. That is so much. You're going to go over your 40%, and you're going to need to go scrounge for another 20.
Well,
but that person alone.
Technically, I have 2 additional percent.
Sure, but you're going to need to get to 60% of a word for a full refit.
Yep.
But that particular individual is really old guard, and you retrofitting that could be a major asset, and you're not sure what they're going to do in response of that type of favor. Because the reason they're reaching out in desperation to you is these guys, if they do not get the endo steel now, by the time it matters, they're not going to be able to get the work done.
Yep.
And interestingly enough, she doesn't need the frame replaced. She just needs the armor plating.
You know, I've got one moderate favor from helping a dude out way earlier. The drunken bastard from the forge.
Yep, that guy.
I helped him out with something, and he's going to page the salvage team to see if they've hit anything, because it's been a week and a half.
They haven't hit anything, because they don't just go out and just scrounge. What they do is they look for a site, they scope it out, they get as much possible information as they can, using every which means of
No, remember, I gave them some sites.
Right. But they do the same thing over and over again.
Fair
They go out, not in their mechs, but in a craft, a buggy, an armored buggy with an escort, and they scope out the site. They look for potential specific targets. They check the tonnage. They're super preppers, these guys.
Gotcha.
They determine how much, but they've scoped out one of the sites, and this site looks really promising. They're actually going to have to bring multiple flatbeds, which means a huge contingent of protective services to bring it back, because that's a lot of weight and that's a lot of metal. But they're actually they're actually pretty excited about the one that they scoped out.
Cool. All right, well, that's going to happen relatively soon, hopefully.
Within the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
Because they got to make extra preparations and extra allowances.
Yeah.
And
no, that's fair. At that point, he's going to head to the Forge Master that you talked to last time.
Mr. Banshee, welcome back.
How's it going?
You hear about the reinforced endo steel? Everyone's coming to me about reinforced endo steel. I owe you a favor. Is that what you want to use it on?
Yeah, because I'm gonna help another friend out.
All right.
Favor for a favor.
What are you looking
know how
for?
It goes. About 20 chits worth.
Come on over. Step in my office.
Follows him in.
So, I owe you a favor. Not a big one, but not a small one, but a solid one.
Yep.
He'll put 30 down on the table. This is what it's worth, especially in the shortage. You understand?
Entirely.
This is complete fulfillment. No take backsies. This is it. We're good. We're even. Yeah?
Yep. No, that I got you.
All right.
Don't worry. I'm sending work your way with this.
All right. Good.
And he'll pick him up, step out, and call Britannia.
This is Britannia.
So I heard you need a pile of endosteel.
I would like a pile of endosteel. Processed endosteel. Did you happen to find some?
Yeah, I conveniently have access to just enough to what you need.
Are you sure? I'm not cheap. I expect to go into the fight the way I am now. It's a really difficult choice to pick someone like
You're a ludicrously valuable asset. Get over here, take these endosteel chits, and get that mech fully capable, and show off some for me.
Yeah, they'll come over, kind of wander over. Just their footfalls can be heard a ways away due to their weight. They're an Iron Eater. This is the only Juggernaut on base.
Yep.
They kind of meander over. You give them the chits. They kind of look at you eye to eye. They're actually kind of short, this individual. They're about 5'6". They kind of look you in the eye. You're an ace, right?
Candidate.
Sure. You don't act like a candidate.
Nah.
You act more like an ace.
I heard an old saying once. Demeanor is 90% of a job.
This isn't small. This probably cost you big. I don't like debts. But I waited years for a refit. You made my day. I've been holding on to this for a rainy day. Maybe you'll make something of it. Don't go alone, though. It's not safe.
Oh, where is safe right now? But I understand the
It's-
meaning.
Yeah, it's not safe. Bring what you can. Bring a nasty contingent of some of the best fighters you can. And she'll hand you some coordinates and some video footage, a mech footage. There is a door, massive mech hangar door, in the side of a hill or in the side of a cliff face. It's 11 kilometers away from the base.
Oh, Jesus.
Get the GPS and the footage. I don't have the door codes. Otherwise, I'd have got in. It's a private research lab or a private hangar. It's off the grid, off the books. Forgotten.
Either way, this is too valuable to overlook.
And I doubt that whatever is inside got shifted around or transferred out. I think it got sealed tight, and whatever's inside is old and ready to be collected.
Either way, even if it's empty, we'll have a drink and bitch about it.
Also, if that doesn't mean much, or if it doesn't account to much, I still want to make it up to you, at least in some way. These are my personal sims. I understand you're going through a sim binge to get prepped for the fight coming. These are my personal sims in my mech. Maybe this will help you.
Thank you kindly. You got a pin or something? I like to look out for my friends. You've probably heard I have a knack for it.
She'll pull off her pistol. She'll pull off a keychain off the pistol. It's the only thing I got. It's about as old as me. I don't really have a pen or anything, but yeah, I've heard about you. You're whatever you do. If you ever want to come by my hangar, I'll give you a little, especially during the refit. We can chat. If you bring some alcohol, I might be a little more talkative.
He chuckles. I just got a convenient bottle.
I'll tell you about how to build the Juggernaut then, because it's not so simple.
Oh, you had my attention. Now you have my fur.
You're alright, kid. You're a strange one, but it's doing well for you, you know?
Oh, I'm a psychotic hard ass. You just can't tell yet.
Hey, you do you, man. I'll remember this. Not a lot of people look out for individuals like me. I'm a black hole for resources, and sometimes it's not worth it.
Them people are stupid.
Sometimes they're also very smart. My armor can take a lot of damage. And they were right. But for the battle upcoming, I had been okayed for a full armor refit, but with the forge issue, I was going to wait in regardless.
He just chuckles. What a lot of people don't realize is, as you put it, your Juggernaut can take a hell of a beating. And you know what?
It's not the first Predator I've also fought. Make sure you see Sim number 3. I went toe to toe with the Voidwalker.
Oh, definitely going to check that out.
That is the Voidwalker is actually on the same level as the White Devil. It is a lone predator, or a lone. It's a predator that lost its fleet, and is a lone hunter, like the White Devil. But this one's black as space. It's an assassin, and Britannia's like, yeah, I fought that fucker and lived. I also gave him gave him a reason to remember me.
Good to know. I'll definitely have to check it out. Every
Interesting part is if you build the armor right. Never mind. I'll tell you about it when we go drinking. There's a way you need to configure the armor. Because if you do it right and it's thick enough, even a predator has a fucking problem.
Oh, we're gonna have a party. I'll bring plenty of booze. But yeah, and he'll wander off.
That was a very expensive play. Interesting
yeah,
pick.
but I tend to always make the crazy picks. You know that.
You had to use a favor and all of the resources from the other favor you got from Mina to feed
Not all
into
of them,
one person.
because he gave me 30.
Yeah.
I had 50 from the chit. That leaves me with 22.
Yeah. You still need 10 for your Hydra project safely.
Yep.
You have 12 to dish out how you please, or you can hold on to it and let the value of it grow.
That's the plan right now.
Sure. All right. So, very, very good play. I like it. Fluxer will give you a brief moment before you head back into the Sims. Do you want to leverage or sell any of the prototypes and research of some of the other projects, like the Tier 4 auto loader or the Omni wheels or
Be my guest with the Omni wheels.
very well.
The auto loader, I'd prefer to have a fully working, hammered out one for myself.
This auto loader is specialized in ballistic armaments. It
Which-
doesn't do missiles.
Well, considering we've got a pile of Chemtech rounds, that's just as useful.
Yeah. You have a specialist. You can send it to Chloe.
He's like, you know what?
It has the same issue as the Hydra. It has a jamming issue.
Yeah, he's just gonna look at Luxury Stop and go, holy shit, I actually have somebody that's working on a similar issue.
The ballistic rounds are actually easier to deal with because they don't have a reactive tip like missiles do.
Yeah, and he'll call his lady in space.
This is Chloe. How can I help you?
I have another gift of a project for you to work on.
Oh, what is it?
Tier 4 autoloader.
I do not know the nomenclature.
You know how your Hydra does loading for the missiles. This is
I know, I designed it.
This is a loader for ballistic rounds.
I'll have to take a look. Maybe I'll gain some insight, but we'll see. We'll see. Send it up. I would love to take a look. It sounds wonderful.
And he'll send it in the data up.
With your clearances, and if you grease some palms, it gets to her hands in about 3 hours. And you get you get 4 hours, and you get a message. It is a wonderful, aggressive design. It is has good vision for its design. Somebody went and thought outside the box. But they do not know the systems like I do, and the timing that must be perfect. Do you want this to work as well? I can get these fixed and be sent your way.
I would be immensely grateful.
Here is my requirements for budget and for the requisition that I will need to fix it. I will start it after I finish the Hydra. Is that okay?
Very much so. The Hydra is a necessity, as soon as that can be manufactured, we can set up weapon emplacements.
Of course, of course. You are very curious, Mr. Banshee. Keep sending me things like this. I like this. It gets the mind racing, you know.
Oh, happily.
If you wish for me to look at your chemical routes, I am a foremost designer in munitions, too.
He'll be like, one moment. He just looks over to Luxury. You want to beat heads together with a chemical weapons designer?
Would I know the name?
Chloe?
As in Chloe Starchild?
Yep.
The Voidwalker?
Yep. I
Fine.
told you, I collect the
Set me up the
oddballs.
meeting. They are not just a chemical weapon specialist. They are what I call either a warlord or a dealer of death. They are a weapons designer and a fucking genius.
It's just going to be like, Chloe,
A lord of war is is the term.
When can you have a meeting clear?
I am always available, but I am of course working on your projects. But if it is someone from your staff, I, of course, will put on a cup of tea or coffee and have it available for their arrival, if they don't mind the zero-G environment.
Considering her eagerness to meet you, I doubt Luxury will have a problem with that.
Oh, crime lords! How exciting!
Oh, joy. I will send her up.
Oh, you are full of surprises, Mr. Vancy. This is exciting.
And he'll just look at Luxury. She's awaiting you.
She's already the almost anime protagonist just rise from the chair and flurl of the coat as they put it on in one single swinging motion, and they're basically doing the power stride out. I'm going out. I'm going to talk war.
He's going to be like,
Do keep yourself busy, Mr.
He's going to look at
Banshee.
her. Don't forget to bring some demonstrations.
I'll send you some videos, but I have a date with Destiny.
Oh, this is going to be a joy.
The gears are turning, Mr. Banshee. The gears are turning. You're putting figures of power together, minds will collide, and things will happen.
This is going to be fun.
Yours is a longer story in some aspects. But you're playing it very well, and you're starting to see the political power you're culminating, cultivating, and just assembling.
Just the blind side he's getting sometimes of, wait, that's a well-known figure? And I've got them at... Fuck it, I'm gonna go with it.
People of significant in the know status. The problem is, close to Enigma, this is what is called the first ring. This is the first. This is the closest jump to the homeworld. Mm-hmm. Chloe comes from the literal farthest reaches of humanity, the very tip of the frontier, and maybe beyond.
So the fact that
they're
Luxury
a well-known
even knows
name
about
there.
her.
Yeah, they're a well-known name there, but now they're in the first ring. They're a nobody. They don't know. They're just a problem child. It's reputation. But if you are well known and you keep your ear to the ground and you have a powerful information network, even important figures from the front, you'll know their name and you'll know their reputation. And your Chem Baroness went, say again, who? That person? Oh, we're having chat. Oh, bring my best. Yeah, you scooped up one of my
special big names.
Special big names. There's a reason why they're here instead of the frontier. There's a resource gluttony, or a glut of resources specifically closer you get to Enigma. And some of their designs that they've put together requires a patron and a fucking fat amount of resources to put together. But it comes with the experience and design of what you have to deal with on the front lines and the most vicious fighting.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to head to the Sims, and on the way he's going to page the base commander with a passive query of, you know, anywhere orbitally that could be useful for saturation missile fire?
Check the asteroid belt.
Right. And he'll just...
There's also an unused moon.
Okay.
We usually dump our munitions testing on it. It's rather sturdy.
Yeah. I've got a possible swarm fire of missiles capable.
Schedule a testing allotment of time. That moon is constantly used on several vectors for munitions testing. Schedule a time to test your munitions and your new weaponry so that others do not overlap that time. And that'll be the best use. Keep me updating. Swarm missiles is a sought after resource, sought after research, and if you're able to get a working, consistent, safe model, I might throw some money at this. We have a lot of missiles, but we don't have a lot of missile loading and firing technologies, other than the basic ones we've used for countless decades.
Chuckles, well, I already talked to the Vice Base Commander and got the bare minimum endo steel I need for the project, so...
Yes, she's got her little grubby fingers in just about everything, doesn't she?
Yeah. And
Well,
and our juggernaut will be set, so...
that was probably very expensive for you, Mr. Banshee.
Yeah, well...
I hope it's worth it.
Here's hoping. I've got to make a venture out to check something out in the future, so if you don't mind me joining the Atlas for a walk on one of its jaunts...
It could use an escort and a supervisor. Honestly, it gets into far more trouble than I'd prefer.
Well, then I will have a conversation with the Atlas and Cody.
Be careful. It has a strong opinion and a strong will. But
So-
you're kind of our mech whisperer on base, so I don't think I need to throw caution at you. You know your way around the personalities.
Oh, more than I wish I did. And he'll page Cody. If Char's still here.
Cha-cha!
Yes. I am still
Cha-cha!
here.
You are getting a page from the Knicks.
You'll get a response. Hello, Nix. I am. What am I doing right now? I'm not doing anything that I think of.
Convenient. You
You
mind?
hear in the back of your head, why are you so slow? You should be
God damn.
finished. Why are you not in production phase? I would have
only
had the
been-
production phase happen 2 days ago.
It's only been 24 hours. Calm down.
Precisely. I would have had it done 2 days ago.
God damn it.
Which is completely
Cody-
unreasonable. That's,
So Cody?
that's 24 hours before even the
Yep.
assignment of the project.
So
What the
Cody,
fuck?
you mind joining me? I would like to discuss a venture with you and your friendly neighborhood Atlas.
Let me see. Sure. I'll make my way down.
Yeah. He'll just wait for you there. When you show up, he's just like, so Cody, Atlas, I have a request for the two of you. I need an escort. As I'm going to be going a rather good distance out into the dunes.
For what?
Recovery of a gift.
You know that thing where you don't tell us what you're wanting?
No, I'm being completely honest. It's recovery of a gift. I'm not sure what's there. Just going to think for a minute. Hey, Atlas, how long have you been on this base? That?
Say again?
He's asking the Atlas how long it's been on base.
Longer than you've been alive, little one.
Considering he can talk to it in its head, do you know, or do you remember hearing anything about anything going on about 11 kilometers this direction?
I have not been active, but recently. I have not been given full cognitive life until this foolish technician decided to put his grubby little hands near my engine core and somehow turns it on.
Yeah.
Isn't that right,
This-
Cody?
There's a grubby little technician.
Your grubby little hands where they shouldn't be.
He's just going to look at Cody and be like, I was given a gift from somebody that I think is comparably aged to the base commander.
Okay.
That's a Cody, that's a
He's
base
old.
commander's old as fuck.
Yeah. As
Like-
old as Ezekiel.
Like original world, like a part of the Stormfront initiative to retake the planet.
yeah,
old.
like
Yeah, that's why I
Ezekiel,
said
base
comparable,
commander.
because based on
Ezekiel
what
is
I've
actually
been
not old.
told,
He's post Thunderhead. He wasn't around when
true.
Stormfront happened. He's
Okay,
just a
so-
genius cultivator that cultivates faster and better than everyone.
Oh, sorry.
He's
So
new.
this is Ezekiel and Shangri-La.
But yeah, Ezekiel, Shangri-La, and a mysterious person that you haven't come
Mhm.
across for the unorthodox faction. But
Yeah, sorry,
Ezekiel
yeah.
is actually the newest of the Grandmasters. He's the youngest.
Yeah.
He actually wasn't the one who founded the new generation. He just is
Took
the
over.
best at it. He's overtaken it because he's literally the best. He's barely
Mhm.
50 years old.
All right.
Shangri-La is the original cultivator, the first person who fucking signed up under the Stormfront's directive to take back the planet.
He's
You have no idea about anything about the unorthodox faction.
Yeah.
So, comparing size of scale from the door, the Atlas could fit in there, right?
No.
No?
No, it's a smaller door. It's a medium-sized mech door.
That is not an absolutely massive door.
To a person, it is.
That is
I was
relative.
getting mech feed from a fucking Juggernaut class.
It's actually not from her cockpit. Now that you reference it, and you actually run the measurement system, this is something they pulled from someone else in the group, in the Lance. Somebody else caught this. They didn't tell you that. But this is, you're not sure if this person's alive to this day. Probably a painful memory if they're gone. But this could be cockpit footage from a much smaller mech that escorts and scouts for the Juggernaut.
Fair enough. But he's just going to be like, so... is there any symbols or anything on the door?
No, it's dead. It's actually telling that there is no labeling because there's always labeling. That's the Thunderhead way. Because everyone's under the Stormfront and the Thunderhead's jurisdiction, why isn't it labeled?
Yeah. So he's just going to make sure nobody's around. Wait, the Atlas got moved to its own bay, didn't it?
Nope, it's still in the same bay. It's in the assault
Oh,
class
God.
bay because there's not a lot of spaces for the damn thing.
Is there anybody else in here?
The Thunderhead and all its cameras.
Well, the Thunderhead's going to know
and
about
a
this
constant
anyway.
stream of technicians, a constant stream of pilots. Like
We
all
are not
mech bays
alone.
are a high-profile place.
He's just going to move over to behind the Atlas.
And it's pretty private. No one really approaches the Atlas.
He's just going to look at Cody and be like, look, I found what may be I was given knowledge of what may be a fucking black site.
Okay.
As in, No idea what's there. But the person who gave it to me thought it was worth the entire armor component of a Juggernaut class mech.
Hmm.
And as I'm still in need of a mech, and I've got to go out 11 kilometers into the dunes to get to this place, having the power of an Atlas backing us up would be a great help.
Okay.
There's a toss-up of whether it's just a black site or a concealed mech bay. Either way, there's bound to be something there.
Fine.
Thank you.
I understand this is taking away from what little time I have to cultivate, but fine. Cody's gonna climb in.
Out of character. We need a particular robot because we need. No, wait. We've got an Atlas to open the fucking door. What am I smoking? He's just gonna be like, alright, time to be suicidal. And he'll call to the Raven. Oi! You ready to play spotter for one of the biggest mechs on base? Blat?
Say again. Sorry.
I said he's calling his Raven. Oi, you ready to play spotter for one of the biggest mechs on base?
Do we get to go out? We got to run? Are we going to go fast? Let's do it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Alright, and he's just going to give the base commander a ping of Atlas is okayed, we're heading out.
And you hear a little scrape on the door next to you, the giant bulkhead door, and everyone's like, oh god, it's loud! And it's basically your Raven kind of raking his little foot on the door, like, let me in.
It's just like...
Kind of like the way a cat or a dog would scrape at a door.
He's like, Raven, calm down.
I'm ready. Let's go. I'm fast.
Calm down, or you're staying here.
I'm calm. I'm totally calm.
Just going to look at one of the guys by the door. Would you please open the door? My Raven is antsy.
He kind of saunters over to you. It's like, I'm ready. Let's go.
Yep, he'll climb in.
Yeah, I was like, what a puny, teeny thing.
Yes.
If you could hit me, I understand. I know you're big. I know you're mean. I know you're dangerous. But I'm not slow. I'm fast. You couldn't even get a lock on me or a hit on me if you tried. That's a promise. All right, let's go, pilot. And you're out. Fucking just deactivates the turbocharger, and when you exit the front door, he activates the nitro injection, and the Atlas goes, okay, maybe he's onto something. That is fast. But you know the problem with things that run away? It means they're not my problem anymore.
I was gonna say they're cowards, but you know.
Oh no,
not always, Cody. Sometimes there's an instinct of survival. That Raven knows. If it wants to play, and it wants to survive, not in my presence. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. It just shows that finally something has brains.
Interesting.
Also, it's nice to have something run away from me in fear.
I
My
know.
reputation precedes me. And you guys wander out into the wastes.
Yep. I was told to bring a heavy hitter. I brought the heaviest hitter.
If you don't stop this guy, although
Oh,
you are nitro injected, you are going fast,
Oh
even
no,
if it's in circles.
yeah, I'm curbing him to go in circles. He's just going to find some poor pilot that's out doing maneuvers and just run circles around him.
Nothing to see here. Just asserting my dominance of speed over you. And the proctor, who's escorting these recruits, kind of looks at you like, okay, what the fuck?
He'll just open the comm. Sorry, my Raven needed to burn off some. I gotta go fast.
It's mech spirit.
Yep.
Do what you gotta do. Just stay
fair
out of our way as we move.
Oh no, fair warning. The Atlas is coming out.
We're moving faster now. Also, get away from us. I don't need the Atlas. Thank you for the information. I appreciate if you could run elsewhere, especially if you were to be the scouting eyes of such a machine of war.
He's just going
If
to
you
be
would
like,
be so kind.
we will be gone shortly. We're heading this direction.
Of course. And you just kind of get a silence on the line as you know that the proctor's talking to the other recruits. They're in their own little Reginalds. And everyone's like, guess we're moving this way now.
Cody's going to do a quick ping on the Reginalds just to see if our missing police officer is there.
Oh, yeah, actually. He's like, oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, wow. This is bad, man. Oh, no.
No, because I remember him just going to runs alongside him for a minute from the side of the cockpit, gives him the thumbs up. You got this. Before disappearing off into the distance.
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Note to self, hunt him down later.
But yeah, I'll relay a heading to the Atlas and just circle as a scout.
The name is a bit different, actually, from the police officer. The police officer that you came across, his name was Howie. And you remember leaving him on base. There's no way he could be here. The profile you pull up is Howard. They're brothers. This is the older brother. He's already completed boot camp. This is his older brother.
Oh, well, we gotta protect him, you know. Alright, we're gonna save that
There's
away
a
for next
whole family of these guys. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, no. Wow. And the guy, he's panicking because he has no idea why you're like, you got this, man. And you run off. And he's like, oh, he's so fast. Oh, man.
Ooh. Note to self.
Yeah. Looking at their profile from Enigma, there's Howie, Howard, Howell. Like, there's a whole family of them with the same nomenclature.
And it's just like, And someone
And
needs to
then
have
the
a
mother is
conversation.
Heather.
Someone definitely needs to have a conversation with his family. I'm just saying.
Oh god. Yep. Nope. Me. Just heading out there.
So in total, there's 7 of these guys around the stars,
Damn.
Oh gods.
and every single year or every other year, they're always drafted. Even if it's a 1%er, they always end up in fucking space. Or somehow pulled into the schemes and must go to boot camp. Like, even if they're not drafted, somehow they end up in the military.
Kidnapped and forcibly drafted.
I want to keep him around. Maybe he will suck off the bad luck that Cody has.
I mean,
Uh,
do you want to try and rope them in?
Oh, not here, no.
Thank you kindly.
they're the patriarch of the family is Mr. Hardy. He is a ship captain. So imagine your ship captain going, "Oh geez, oh no, fire the missiles."
I have a horrible feeling that when we get deployed, our ship captain is gonna be him.
No, I won't. I'm actually gonna roll to see who you get. He's in the 80s though.
I'm just saying. I feel like there's this sixth sense of justice if that happens.
I mean, if you come in contact with enough of this family, you might end up being cosmically tied.
Yep.
Sadly, there used to be 9
Hmm.
to have been killed in action.
Oh, poor them.
Yep.
Poor Mortys. But that is their last name, Morty.
Oh God.
So,
Or in this case, Mortimer.
This is Howard Mortimer. We call him Morty.
Precisely. It makes so much sense. Come on, Morty. Oh, jeez. Yes. All right, you guys make your way over. The door is there. If you didn't know where to look, and if you didn't actually scan the face of the cliff, you wouldn't have seen it. The rust storms rip through this corridor aggressively, masking anything ahead of you. Sight is very difficult, even the atlases. This would be an ideal ambush spot for the enemy, if they could see anything. Because I certainly can't.
he'll just see if he can access the door.
Your raven runs by and is like, "Old fogey don't got eyes. I can see anything." Because your beagle gives you a perfect assessment in your little bubble.
Yep. He will just link up. He'll offer to link up the Beagle sensor with the Atlas.
The Atlas, he's familiar with this. You're a scout unit. Absolutely, he's going to use your eyes and ears if he can.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have a particular stigma against linking up with a raven because you're a small mech. You do what you do well. There's a reason why you're light and small and fast. You're a scout mech.
Mm-hmm.
Put eyes on my target so I can put holes in them.
Yep. So, yeah, he'll link up and then try to access the door.
You have to get out of your fucking mech.
Yep. He's just going to be like, Raven, you're on
Yeah.
security duty.
Okay. We got it. I'll
Stay
protect
close. Stay close. We need
Get him!
your
I'll
eyes.
get him! I'll bite him!
And he'll hop out.
He trundles after you, really close, protectively, possessively. I'll bite him. I'll fuck him up. I'll stomp on him. I'll stomp on them until they're dead, extra, super dead.
He's gonna try to access the mech bay or the door.
Access denied. Unauthorized entry logged. Remember, Titania specifically stated, "I don't have the access codes to the door."
Mm.
That's also the main reason why she couldn't get in. She wasn't willing to try. It's not her stick.
Cody's gonna hop out.
I do have one gift from our friendly cyborg. Remember, he gave me that data pad for hacking. But
Roll me security.
I'll let you.
Or roll me tech use, then security. Sorry.
I was gonna let Char have a crack at it first.
I don't.
You said you were hopping out.
Yeah, I don't have a good secure. I have a decent. Okay, anyways. Tech use. Perfect.
Well, it's tech use to access the data pad for the hacking programs. Security to utilize the programs. If you're just trying to get in, it's just a straight security. It's a pretty straightforward data pad.
Then I will spend some points to buy some security. And then I will give it an attempt to just try to access the door. I'm going to give that a reroll with a +10.
Are you now?
Are you kidding? I'll throw another one at it.
Oh, well, you know.
Jesus, the rolls.
I know, man. But that's the life. That's the way.
Yep.
So you're looking at it. At least you didn't proc one of the last remaining login attempt. Somehow you typed in a code and it went, no, but it didn't use up the attempt. So it's an authorized code, but it's outdated. You know, if you use that same code again, it will proc the outdated or proc the last login attempt and lock you out.
He just looks at Cody. You recognize this type of code?
Cody's gonna look at it, and then again, it's gonna put on his glasses. Hey, Lexi, do you recognize this code?
Is this the upgraded Lexi?
It is upgraded Lexi, yeah.
One moment. Certainly you can handle this on your own.
See, Lexi, you are the smarter of the two when it comes to programming like this.
Flattery will get you everywhere. It's unfortunately it's not something you can handle lightly.
Can you handle it?
No. There's a cloud computer behind this.
Ooh.
There's a cloud server, and whatever's on it is specifically watching the door. But that's only if you're going to try and go through the door.
That's
through
fair.
The security measures. With your methods, I suppose you can find another way in. I mean, you're smart and all, unless I have to spell it out for you.
I mean,
do I have to? Please don't let me tell me I have to.
No, you don't have to, Lexi.
Aren't you the brains of the operation? Didn't you just get your PhD in mathematics? Aren't you supposed to be smart?
Oh, look, it has been a long day. Anyways.
Really? Aren't you contemplating going on stims again? Not that that's going to do anything for your health.
Right,
In fact,
no.
that's just going to put you in a Did you read the Leah manual, the
I
real
did.
one?
I
Like
have
full
been
the front to
reading.
back, or did you skim it? Because memory indicates that if you utilize stem at all, you jeopardize your Leah soul.
Yes, I know.
And
That's
yet
why I'm not
alone,
using.
you're willing to jeopardize your Leah soul for the whim of one dictator in the Leah department that came out of nowhere and is trying to force you to burn yourself out for his innate and insane timeline.
Look at me. I have read it front to back. I am not going back on my stems. I said that as
You almost
what
did.
would you call a
You bought
joke?
some. You held it above your arm. You almost
Ah,
did it.
Yes, because that's called almost relapsing.
Those weren't cheap.
They weren't.
Did you also know the chemical infusion of what happens to your body if you were to inject those chems while you were on Sidrate?
Yes, that's why I stopped.
I don't think you did. What do you think it does to you?
You know, Lexi, not right now.
No, this is important right now. Do you know you almost killed yourself?
I do, Lexi. That's why I didn't do it.
You would have had a
It
heart
was,
attack.
again, a moment
Complete
of
respiratory and heart failure.
ah.
Why are you so self-destructive? I worry about you. Is there something going on? Are you feeling dark thoughts run through your head? Why are you so suicidal? Do you need to see a doctor?
I wouldn't say I'm suicidal. I would say I am very stressed with work. I have a lot of people wanting me to go different ways, and I still need to worry about the fact that me cultivating, if I don't do it properly, I might just die anyways. So,
I don't think you'll die. I think you're on the path to complete your objective, and you've been very methodical and purposeful about your ascension path. And there's a lot of individuals who put unneeded stress and unneeded weight on your shoulders, and you need to utilize what you do best and say fuck them and travel your own path. Respect the word of the people that you respect personally and care about their word, and fuck anyone who thinks they know better. You're Cody. We've been together since the beginning. This Dr. Rogers, he may think he knows well, but does he really? He's just another
no,
Leah tech from one of the cloud bases, the numbered bases, who never treated you well in the first place. You're a Leah soul. Act like one.
you're correct. Thank you, Lexi.
If he says a week, you say no.
I'll give him 2. Anyways, back to the matters at hand. And I'm going to grab next, and we're going to
What are you gonna do?
how thick's the door?
3 feet at least.
Material composition?
Reinforced
Basic.
endo steel.
Fine. And
At least you know
Cody,
the material and the calculation for it, because you're exposed to it.
yep. Cody's gonna look around on the outside to see if there's any turrets.
That's it you can see. And besides, being outside for that long, they'd either have to be covered and completely concealed and reveal themselves upon a specific thing, or a specific what's the word? A specific trigger. Because otherwise, being exposed for years and years to the rust storm, those
They'd be
turrets would
destroyed.
be dust.
Yeah.
Corroded, slagged, ripped to pieces, inoperable.
All right, so we're gonna Leah shift our way through it.
That's thinking with portals. When you get on the inside, it's pitch black.
All right.
Max will just turn on the night vision in his helmet.
Night vision only works when you have a light source. It's not pitch black vision.
Does the helmet have thermal vision?
It does.
We'll try that.
There is only one thermal signature in the middle, and it gives you kind of the don't move. There's a security robot in the room with an unknown designation, but I mean, there's so many fucking robots out there, so
It'll just link up with fucking Char. Be like,
Char, what are you
yeah,
trying to use to see?
I have Leah eyes.
Okay, things are weird in this room. It's much smaller than you thought.
Mhm.
It's not because it's a mech hangar door. It's a door specifically meant to pull in large shipping trucks. It's a loading bay. There's no mechs in here.
Hmm.
What you do see on the far wall is 50 people who have been lined up and executed, and their bodies just left there.
Ooh.
You also see a massive robot. A very weird model. It's like a ball with 4 legs, but the legs are covered in omnidirectional turret-like guns.
Ooh.
It is one of the
Ah.
most beautiful, lethal, and efficient models that you've ever seen of a robot. It has omnidirectional limbs, so it makes it an excellent space combat unit and an enclosed space combat unit. It can rotate in any and every direction. The legs can superimpose themselves in any configuration, and the lethality of those guns can be fired and rotated along those legs in any orbit. And there's a dozen guns on each leg. This thing is the most lethal robot of efficient design that you've seen, but you're not sure of the armament. Maybe it's not so lethal about what it fires, but you can definitely tell by the way the little notches on the barrels of the guns, those are at least Gauss, velocity.
So they're gonna hurt against my shield. Okay.
You'd be shot dozens of times in a single instant, in a basically machine gun fashion.
I'm going to look at it. I can communicate with it.
You're not sure you want to. It's in standby mode, and you're not sure the lethality of it. Looking around, there is one single sign off in the back that catches your interest, that also sets your hairs on edge. This is a Spectrum base.
Oh. This is Spectrum.
This is an auxiliary Spectrum research site. Probably the only one that ever got cleared.
Oh, this is from the days of Thunderhead.
Stormfront.
You mean
Or
Stormfront?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's go deeper.
Spectrum disappeared off the face of all celestial objects and all databases. This probably is the only place you can find that'll ever give you answers to anything.
Oh, next. Let's go further in. Oh.
If that robot wakes up, you will die.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to grab.
And by the looks of it, all the base personnel in this site have been shot to death, execution style, against the wall.
Yeah. I'm going to grab Nick's hand. We're going to find that door. And we're just going to do a tiny jump over into it.
All right, you do a little jump over. You hear a whir of energy as the ball spins in its place multiple sets of times, almost like a recalibration, a wake-up mode. This thing recognizes Leah energy. You woke it up. What would you like to do? This thing will be fully operational in a matter of seconds.
So when I saw it, does it look like it has a head?
The ball in the middle,
Uh,
has a multi-directional, numerous sets of really powerful sets of eyes all over the ball.
this is gonna be hard. We're gonna try and shift the whole thing into Leah.
You
I
hear
mean,
as you try and shift it to Leah, and your Leah shatters. The program broken and fragmented. This thing has an anti-Leah device inside it, like the Thunderdome model.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's bad.
I know.
This thing preys on Leah.
so
You may not even be able to shift out at this point.
I'm going to try something stupid, Char.
You're-
Because Nyx is going to pull something out from under his coat.
Mhm.
And he's going to try to shoot the thing in the head with the Chemtech rounds. Because he's still got that rifle.
Roll weapon skill. Or ballistic skill. Shoot it.
Oh, God. I'm going to give that a reroll.
Remember, you have you have to choose the firing rate. It is a large target for a basic +10. It is close range. You
Another
could
+10.
run over, slide at it for a point blank if you want, but you have to choose the fire rate. So there's a lot of bonuses attached.
Yep. No, he's going to do the run and jump to try to jump over it to have that point blank on the top.
Sure.
And he's just
roll me
going to
athletics and
unload
acrobatics
full auto.
for a beautiful controlled arc. One of the two. Because you have the ability to jump over it. Yeah, just beautiful anime style. You jump where your legs are still in the air and you're faced downwards, and you can just unload. You get a point blank bonus for a +30, which automatically passes. Are you doing full auto?
I'm full auto, yeah.
Okay, so that's a -10, which makes you fail.
Which is why I'm going to do a reroll with a +10. So
don't forget your point blank as well.
Oh, yeah!
Baby. So go ahead and give yourself
About
+2 to
time.
ballistic skill.
First one I've rolled in, 6 sessions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens, man.
Yep.
So you're good at a talent called Danger Close. When you are point blank range and you use the full auto option, it applies inescapable.
I have inescapable.
True. If you already have inescapable, it applies unavoidable, which means they need a fate point to even have the option to dodge. So basically, unavoidable is the upgraded of inescapable. What that means is, if they don't have a fate point, they get hit with everything. They don't even get the option to roll. If they use the fate point, that means they still have it downgrades to an inescapable roll.
And they still have to succeed at a dodge.
They still have to succeed, yeah. You have to be point blank, and it has to be fully automatic. And it can't be in a mech. It's in person. And you unload, and those Chemtech rounds slap against it, and this thing swivels, and all the guns kind of rotate towards you, and those rounds start to burrow and melt into this near impenetrable ball, and eventually the thing just as you watch the Chemtech rounds burrow through what is probably tempered reinforced endosteel frame for the ball.
Yeah, he's just taking a picture. He's getting data for it because that was her request to use it.
That is nasty. Those Chemtech rounds are no joke.
Yeah.
You just shot it with a bunch of paintballs, and the paintballs went, "We're going in, boys!"
Just going to look over at Char. So how do you like my new toy?
I haven't had time to research my plasma weapons.
Fair enough. So, we continuing this suicidal dive?
Hell yeah.
One moment. He's going to scan the air. Because he's dealt with Thunderhead level or
no air.
Stormfront style shit before. There is no air.
Nope, it's a vacuum.
And is there any
No viruses, no nano or neurotoxins, no. It's just there's no air.
going to look at Cody, you're like, you've got breach sealant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're in a vacuum.
Okay.
Yeah, fair warning. You know. So, let's continue.
Yeah.
Secret chest for that door.
Ooh.
It's sealed tight with a quarantine seal. Yeah, that'll do it. 5 is plenty. You can pop that open, and you are given an absolute fright as 3 bodies fall that were slammed up, pressed against the door. It's suffocated against the door, trying to get out, banging against it futilely. And they died, crushed up against it. And when you opened it, they all fall at your feet and scare the shit out of both of you.
Oh shit, Cody, one sec. I just realized something.
What?
He's gonna go over and check the bodies for badges, tags, and medallions.
No badges, no tags, no medallions. Very weird.
Yeah.
They don't even have name tags. They do not wear lab coats. They wear kind of prison dungarees. Kind of the way
D-class are dressed?
no. A little bit more comfier. More more than a prisoner of the D class would be permitted.
This is more of you're stuck on this project whether you want it or not.
You're not sure.
I'm assuming they don't have
Even the
guns
people
either.
lined up were wearing kind of scrubs. Almost. Yeah, more like scrubs is what they're wearing. Very understated scrubs. No one is different. No one's important.
Do you have a weapon, Cody? No, wait. You've got the Gauss sidearm like me. That's right.
Oh, I do have a Gauss sidearm.
Yep.
You're like, I have a gun. That's right. I have a gun. Wow, that's a good.
Right.
I've not gone to the firing range in a while.
So, I guess let's continue.
Yep.
As
You know what I
step
love?
over a pile of bodies, like, ugh.
Yep. You know what I love though? The fact that gaining that extra half action while attacking from the Chemtech infusion is the only reason I was able to pull what I just did, because full auto is a full round action.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
And Cody's gonna follow you deeper in. You get to lead the way.
Oh, I entirely anticipated so.
Okay. So, as I said, this base is very, very small, and there's only going to be a half dozen rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're going to get 3D100, my friend. This is luck. This place has been purged. This is to see what you get. And Spectrum,
It's gonna be big no matter what it is.
if you find anything in the first place. So, you're going to get 3D100. If you roll 30 or less, you get something. No matter what, you get a hidden hangar bay. Big enough for a medium-sized mech or smaller, that's off the radar, and whatever is left of that robot, which is huge.
Yeah, that's at least a fucking pile of Gauss guns. So
You don't
let's
know
see
what
what
those are.
happens. Ooh,
Wow.
oh
You may
yeah.
use fate points for this, but no fire through flames if you have fate points left.
I will use a fate point on that 97.
Good luck.
And I've got one more fate point. I'll use it.
Nope.
No?
Only one. No,
Only
just
one?
one. You get
Yeah.
one. You get one reroll per roll, but you got 2 passes.
Mhm.
Okay. So in every lab, people have
Mhm.
been lined up and shot to death. Execution style.
Yep.
You're looking at over 100 personnel. And they were left here. No air. Which has preserved their bodies better than you thought. But in the first lab, and the second lab, and the third lab, complete bust. Everything's been burned, smashed, destroyed beyond recognition, expunged. In lab 4, you're not sure what is going on here, but one particular individual nudged a container off to the corner. And when they got shot, they fell a very particular way to hide what they kicked into the corner. They planned it. They knew they were going to die. What better way to hide it than use their dead body?
Yep.
And when you looked at it, you're like, that's a weird way to fall. Everyone fell a very specific way. All 20 other people fell that way. That guy fell that way. Weird. And when you move him, there's a canister of water, or a water-like liquid. This matches another canister in Luxury's lab. Lunar water. Lunar water is a spectrum object.
Oh god. Yep, he's
It's
just
from
going.
a spectrum project. And with it is the research files on lunar water. The
Oh,
missing
holy shit.
files. Luxury was missing this. Luxury was like, I have all this stuff. Some of it I don't even touch. I just hold it there. Now you can actually use it for research. You actually know what it is, what it does, the research files, the videos, tapes behind it, everything about the lunar waters from the spectrum department and all the research they did.
Oh, this is going to be massive.
That's
All
your
right.
21.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So he's just going to look over at Cody and be like, Cody, you remember that one thing Luxury explained about how she had some lunar water but had no idea what it was, how to use it, or anything like that?
Yeah.
Holds up the vial of lunar water. Holds up a
Interesting.
data drive.
Cody's gonna look through the data drive.
Lunar water is one of the most dangerous substances in the universe. If it gets into your biological body, it converts all your hemoglobin and cellular structure to water.
Ooh.
Rapidly, aggressively, like a virus does. And all of that water is contaminated. And if it gets in contact with your biological body, it does the same fucking thing.
Rinse and repeat, and you turn to water. Damn.
You turn to water continuously, endlessly. If this gets, if somebody gets contaminated with this on Enigma, Enigma dies. This is it. That's it. It's a biblical, unequivocal plague. This is bad. This is some of the worst stuff you've ever seen. You literally get to see somebody take a dropper and drop it on a mouse, and within 30 seconds, the mouse is gushing water through its ears, its eyes, its nose, its mouth, vomiting it in just great volumes as it churns their insides into fuel for water. and they just fall over a mummified husk, gushing water.
Well then.
So going to
There's
hide
an S tier
this.
biological hazard.
Yep, we're going to. This doesn't
Uh,
exist.
This will kill anyone, no matter how powerful, no how strong, any cultivator. If they
Like I
get a
said-
drop of this in their body, maybe except for Ezekiel, they will die.
And even then,
The
maybe
base commander
Ezekiel.
has nothing for them to convert because they are nano. So as long as they don't have a weird energy physique, as long as they have hemoglobin still in their body and they're a biological entity, this will kill them within 5 minutes.
This will literally kill any living creature asterisk.
Including all plants too. It'll chew up plant matter as well.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Yep. So we're going to take this and hide it.
It has a shelf life though.
Oh.
It needs to be kept at a very specific temperature for it to keep its lethal culture. You're not sure what it is that makes it so lethal, but if it ever falls outside of a specific temperature range, it has a very short half-life. A half-life of about an hour. And then it becomes normal water.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which is why it's researched. Imagine going to a planet that's not hospitable, but is populated with biological entities, and you infect it with lunar water, let it decay. Now you've populated the planet with water.
Yeah.
Drinkable water.
Oh, this is
Purified
terrifying.
H2O.
This is terrifying in its capabilities.
Right?
And let's keep looking.
Yep.
This stuff freezes, by the way. If it is frozen, it still retains its lethal capabilities when it's unfrozen, or comes in contact with the flakes of it into people's biological body and thaws and then disseminates among them.
Interesting.
So if you were to take a canister of lunar water and put it into space and break it open, it instantly freezes because of the temperature. But if it reaches a frozen state and it hasn't decayed, it remains lethal.
Yep.
So
Which means if somebody goes harvests an ice cluster and then drinks it within an hour or keeps it within a specific temperature range, they die because it's still lethal.
Yeah, so we could literally use this on our enemies.
Anyone.
Yep, but no, I entirely agree, but this is going to be a risk versus reward weapon.
Right.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I understand.
So, going to sequester that away in a secure case.
In the last lab you find, under a pile of bodies who purposely stack themselves over it, is a single server drive of a cloud server. Covered and caked in blood.
Check that out.
You're not sure if it's even functional. It's so seeped and caked and covered in blood. It's pure crimson by the time you get it. There's at least 20 plus bodies on top of this, all shot to pieces.
So with my ability to communicate with binary,
would
I be able to access it?
No, it doesn't have power. It's a server. It's
not
the full server. It's somebody pulled a server rack or pulled one of the specific drives of the server. So a cloud server is is a specific tower that has 10 drives on it. This is
Yeah.
one of the 10 drives.
Interesting.
Somebody pulled this particular drive, and an entire 30 odd people were willing to die to hide it.
I so want to know what's on this. If you give me some time, I'll figure out what's on this for you.
Let me try and figure out what's on it, because no offense, you have a lot of eyes on you.
Let's try here.
There are no eyes here. Even the cameras are smashed.
Yep.
This
You
is
know
a
what?
purge site.
Yeah. Cody's
Let-
gonna
let-
look around.
No, I was gonna say, yeah. Let's look around, see if we could find a functional or a
There is no
candy-made
functional terminal. Everything is smashed, burnt, slagged, broken, shattered.
What we need though is just the power source.
Cody, you're a Leosoul.
Oh, that's true. And I have a small canister on me as well.
You don't need Leah. You just need to literally just touch the power port and feed it a trickle charge.
But before you do, use your brilliant knowledge and clean it.
What do you mean?
It's covered in gore. We don't need it's a server slate. We don't need a sudden power causing a short.
There's not gonna be a short.
Oh,
No.
okay.
It is a cloud drive is one of it puts Nokia to the test for its durability.
Gotcha. All right.
Cody's gonna put his finger to it and was like, all right, let's see if we can boot this thing up. Small trickle charge.
Man, you kind of stick your finger in the power port like Leah's soul's OP. I'm a battery. And the thing, it takes about 10 minutes to fully boot on, and the drive kicks up. So, on this drive is a defensive fragment of a Stormfront personality. You need to get by this fragment if you want to access the files underneath. It's not enough for a personality fragment. It is just security defensive procedures.
Do I think Lexi could get by it?
Oh, you need a Stormfront specialist.
Or a Stormfront code.
Or a Stormfront access code, yeah.
You have a Stormfront access code?
Not on me, but I know somebody who has some.
Is it our friendly neighborhood investigator?
Yep.
It really comes down to, both of you.
Yeah.
Luna's a fucking ticking time bomb.
Mm-hmm.
For the events they're going to push through, their absolute loyalty, and you're not sure you are sure of their position on Potentia users because they side with Stormfront and Thunderhead's idea on it. You guys are a problem. You're not sure if you should share this. If you spend some research and time and build a specific set of preparations, you can breach this quietly without letting Luna know.
Oh no, I think you're misunderstanding. I was entirely planning on that. My plan is to ask Luna for an oh shit code in case I ever inadvertently step into a Stormfront area.
Clever. But you can, if you want to exit immediately, you will need Luna to do it. But Luna will bend you over the fucking barrel over this.
Mm-hmm.
Luna will go, you brought me this, thank you, but you don't understand. This is under now my authority. You will lose control of this drive.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yes.
Actually, I have an idea. Because I
That's
still have.
dangerous.
I know, right?
Stop it.
Because I control a little bit of chaos. And this thing is energy.
There's also one other person you can go to.
Mhm.
You can go to Duke.
I can go to Duke. So actually, my two ideas here was I still have a cell without getting Duke involved. Was I have a cell phone to Shangri-La.
You do.
We can get a hold of Shangri-La and see
You
if they're
can't
willing
call
to
them
help us.
here. That phone only works when you're on Enigma. It doesn't have galactic range.
I know, but
I don't.
Or this one's kind of a leap here. Because this is supposed to be one for Spectrum, I don't know if my Leah code would work to get
It would
inside
not.
it.
Leah and
Yeah.
Spectrum do not get on well with each other.
So
Wait. I remember something. Oh, I remember something. Blat.
Yes.
Luxury informed me that she got this because she found out a code, and this was the only thing she got from it because the files were damaged, but she gave me a code.
She did. She gave you a lot of things.
I'm just going to look at Cody. I have a Spectrum code.
it might work.
I
It's
mean,
risky. Do you want to risk it?
uh,
I will tell you now. It's a 15 or less roll. You can use fate points and fire and flames. Fire and flames does not give you a plus 10, but it gives you a reroll. It's an old code. It's one of those old Imperial Star Wars codes that you send to them and pray and hope it works.
I still have 3 uses of Through Fire and Flames, and my fate point. You know what? I'm feeling ballsy.
Let's go.
I want to have
Fuck
something
Luna.
big happen.
Fuck her
Yep.
controlling ways. We're gonna figure out Spectrum before that bitch.
This is entirely because she's too controlling right now.
Yeah, because if you bring this to her,
It's gonna
she's gonna take
disappear.
it from you. You're never gonna. It's gonna disappear, and you're gonna be thanked for your service to the Thunderhead, and that's it. And you're gonna be begging to get info, and what you may discover on it may be so classified, it's fucked.
So, here's the first roll.
All right.
We'll do one of my 2 fate points first.
Can't. The fate points are not a better roll. They're just fate points, unless you have lucky.
Nope. But the other fate point.
Okay.
And now my 3 Through Fire and Flames opportunities. Here's the first one.
It's not a plus 10, but they have to be better than a 43. Right?
Second Fire and Flames use has to be better than a 26. Oh.
We're cutting it close.
Has to be better than a 23. Last use.
Ooh, so spicy.
Yes!
Oh.
You put in the code
yeah.
and you're like, these are not the droids you're looking for. And it clicks. You get access, and the Thunderhead fragment it just kind of closes its eyes.
All right.
He's just going to begin surfing immediately.
And then Cody's going to start parsing his way through the files.
It's interesting. You look at it, take a second look at it, you take a third look at it, and it's difficult to understand what you're looking at, period. Spectrum, like its namesake, is a study of dimensions. Looking at it, just like the Leah dimension, in fact, through Spectrum, Leah was solved. Because this is a study of dimensional mathematics and formulae. Just like the Leah dimension was discovered and helped solve the Leah formulae, the magic dimension was also uncovered and exploited through this same process. Spectrum is dimensional mathematics.
Oh, Cody's
That's why it does what it does.
looking at it with fervor.
This is the origin of holy verses. Holy verses come from other dimensional mathematics. It's not limited just to the Leah plane. There are holy verses for the Arcana plane.
And I guess Cody's
And
kind of
every
realizing
single plane that is it matters, directly adjacent to this one.
Mhm.
If it's a single extra plane away, it doesn't matter. It's too far away. If it's a directly adjacent plane, each dimension has its own unique holy verses that defy the laws of physics in this universe, utilizing other dimensional mathematics.
Cody's gonna be looking at this and like he's gonna quickly like start like filtering through it, see if he can find any holy verses of the Leah left in
There
here.
isn't.
Okay.
These are the basic files.
Oh.
These are some of the oldest Spectrum files.
But this
I'm just
is the source.
Yeah.
This is a series of video clips, personal accounts, experiment records. This is a culmination of people's efforts.
This is the original Spectrum base.
This is the original dark site. There is definitely Spectrum on the home world. This is the dark site where they did some of the more experimental shit. This is where they discovered the specific dimension of Arcana. This is the original gate site. They just moved it back to Enigma.
He's going to look at Cody and be like, jackpot.
I know, right? And I'm just kind of like looking at this and I'm like,
first things first, Cody.
You know that formula that Liam threatened you to die with?
yeah.
It's on here.
Okay, so
the Leah actually has an on and off button.
Interesting.
There's a holy verse. It's innate in every single Leah formula, period. But there's a command formula underneath everything. This formula, there's one for every single dimension. It's a cutoff. It's basically you can allow the energies from that dimension to flow into this one, and you can utilize it. But there's also a nozzle or a lever or a nozzle that you can literally turn 90 degrees and go, no, it's off.
All right.
I stop it. I stop the flow. That's that formula. That's why you were threatened with life and death.
Yeah.
It's on the server rack.
Okay.
You didn't realize it at first, but it is actually a holy it is a holy verse. It's tucked in the very, very back under the shadow junk files. It was actually supposed to be it's in the recycling bin. It never got flushed.
So I'm going to buy a positive quality and a negative quality.
Okay. You get one per session.
Yes. We're buying Memory Palace.
Somni Memory Palace.
And Greedy Loot Goblin.
Greedy loot goblin.
Oh, you are not
is
getting.
that tier 4? Is that tier 4 greedy loot goblin?
Oh, you are not getting this jar.
Oh no, I want all the information off of it, and I'm buying Memory Palace.
Greedy loot goblin.
So I can store everything that's on here in my Memory Palace.
It's a 4-star.
Yeah.
So greedy
And
loot goblin is
it's a 3-star. And I have 10 merits.
Oh, greedy loot goblin. There, look at you go. That is, I hope you got willpower, my friend.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're sitting there going, the information his mind says is.
Yep.
Just going to pat you on the head and go, first things first, this does not exist.
Of course not.
The question is, will you clean this of its gore? Or will you... It doesn't affect its performance.
Doesn't affect its performance. I think if we cleaned it of its core, it's less suspicious than if we kept a gory plate around.
Sure.
But yes, no, I'm gonna download this entire thing into my Memory Palace.
You know that thing where Frog, when I downloaded all of physics, had to be put in a room that was barred and all the information was chained because I couldn't know it yet and it was too much for my brain?
Yep.
That's this information. There's too much on it. It's a cloud server. It is a 20,000% overload of your current memory capacity.
Okay, so we're gonna take bits and pieces that my character finds the most important here. We're taking the Holy
You
Burst.
can increase your memory by your development of your person, and if you become a full ascended, it doesn't matter. You'll be fine. But for now, you have a human brain. Human brain is too small. Human brain not good enough for so much info.
Fair.
But since you have literally Memory Palace, at any point in which you wish to extract the information, you can literally have it either as a book, or you can transform it into a hard drive, or that's the power of Memory Palace.
Yeah.
You can literally go, I pull a server out of my forehead and beat you over the head with it. Memory Palace OP. It really was. It was so fucking broken in that game.
It was.
I found a book and I went smack on my forehead and disappeared in my head. And people were like, what happened? I stole it into my head. It is gone forever.
You know the biggest problem I just realized?
Yes.
My primary robot researcher, I can't take that robot to research.
Why not?
Because he's gonna recognize that robot.
Why?
Because he's got all the access to the fucking Stormfront files and the type of bots that it used and shit, because that's one of the things Stormfront did have, which is why he was able to give it data on the bots.
Who's your primary robot specialist?
Luna.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Luna is going to ask so many fucking questions if you bring this in front of them. And that's the problem. You guys are going to, unfortunately, you have built a heavy, at arm's length distrust and expectation of, you know, what's to come.
Mm-hmm.
You need them around. You absolutely do.
But what
But
they're
there are
going
going to
for
be
right now
opportunities
is
like this one that both of you need to be tight-lipped about.
Exactly.
You guys have discovered what Spectrum is. You guys are the first players to discover Spectrum, anything about Spectrum, period. Despite Luna being the pioneer on discovering what the heritage of the Stormfront was and the old ways. And you guys, through a very bold play, Ogre, very good. And through your collective boldness to go further, some amazing fuck off rolls, both offensive and on the 1d100, and some more amazing fuck off rolls. You guys have actually finally have concrete evidence as to what the fuck in hell is spectrum.
Right.
Oh,
Spectrum, just like the word, a spectrum of colors, a spectrum of degrees, is an analysis of all the different adjacent dimensions. It is an analysis and consumption of infinite power sources.
oh,
Because every dimension has its own power. Why can't we not tap into that power, just like they have done with the Leah dimension?
Cody has officially become an enemy of the Thunderhead.
Why? Why are you an
Or
enemy of the Thunderhead?
Stormfront.
Why are you an enemy of Stormfront?
Because I have the Holyverse.
You have the
That must-
Holyverse. You are an enemy of Luna. That doesn't mean you're an enemy of Stormfront. Why do you assume that? Luna threatened you.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, keep in mind, Stormfront, even Thunderhead, have never gone to the point of threatening. You realize we can just kill you.
Yeah,
Stormfront
they may have it's. I feel like it's one of those. They may have the capability, but they realize how
Thunderhead
detrimental of a loaded gun that
is fully aware of what you have and what you wield. He has never, ever threatened you or held an ultimatum over you. He has only been supportive, and he has offered advice when you ask for it, and sometimes he's offered counsel, but he's never threatened you.
No, that is
ever.
I've become an enemy of Luna.
You've become an enemy of Luna because Luna's the one who has put that burden on their shoulders and is carrying it because he doesn't trust cultivators, because that is a stigma that they are starting to pick up and carry. Maybe they get over it, maybe they don't. Luna has become an enemy of you, but that doesn't mean Stormfront or Thunderhead is your enemy, ever.
It's the biggest problem here is simply the way Luna is handling the power.
He has made some bumbles on it, but he's playing his character.
Oh no,
not
I don't,
just the meta.
Yeah, I don't blame him out of character. Out of character, I think it's hilarious
He's
and
also
awesome.
17 years old.
Yeah.
And he has no friends, barely any allies, mostly colleagues. He's been at a black site since he was 12. The only friend he's ever known is the Thunderhead, and he has taken Deus Volt for the Thunderhead. That is zealotry of the absolute maximum. So
yeah, and he finally explained to me why he just flat out refuses any kind of job offer unless it's a contract to do a specific thing, because in character his mindset is you can only serve one master.
No, like that is fair.
But here's the thing, Cody, your Forbidden Knowledge Holyverse is the only reason you can read these files. There's Spectrum is at different level of complexity. They are the encyclopedia of Holyverse. It is fucking complex as possible. It is the maximum difficulty. So when you start to learn, it'll be your logic, then we are into Holyverse, and after Holyverse, you get to add you add your bonuses from your logic, you add your bonuses from Spectrum, Holyverse, and then you add those to the Spectrum roll.
Okay.
So once you get your first check mark in Spectrum, it's at a plus 60 on every roll.
Okay.
It's the final level of mathematics.
Well, congratulations.
You haven't gotten there yet.
Right.
You've learned about it, but you're not there yet, my friend.
Yeah.
You're looking at it going, I know what I must do.
I must get better at Holyverse.
Yes. You have to max out your Holyverse. You don't need to master it, but you must max it out. And then there must be a significant event, like what Jackie went through today, of that significance to get your first check mark in Spectrum.
When Cody accidentally plane shifts.
Been there, done that. Got the mask to prove it.
Congratulations, guys. You've made a significant development in the plot. Liam has been driving it very potently, aggressively, almost too much. And I know that's going to bite him in the ass.
It's gonna bite us all in the ass. I'm just... I'm slightly frustrated.
I'm sorry.
The only reason I'm frustrated is because I made these big plays. I made lucky draws and all this. Fight through this, and the big trophy is only usable by another player.
Not necessarily.
You just said it requires Holyverse. I can't even understand what's on it.
No, to utilize the files and the mathematics on it requires Holyverse. To realize what you have, to read the base information in the files, there's a mathematics built behind the files itself. What you can use are the video documentation, the personal logs, the diaries, the journals of all the technicians, the doctors, the researchers, the personal notes. You have the history of Spectrum and its research written in plain English.
Yeah.
Cody has to dredge the broken fragments and the back files and the deleted files for the Holyverses. They're broken. The amount of research he's going to have to use to revive them is going to be immense, but he has them. He has the fragments. What you have is the last remaining history and heritage and evidence of what is Spectrum. You actually have video documentation of them opening portals. Like when you open one of the files, it's like, hi, this is video 14-4B. This is our 30-second attempt at opening a portal to what we think is the Arcana dimension. We call it Arcana off of our understanding of fantasy and fiction, but there is an energy source from that dimension. Or the individuals in charge of energy, they want to call it mana, which is it's a little juvenile, but hey, let's see. And it's hundreds of logs of each attempt, every single researcher's personal dialogue or notes. It's thousands and thousands of pieces of information about the history of dimensional research. It's all of this is useful directly to you. Cody's just dredging the back files of the things that have been purged, deleted, put in the recycle bin, and somebody tried to destroy them.
Yeah. Cody
Uh,
wants the very back files of the
What
knowledge.
was saved is the validation that these people lived. These people existed. They weren't executed. They weren't forgotten.
I mean, they were executed, but
They were fucking deleted, these people. But this is a validation that they lived. They
And-
existed.
I fully understand that, but
This server and that information on it trumps the value of everything you own combined by several magnitudes, including the
Yes.
S tier favor, the favor, everything.
No, I get that. But if I ever reveal that I have this, I'm fucking dead.
Then you need to be a shadow that if you want to sell it, you need to do what you did with the black site auction. A no one. There are so many paths ahead of you. You can absolutely sell this. It'll raise hell and high water, but that doesn't mean you have to ride that. If you're careful, you just have to set it up. It'll take prep. It'll take time. It'll come. Maybe you hold on to it. Maybe you leverage it over Luna and the other players. Maybe you keep it just for yourself and you go for every documentation, every file, every video, and you become trained in Spectrum.
Fair enough. It'll be interesting. Maybe I can not need
This
the
is
mask
going to
to
be
pull
a
my ass out of
non-linear
the shadow
opportunity.
dimension.
Yeah, this will be non-linear opportunity. Yeah, that's the thing. Spectrum is the study of adjacent dimensions. The shadow dimension is an adjacent dimension.
or else you would not have been able to reach it.
Right.
Yep.
It's too far away. And this mask knows how to scuttle through it. Why is it capable of doing that? Is it an extra dimensional entity? Is your mask researchable through Spectrum? Can you improve it? Can you understand more about it? Can you research your mask? Because you can't through the normal methods, but if you have a single check mark in Spectrum, you can start researching your mask.
Yay, more study time. I don't have enough of that already.
You have all the sunny time as you want. Cody, Luna, and Jackie are so overburdened with responsibility and authority. They don't have as much time for themselves as they'd like. You
Fair
are the
enough.
only one with true free time.
Yeah.
Because I told every organization and group to fuck off.
Right. And you've positioned yourself specifically to not be burdened by a vestige of a high authority. You're an ace candidate. You're your own secular, singular kingdom. You choose what you wish to pursue, whether that's training, whether that's research, whether that's recruiting, whether that's politicking. That's the true beauty of being an ace candidate or an ace. You are your own powerhouse, and how you choose to spend your time is free of the vestige of specific responsibility/authorities. Sure, you're not a vice base commander. Sure, you're not a tier 6 Leah technician. Sure, you're not a Thunderhead investigator. You know what they have to do?
Work.
Responsibilities.
All of those
Yep.
things that they are attached to.
Fair enough.
You sit there and go, sitting here, every single second I exist, I accrue money. I can choose every
enough.
second of my day and how I want to pursue it. It's true freedom. I'm not poor. My research continues without me. What do I want to do? Oh, let's do this. It's true freedom. That's what you've secured for yourself.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And
He's just going to look at Cody and be like, so shall we head back?
yeah.
So, Cody.
Yeah.
Greedy Loot Goblin comes into play because Nyx reaches out to take the gourd server from your hands. Because technically it's his, but Greedy Loot Goblin comes into play.
Fair. Out of curiosity, this is just me. I have taken the most valuable thing in his eyes off the server.
Doesn't matter. Greedy Loot
Fair.
Goblin. All of the personal documentation,
All right.
journal
Get
notes,
me.
everything.
All right.
Supreme quality loot minus 50 willpower test, and it is unique.
Oh, this isn't going to be good for Cody.
Oh, this will be fine. This will be fine.
I have one fate point or one
No,
boon
I
left.
take that back. It's a pinnacle loot quality. It's a minus 60.
Fire. All right. We got to roll for a 1, guys.
Don't worry, bruh. I got you.
Do you really?
Yep. Have a reroll with a +10.
I don't think that's going to help here.
Have a reroll with +10.
Minus, I guess.
Have a
It has to be
reroll.
better at
Better.
least. I mean, Oh, all right. Now we're talking.
Yeah. So I can use a boon to pass that.
Okay. You hand him the thing, and something in your mind goes, "No, it's mine!" And you're like, "Fuck you, bitch! Don't!" You panic and hand him the server, and you kind of crawl in a corner, like, "What the
It's like
Smeagol noises and brain arm."
no, Char. You know the reason I said don't worry, I got you, bro? I may have used 2 of my uses of Mysterious Benefactor, and 6 are always used. That's 8 used. I have 14 uses of it.
He's got a lot.
So I still had another 6 rerolls for you, which are progressively cumulative.
What about the Leah department's daily allotment?
I counted that in.
Oh dear lord.
I have 14 total uses. Split between the Leah department and the commander, that's 6. And I used 2. That's why I said I've spent 8 today, counting the one I just gave you. That's 9. I'd still have 5 uses left.
The boon there. You have an existential moment. Something dark comes over you. You were almost willing to lash out at your dear friend here over this violently. Not to kill him, but to make him understand that this is yours. He doesn't understand the value. He can never understand the value, but you do. Absolutely, you know. In fact, it deserves to be in your hands because you're the only one qualified.
And
then you go, I don't know what I'm fucking like. I mean, it's better to Smeagol.
He's just going to stick it in a bag and be like, Cody, we should go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Ooh, I copied everything. I copied everything of importance on there. Let's go.
He's just like, so let's grab that robot. You can Leah shift it now that it's powered down, right?
Do you still realize how massive that is? I don't know if I can reconstitute that back together.
If you can open the doors, the Atlas will reach in.
Yeah.
And grab it.
I'm like, all right.
Fair enough. All right, boys, let's head on back. And we have a convenient black site for storing a mech.
Yeah.
Or how big is the feasible storage place now that we've been through it?
In this site?
Yeah.
Has a medium tier hangar which honestly barely fits a series of vehicles. It's mostly a loading dock. It's a large loading dock for supplies.
Fair enough.
If you try and fit a hangar in there, you lose 50% of the space.
Fair enough.
The 6 labs, 4 of them are actual labs. 1 of them is a storage space. The 6th space is the barracks, including all the facilities, break rooms, and bathrooms, showers, all that type of stuff for a base.
Yep.
It is as bare bones as possible. Everything's communal, everything's shared, everything's compact. There's really no room for privacy.
And now that we know it's a Spectrum base, I know that my code will work on the door.
No! Your code is a 15% chance of it working on the door. But with Cody, you can just teleport through the damn thing.
Yeah.
So, alright. So we grab the bot and we head back.
Yeah. Oh, that's a question I'll ask later after session.
What's the question?
It was just a cultivating question.
What's your question?
So I know you can go to cultivations and stats.
Yeah, if you want to cultivate a specific stat, go for it.
I was just curious if I cultivate, like, let's say my muscles.
Yeah.
Would that increase my odds of surviving the Leah transition? Because I'm
You're
essentially
guaranteed to
creating.
survive the Leah transition with your preparation. It's the magnitude in which you succeed. That's
Yeah.
what your master's prepping you for. Your
So-
soul is dependent on how much mass and prep and how much you're successfully able to convert.
Yeah.
They're not concerned with your success on whether you actually can do it or not. They're mostly concerned with your percentage of success.
Essentially, Cody's trying to make sure, like, if he puts Leah into his muscles, he'll get more out of it.
No, Leah is
Okay.
not the right choice. You need to seek the new gen path if you want the maximum
Mhm.
muscle improvement.
You want to know what's really funny and really bad?
I can talk to you or Jackie.
No. Hilariously enough, in this particular scenario, it would be better to talk to Nyx. Because Nyx is, while he's not recognized, Nyx is a master level cultivator.
Yeah.
You get better bonuses.
I was also tempted to just go talk to Ezekiel.
Ezekiel might kill you.
I think I can live.
Who knows?
Or at least, I was thinking Jackie, because Jackie also has the cultivation manual, but, the point is, I do need to cultivate my, like, how Ezekiel cultivates will increase my survivability rates.
All right, where does the Gourds? I'm gonna call it the Gourd server, so that if it's ever mentioned, no one really knows what it is. Besides
I was just gonna say we'll refer to it as the slate.
Where does the slate go?
Oh, the slate's going to be put in a fucking shielded case and hidden.
Where and how? Because you definitely know your exit will be logged by the local NSA.
Yep. And we're coming back with a severely damaged bot.
There's gonna be so many fucking questions, and you're gonna need to think about how Liam will use his authority and his ability to just look into you, and how you're gonna bypass it.
Oh no,
Would you like to discuss that now? And your
Oh
options?
yeah, that's my entire plan. He's just going to his He's going to call one of his scavenger boys.
Which one?
They got them both on a call. He's just going to
Lucky 13 or Big Rig?
Big Rig
This is Big Rig.
is like, hey Rig, Nix.
Hey, Nix. Hey. What's up, man? How can I help? What can I do for you, man?
Got a small favor. I recovered a thing for research. You got a shielded crate I could grab?
Sure. You got money?
Yeah.
It'll
How much
cost
you
you
need?
50 luxury cred, 500 rec. That's it. It's a Faraday cage shield, Faraday caged, black box kind of box thing. I don't know how it works. The words. That's what the assessor told me. It blocks signals and shit and whatnot. Sound good?
Yeah.
50 and
yeah.
500.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to come by the bar later tonight? We're gonna have some drinking before, with some of our. Unless you're gonna be our sole sponsor, we're this is kind of a looking for sponsors event, for the outing.
Sure, I'll come out. Who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe I'll end up being the sole sponsor. It'd be
Hey, if you want to be the sole sponsor, everything we bring back, besides the percentage of our fee of actually doing it and the payment to the protection services, you reap the benefits, because that's the thing with the with sponsors.
How much are you looking at needing?
500% of a B rank budget and about 1.5 mil rec.
Done.
Okay. I'm gonna go drinking tonight. Fuck anyone who comes my way. You're my boy. You're my guy.
He's like, I told you. You let me know what you need to get these hunts done.
That's the middle estimate. Like, are you sure? Because I'm gonna need to see that up front. Do you have that?
He's just it'll just double check with his accountant, which I've got the numbers.
They're gonna deploy in 2 weeks, which means you can still accrue the purchases from the lead department. Do you have 500%?
I've got an A class budget.
It's an A class budget, but you need the individual B rank percentages for the lesser groups. Because if you remember, do you remember what you're paid per every percentage? What's the current contract?
I'm getting 40% of a C class budget.
Every use per day.
Which means I'm getting 1.6% of a B class budget a day. To get 500% of a B class budget will take me over a year and a half. You realize how ludicrous that cost is? And you told us, point blank, that with an A class budget, you can just pay for things like that.
You can't. This'll put your A class budget under a review because of the sheer cost. Do you want to risk it? But you'd be the sole benefactor of this particular salvage dig. This includes the security, this includes the retrieval, this includes all the prep. They feel good about this. I'm going to give it 20 D100 to see what they find. Anything particular and you get to use fire and flames for the rolls too. No fate points, but you get to use fire and flames for some of the rolls.
Then, yeah, it's
It's just this is one of the most ludicrous expenditures you've ever seen. But the thing is if you grill Big Rig, there's a reason why. This is worm territory.
Yeah.
This is risking not only their mechs but their lives just on the transit, because they have to bring massive sleds with them. They're literally hauling a 2-tier, like a 13 can only haul one massive treaded sled for an entire mech haul. Big Rig is hauling a 2-tier sled.
But
Mhm.
there's no need to explain it, because I'm willing to risk it, because I have 4 more A rank favors which can just be used to buy an A rank budget.
Yeah, yes you can.
They
You're
take
just
away
like,
my
I'm under
budget.
review.
I want
Fuck
another
it.
one.
Yeah. So if
And
it ends
even
up
if
being
I'm
canceled,
under-
you can buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if I'm under review, I still have access to my budget.
Okay. Let's do it now. Roll me, because you're literally like, fuck anyone and everyone. Roll me 10d100 twice. You will get
My
a
full use of
refresh of your
Fire and Flames
powers.
back. Okay. Now, is this Fire and Flames or Mysterious Stranger?
Only through Fire and Flames. You won't get the plus 10, but you can use your collective rerolls for better rolls. What's your influence rating?
My influence rating is a 34 because you never answered in the past whether I got that unnatural influence for rolling the 1 on an influence test a while back.
No, you didn't get the influence unnatural.
Then
But
I
you
have
may roll a
6 rerolls total.
No,
because
this
I've
is
got-
this will cut into your next session rerolls.
Yeah, that's fine. I have an influence of 30 and an and a bonus through Fire and Flames of +3. So I've got 6 rerolls.
Okay. You can't reroll a single particular roll more than 3 times. It doesn't give a +10, but it has to be better than the last roll. So
Fair
go
enough.
ahead and roll your 10d100.
Jesus Christ.
And then roll again. Pick any rolls. Use your rerolls. They have to be better than the previous roll.
So obviously I'm going to do the 290s. You know what? I will blow 4 of them, even though it's suicidal. I'm gonna reroll the 290s and the 280s.
Okay.
So we'll start with
Are
the 290s.
you sure you don't want to do something OP?
Define
Forget
OP.
the big rolls. Target the lowest rolls. They have to be better rolls.
Fair.
Focus on the best rolls.
So we'll start with the 11.
Okay, has to be better than the 11. You can re-roll it maximum 3 times. You're looking for maximum value. It doesn't have to be over the collective. It just has to be one single fucker, you know?
So nothing for those.
Keep going.
So
Has to be
stays
better
with-
than 11.
But
Because you picked the 11. No, it has to be better. Keep going. Why don't you roll me a 5d100?
that's what I was about to do.
Roll me 5d100.
3.
You get to re-roll that 2 more times. Are you wanting to force it to be a 1?
First.
Do you want the 3 to be better? Is the question? Because you get 6. You said 6 rolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Sure. We'll go for the 3.
Roll me the up arrow enter.
Huh? Yeah.
Up arrow enter. You're on.
There's the one.
Yep.
Okay. So
Um,
you didn't you only used 2.
Yep.
Next.
We're gonna go with the 18.
Okay. That barrel enter has to be better than 18. There's a 13, so that's
Yep.
3. Do you want to go better?
Yep. We'll try one more.
Do you want to keep the 100? You don't have to. You know how I treat 100s. They're either
Yeah,
boons
no.
or banes to you, but there's
Nope.
always a problem.
Nope.
No. Okay. No. Okay. 12. Sorry.
Yep.
That's good though. That's amazing.
That's 4 of them. I was going to blow all of my through fire and flames on this anyway.
Right. You only can maximize 3 on a single roll grouping.
Yeah.
So
I did the 11.
you
I
get
did
one
the
more
18.
forcing to make the 12 better.
Okay. Let's try it.
10. Okay.
10.
It's not bad. That's not bad. I know it's
Yep.
not what you wanted, but it's not
And-
fucking bad.
And I've
And
still
then, of
got.
course, pick another roll. You get one more roll.
Yep. Obviously, I'm gonna go with the 25.
Okay, let's make it good. Let's make it. You get an 8, my friend.
Yep.
When Big Rig and Lucky 13 come back, they bring it to a private hangar just for you. No one else may approach. Base commander gives you your space, and Big Rig hops out of their mech, comes over to you, and says, "Hey,
What's up?
before we start," the individual slaps a beer with one of the glass beer bottles against their wrist, pops it, and leverages it against the armor rating or the armor curvature,
Mm-hmm.
and hands you the beer. You were right. It wasn't just any salvage site.
Ooh, come
It
on,
was a
regale
prototype
me.
testing site.
Oh.
Oh, it wasn't just anything, my friend.
Oh,
I
keep
brought you something
talking.
good. And you funded this. You footed the fucking bill, the entire bill, the ludicrous bill. We get 25% of the value, which I know you're good for, but it's all yours. All of it. Every single thing we've hauled in.
Oh, no more taking my
Problems
parts.
bringing back one piece, one slab of armor.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to see this.
Yeah. There is a single sheet of Star Slab brought back. It was
Dear
literally propped up
fucking God.
on a sheet, and people were testing its durability. This is the testing site for Star Slab for its durability. It was a single 10 meter by 10 meter slab, half a foot thick, and it was propped up on a reinforced endo steel frame, and people were just shooting it. It was on a shooting gallery, and people shot whatever they could on it, and it is unscratched, unmarred, undented, unperturbed. It was recovered.
Oh, gods.
I had a hard time bringing that in. That worm tried to eat it, spat it back out. It choked on it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Star Slab's some tough shit.
So it's some tough fucking shit. I had to haul that over my shoulder. Strain my mech from the moment I had to haul it all the way back once we lost the second sled. But it was worth it. I brought it back.
And
with the money, I will easily be able to upgrade my mech and repair all of the structural damage of hauling that fucking piece of metal back. But this was the score, my friend. And that is not even the piece de resistance.
Oh, you're still holding out on me?
Oh, you kidding? The Star Slab is only 3rd place. Oh, my friend, you do not understand what you gave us. Huh. 2nd place. Prototype Aerospace Beagle unit. 100% times the detection radius. It's a little bit bigger than the original model, but it's everything the Beagle was supposed to be. It's space rated.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Absolute fucking candy. And of course, the piece of resistance that you have been hoping for. The absolute thing. We almost missed it. Almost missed it. You know that you have a theme, my friend. You and yours have a fucking theme. Anytime you get your fucking nose into it. We recovered what was remains of another ace.